Like iron from the fire, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable.
Standby break. 3, 2, 1.
This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I've got the lightning inside me. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made. I'm like a titan that's rising. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made.
Royal College won the toss and elected to field first. A brilliant knock by the opening batsman Shalin Dimel. An exciting partnership between Shalin Dimel and Ryan Fernando tilted the favours in favour of St Thomas's College. A couple of quick wickets kept Royal in the game. Ryan Fernando made a brilliant 70. Fresher Gavin Boteju's unbeaten 42 kept St Thomas's on top at end of day 1. Let's find out what happens on day 2.
Another exciting day, hopefully, at the SSC. It's the 141st Battle of the Blues between Royal and St Thomas's. I can tell you the sun is not shining. It's a pretty hot day, but we're looking forward to another interesting day of cricket. Now, don't forget the Thomians who put into bat yesterday, and they did come up with a pretty decent score batting on day 1. And at stumps, they did make quite a respectable 272 for 6. If you look at the batting, there's been consistency all around, particularly from Shalin Dimel, who made 85, and also then Ryan Fernando, he made 70, and there is also Gavin Boteju, who's made 42 not out. So the St Thomas's or the Thomian team will be the happier team at the end of day 1 on 272 for 6. Well, the Royal bowling, I think, well, they could have done better in that first session. Very impressed with the man at the top, who had 1 for 60, but the rest of the bowling, it's been just a spread of wickets, but really, other than Pathiratna, no one else, to me, looked impressive on day 1. But a lot of work to be done for the Royalists, and what should they do going forward to try and come back into this game? And the Thomians were looking just a bit ahead of the Royalists at this stage. How would they move forward? I got my experts from yesterday. I got Harun and Danushka. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Rasha.
So I'll go to the Thomian first, because he should be the happier one. Tell me about yesterday. I'm not going to ask you what you did well, but let's look at the other way. What did Royal do wrong?
Well, like you correctly said, Roshan, winning the toss and putting the Thomians in, Royalists should have taken more use of the first 1 hour, the assistance with which the pitch gave, but only Kavindu Patiratna bowled correct lines and lengths, whereas he didn't have any support from the other side. To add to that, one more point is the fielding. We saw 2 drop catches, a few half chances and a run out miss.
So, is this something that happens in a big match? I mean, you come into a big match, you kind of all keyed up, excited, looking forward to do well, but suddenly you're under pressure. Has that got to the Royalists?
A little bit, Roshan. It's something that you don't want happening at the Royal Thomians, but it can happen, especially considering most of them playing their first years. But I think he hit the nail on the coffin. The fact that we did not bowl well, the Royal Paces, barring Kavindu Patiratna, Lahiru Madhusanka and Temundu were spraying it here and there, never got a consistent line and length, and hence it made run scoring relatively easy for the Thomians. I think that's where they lost the plot, and after lunch it just became a batting paradise, and the 2 batsmen, Charlene and Ryan, really went about their business and capitalized on the opportunities.
Now, you did say that Royal didn't bowl well. I'm not going to rub it in, but you also told me yesterday that the Royal strength would be their bowling unit. Now, if I may ask you, yes, they didn't bowl well. Why? Where did they actually err?
I think they were really let down by their 2 main spin bowlers. That's in Gishan Balasuri and Prashant Kalhara. A lot was expected from those 2. They had 120 wickets together for throughout the whole season. And the fact that Balasuri, apart from that first delivery where he got Ravindra De Silva out, he just looked very, very mediocre. He kept on bowling different lengths, short, full tosses, and sort of got hit all over the park. But it was quite pleasing to see him coming towards the latter part of the day and then bowling a decent line, sort of gave him a bit of confidence. But that's been the main let-off for the Royal team.
Now, I know both you guys did play big roles in the Royal Thomian, and you know what it is to be in a Royal Thomian. Tell us about the pressure. Tell us, I'll start with you. What is this, what kind of pressure would a Thomian have going into a game? You spoke about the Royal bowling attack, so I mean, you were telling me that there could be some pressure, but describe this pressure a little bit more.
Well,
for everyone watching, everyone who's never had your opportunity, need to know, because you know something, some people might not know, what is this pressure? I mean, you're just batting and bowling. So, I mean, that could be the conclusion. So, I want you to try and, expand and explain a little bit more.
So to tell you the truth, the real pressure is only until you walk into the middle of the pitch.
Right.
And after that, it's just
in any capacity, fielder, batsman, bowler, just want to get in there.
Yeah, get in there, and then from outside you see the big crowd, the sounds and all that. But when you're in the middle, it's blank. You don't know who is out. It's just your concentration, and the crowd, for me, it fuels me up to perform and gives me the confidence.
Is it the Thomian crowd or the Royal crowd?
Any crowd.
No, because you know what, when your opponents are at you, that also sometimes inspires players. You like to add a bit?
Yeah, so my perspective on that question, Roshan, would be that it depends on the personality also. Some people thrive.
As a young captain, how did you manage? You were quite young when you captained Royal.
So I would, if you ask me, my first 2 years it was very tough. When you're coming in, you just need some time to settle. And if all goes well, then you settle very fast. But if things don't, then sort of the pressure, you start succumbing to the pressure. So once you reach that 3rd, 4th year phase, that it becomes relatively another game. But for most of these guys who are just playing their first or even their second big matches, it's not an easy task. Especially, you're not used to playing in an atmosphere of such nature every time. It's once a year. And consider their ages, Roshan. They're only 16, 17 years of age. They're not playing international cricket. All of a sudden, they're exposed to an atmosphere which is very similar to an international arena. So
හැමෝගෙම හිතේ අංක එකවීම ලේසි වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. ආදරණීය හිත්වලට සතුට ගේන්නත් අපේ රටේ කලාව සාහිත්‍ය සිනමාව ලෝපුරා දැනුම වින්දනය හෘදයාන්ගමව ඔබට සමීප කළ නිසා කෙටි කලකින් අපි ඔබේ වී හමාරයි. ඔබේ රිමෝට් එකේ අංක එක channel 1 දැන් හදවතේ අංක එක.
A tradition that dates back over a century. Chaos that captures your heart and soul. An extravaganza you cannot miss. A new decade of familiar madness. March Madness 2020. 28th February to 4th April. Live on Dialogue Television, Channel 1 and Channel 16. Dialogue Television, Sri Lanka's #1 television experience.
හැමෝගෙම හිතේ අංක එකවීම ලේසි වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. ආදරණීය හිත්වලට සතුට ගේන්නත් අපේ රටේ කලාව සාහිත්‍ය සිනමාව ලෝපුරා දැනුම වින්දනය හෘදයාන්ගමව ඔබට සමීප කළ නිසා කෙටි කලකින් අපි ඔබේ වී හමාරයි. ඔබේ රිමෝට් එකේ අංක එක channel 1 දැන් හදවතේ අංක එක.
It's day 2 of this 141st Battle of the Blues. We are live at the SSC and we are looking ahead to day 2 as St. Thomas's looking quite good at 272 for 6, but lot of cricket left in this game. I can tell you that the Royalists would want to come back very, very hard. Harun, just back to you. I know that you must be disappointed with the way the Royalists actually bowled. But, I mean, let's talk of Naood, Hathiratna, right? Kavindu, beg your pardon. Kavindu Patra. He was brilliant, wasn't he, at the top? The way he bowled, I always felt that he's someone who has so much of potential.
Definitely, I think I mentioned it even yesterday. He'll be the guy to watch for Royal in terms of their pace attack. And having seen him bowl over the last 2 years, plus in this year's St. Peter's game as well, this play at St. Peter at SSC, he just loves his track. He knows how to bowl. He knows the correct lines and lengths to bowl on this wicket. Hence, it has not paid him rich dividends thus far. Just a single wicket, but I thought he deserved much more.
He can still read. We'll show you some the Thomian wickets and take a look at Pathiratna. I believe he got the first wicket.
Yeah, this is a peach of a delivery, Roshan. He played all around it. There was plumb in front. No question, umpire City just.
You know what we should have done is have a package of what he bowled.
Exactly.
Where he didn't get wickets. You know, this is the one that he got. But he bowled some outstanding deliveries in between, beating the bat.
Oh, yes.
Sometimes I felt the Thomian batsmen weren't good enough to touch.
This was a nothing shot by Ravindra De Silva. The first ball of Balasuriya, that's what surprised me. Just very lazily came down the track and he was comprehensively beaten. That was the only good ball that we saw of Kishan Balasuriya.
That, as you say, was an inexplicable shot. I didn't understand this.
This, my heavens, I don't know what Shalin Dibel was thinking. That was short, he could have hit there anywhere. But found the only fielder that was patrolling the deep square leg region. And that was a very prized wicket for Royal because Shalin could have taken the game away from Royal had he been there. The next wicket, Kishan Munasinghe, he's having a terrible season, I'm told. And that seems to be continuing for him.
That was half volley to me.
He yorked himself, completely yorked himself.
Yeah, the Royal is having a few light moments, having something to cheer about on a difficult day.
Also another prize wicket, Roshan. Young Dasis Manchanaik, the pressure, rolling his arm over and getting that prize wicket of Brian Fernando.
Did you react like that during your day?
Oh yes.
You did?
Yeah, I think
really?
even more animated. This was, I think, there again a nothing shot by Umang Asori. He was batting very well, I must tell you. He was playing the field so well. This completely came out of the blue, if you ask me. It was a length ball.
It's a battle of the blues.
The ball kind of stopped on him as well when he went through that shot. Laith Madhushanka bowled well in patches, if you ask me. A lot was expected from him, but then again he was not bowling well in partnership, especially supporting Kavindu Pathiratna.
I do agree. I think that's one of the reasons that Royal suffered. But having said that, the Thomians, we know, are delighted. Shalin Dimel was one of them who put his hand up and really performed well. Should be really kicking himself for missing out on 100. Damit Veerasinghe caught up with him.
got the star from day one for St. Thomas's College, Charlene Dimel, who made 85 yesterday. First of all, Charlene, congratulations in getting 85. How disappointed are you to miss out on that 100?
I am very disappointed that I couldn't do much for the team. I could have scored more than 150 for sure, the way I batted. But I'm very happy that we have put 272 on the board on stumps at day one. But yeah, we could have done more.
When you went in, there was a lot of moisture on the wicket and the seamers were bowling up quite well. What was the plan?
Our plan was to leave the balls outside our stump and just play straight. That was it.
Today, a long day ahead. What will be the Thomian strategy on day 2?
Just to bat and get a good score on the scoreboard and to dominate the 3 days.
All the very best, Charlene, for another good day.
Thank you.
Naturally, he's delighted. Obviously, getting runs in a Royal Thomian, just being on under the spotlight, and just being the man who stole the show as far as the Thomians are concerned. It's a lovely feeling. Another man who did almost equally well was the youngster was Ryan Fernandez. So let's also take a look of some of the highlights of his innings.
Quite impressive. At the start, he seemed to be a bit shaky when he came onto the wicket, but as he settled down, he had his full array of strokes. The beauty of his batting was that he capitalized on all the loose deliveries. He made sure those full tosses were hit to the boundary, the short balls were slapped away for 4, and got that scoreboard ticking for St. Thomas's.
He also used his feet really well.
Yes.
Went back, stepped out and took it on the full. And he actually continued from last year. Last year he got a half century as well. Unlucky to miss out on a century this year.
Yeah, they both look quite good, and I'm sure we can get our director, our team to get a package together on coming to Pathiratna also later on. But let's talk a little bit about him. I think as much as we speak about how well the Thomians have done, we also need to talk about one man from Royal who really shone. I'll get an opponent to talk about it.
So I was very impressed about the control which Kavendu showed, because he did not only move it away from the batsman, he also had the ball which came in, which is very deadly in a batsman point of view. So I was very impressed on that, and he's the only bowler who really caught the correct line and length on the SSC wicket. So very impressed and looking forward to see him.
Yeah. Now we've been getting the Thomians, we've been giving the Thomians all the material to smile and laugh and be happy. Now time to give the Royalists something to cheer. We'll show you a bit of Kavindu Pathiratna, and now I'll let Harun talk about him.
From his action, he just looks very composed, calm. It's nothing complicated, and he just keeps on consistently pegging on that good line and length, bowling in that channel corridor of uncertainty, which they call. I think he deserved much more than a wicket. He got the ball to sort of go off a length. I remember one of them took the shoulder of Dilmin's bat and went over gully. Yeah, the fact that he was able to bowl consistently right throughout the day. You saw him tiring towards the end of the day, tired, dropping shoulders, started to spread the ball here and there. And I think it was the right call for Tevindra to actually ask him to sort of take a rest, freshen up, and come today and sort of wrap up Thomian innings as fast as possible, because ensuring that the Thomians don't get to 300 should be Royal's target, because that 300 run mark can really hit on the whole psychological aspect of the players, and the fact that Royal has to make the game out of it if they want to get the shield back. It's going to be a big challenge if they pass 300 runs.
See, one thing when I look at a school cricketer, they're all good. I mean, they've all performed. But I would always like to see what this youngster would have in store for the future. And you can pick out few of those. Now you speak of the Charlene Dimel. I didn't see enough of him, but I can tell you that Pathiratna, everyone watching, unless something seriously goes wrong, or he misses out on something, misses his action, or something goes wrong, I feel he should be earmarked at someone. I'm not going to say he's going to play for Sri Lanka, but he has the potential to go there, and he will be actually one of the hot prospects going forward. You know, because he, to me, is one of the best young fast bowlers that I have so far seen in my little bit of, school cricket. But having said that, Arun, how disappointed are you about the missed catches? I mean, we can show you. We'll talk about it after we show you. Because fielders need to back their bowlers.
Yes, from a Royalist perspective, definitely very, very disappointing. And these are wickets of prized batsmen, Roshan. Shalin Dimel, I think had he been caught at that time, you know, the amount of pressure that would have sort of gone into the Thomians. There again, another missed chance. So, as I mentioned yesterday as well, it's fielding that really helps you win a Royal tournament. And I still remember the year which we won in 2006, we did not drop a single catch, or did we not? I remember, I think Anushka played with us. Some blinders were taken, and if you take last year as well, Shalin Dimel held on to 7 catches, but 3 or 4 of them, some exceptional ones in the slip corner. So there again, as I mentioned, if you want to win a Royal tournament, or if you want to be on top at a Royal tournament, you have to be a solid fielding unit or else.
See, can I just throw this at you? Now, you know, with the game evolving so much, the emphasis is very much on fielding. I mean, today, fielding has gone to another level in cricket. So in a scenario like that, I'm sure all the coaches pay so much of attention. I mean, what do you really see? How do you really see this happen? Like, I mean, okay, human errors can happen. I wouldn't say no, but the important thing is you minimize those human errors, you know. So you can't drop so many catches.
It's like this, in terms of effort and preparation, Roshan, there is a lot that goes into the fielding.
100 out of 100.
Yeah, that I would definitely vouch for, being there as a player as well as looking at the setup.
I'm sure.
And how it works. It's just that one, maybe the occasion. 2, the background sometimes don't help. It's not the easiest to be fielding at a Royal tournament. I think everyone can vouch, those who have played. So, especially when you're in that cover region, the square region, judging the ball, that can be another challenge. 3, it's the personality again. Once you drop a catch at a Royal tournament, are you continuously thinking about it? Or are you mentally strong to sort of put that aside and focus on the game back? All those factors actually count if you want to be a very good fielder.
So you like to add something, or you agree?
Exactly. I think that's where the team spirit comes in, to lift someone up. Catches can be dropped by anyone, but it's important that you grab the next opportunity which comes your way.
Right, we've spoken about drop catches, but we've also picked on on 3 critical performances or 3 critical moments, and we've named it the gold play of the day. Now we have picked on 3 performances or 3 situations. Shalin Dimel, he did get 2 sixes and he also got a 50. Then Kavindu Patiratna, he got a wicket but bowled brilliantly. And of course we picked on the fresher, Dasis Manchanayaka. Now those 3 today feature in our gold play of the day. Let's take a look.
New, long-lasting fragrances.
This was a huge blow of Shalin Dimel. He loves facing left-arm spinners, always on the attack.
And to a left-hander, I think left-arm spinners, they like the ball spinning.
It's a given.
Yeah.
But this was a very risky shot, but then again, he made good contact, comfortably got it over the ropes, and this was the moment where he got, I think, his 3rd or 4th consecutive 50 at a Royal tournament.
That's a good run. Now this is your man. Talk about it.
It was a peach of a delivery. I think we spoke about it previously as well. Richly deserved wicket. He was troubling Dilmean right from the start, and finally got his man. And this, I thought, is the sort of the turning point where sort of it held back St. Thomas's, because they could have easily gone surpassing 300 runs. The fact that they managed to get Ryan Fernando out, being Manchanayaka.
What I like a lot about it more than the wicket was the reaction.
It's huge.
Reaction was outstanding. Right, so we're going to take another short break. Stay with us. We have a lot more to talk about. Day 2 of this 141st Battle of the Blues.
Saddle up.
Tuesdays,
We stand united.
a woman's place
Let's get it done, America.
is in the White House.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Elizabeth McCord.
I invite the American people to join me in this campaign for inclusion. White House.
Madam Secretary. New episodes, Tuesdays on AXN.
This game is defined by the defiant ones.
Witness Rugby Recoded. Watch the Investex Super Rugby on Rugby Pass TV.
දැන් unlimited YouTube dialog 4G video blaster අදම activate කරගන්න. උදම unlimited package එකක නෙන ලංකාවේ අංක එකේ ජාලය dialog.
Welcome back. It's the 141st Battle of the Blues. Now don't forget this is day 2 and the Royalists really want to come back. They need to come back hard because the Thomians are looking good at 272 for 6 and you've been doing a lot of talking. I'll ask him. What is the Thomian plan going forward? How much do you think St. Thomas's would want to achieve on day 1 and put some pressure on Royal?
I do not think the Thomians would like to take much more time batting.
So you think they'll go on a more aggressive approach?
More aggressive approach, get 325, 350 and declare and put the Royalists in before lunch.
350 will be a very good score if they can get there. What do you say, Harun? Harun, what would Royal's plan be?
That's what Royal would not want, Prashant, for sure. Not allow.
No, but look at it this way. Now 272 for 6. There are, if you look at the eventuality of the game, they can get to 350, bowl you guys out twice, right? Or you can dismiss them under 300 and you can get 500 and put pressure and try and win the game by innings, because I really can't see 4 innings. It may have to be a 3-inning game.
If there's going to be a result.
Exactly, exactly. So in that scenario, now Royal has a lot of work to do.
Definitely. I think first they'll have to get their bowling partnership sorted out. I'm quite sure it's going to be Kavini Pathiratna that will start. The bowler who's going to bowl from the other end, that's the biggest question mark that I have. Is it going to be the left-arm spinner Balasuriya, or will it be Kamil Mishara, who bowled very well?
What about the young Manchanayake, who looked good?
It's like this. He came on as a part-time bowler and got that prize.
Well,
He's not your
very nice
bowler.
action. Looks a very nice, orthodox kind of spin. I don't know
He's
how
good.
well he is.
He is actually good, but it can actually dent the confidence of Dishan Balasuri if you start off with Manchanayake.
Right.
Knowing that he's the prime bowler, prime left-arm spinner for the Royal unit. It's good that if they can start off with those two, or sort of to ease things out, get Kamil, because Kamil bowled fantastically well yesterday. He kept things right and then got that prize wicket of Nursing as well. So Pathiratna and Kamil would be the ideal combination to start with.
So let's take a hypothetical situation. Let's say Royal bowls St. Thomas is out under 300 or somewhere there. How much would Royal want to get? Do you have the batting muscle to get what you think they should get?
Yeah, they have 2 under-19 national caps, the 2 top batsmen at the Sri Lanka under-19 level.
So what kind of score are you looking at?
300 plus if they do
No, if they are bowled out for 300, you're not looking to just 300 plus, you should be looking for more.
No, so you got to make a match out of it. Royal will have to, if they want to win the game.
Okay.
So if you look at the 2016 game, Royal declared trailing St. Thomas and managed to get them out for 120 and chase and win.
Right.
So if you're looking to create a result in this whole game, you have to play it with the time as well. It depends on how fast Royal get those runs.
Right.
And if they do get to 300 in a very sort of fast pace, then they can sort of think whether they want to go further or sort of declare and then take it as it comes.
Right, now for everyone watching, and where we're talking about scores and all that, let's take a look at what the top scores in the Royal Thomin has been. We'll have it in a moment. Now if you look at the graphic, in 2006, 432 for 7.
Both of us played that game.
Yeah, 432 for 7 has been the highest score for Royal.
That was one of the best matches in the whole series because over 1,000 runs were scored. St. Thomas's both innings scored over 250. Still ended up losing the match.
That's not easy.
That was an amazing game.
That's a bitter pill. You can't be scoring 250s and losing a game. Right, so those are some of the scores. We got scores of 400 plus. Then we also have a series of 350 scores, and In 2016, 350 for 5. 1938, my goodness, that's a long way up. Imagine Royal making 351 for 7, they would have made mince meat out of the Thornians.
But still dread looking at
They
that
won by innings and 87 runs.
2009 game really hurts us, to be honest. We bundled out St. Thomas's for 99 in the first innings. And following on, they went on to score 413 runs. That's the year Niru and Paim Salim took the game away from us.
Right.
We had a crack side that year.
Right. Well, interesting, very interesting. Well, this is big match cricket. You have so much of memory to carry forward, so much of happy and not so happy memories also, but doesn't matter. So this is where the game is at the moment. So let's now, we're talking about scores and all that and how you take this game forward. What is important is that strip of 22 yards. And again, I think this is not fair. We got another royalist. We got a royalist who's gone out there to take a look at the strip. Let's join Lavinia Pereira.
Good morning to you all. Pretty similar conditions out here in the middle for the second day as well. Temperature in the mid-30s, humidity around 80%. So another hot and muggy day for the players. Well, when it comes to the pitch, to the naked eye, nothing much has changed. But I'll give you some inside information about the pitch this morning. Fourth umpire Gamli Sanaka was present along with the grass cutter. So they moved some grass from the surface as well. What that tells you is that there were 4.5 millimeters of grass on the pitch yesterday. So they are trying to maintain the same level throughout the 3 days. That's an ICC condition, so both these sides have agreed to that condition. So that's what they will do tomorrow as well. I'll tell you what, batsmen still have the advantage on this pitch. There'll be enough bounce, there'll be enough carry. Royal, but there is 9 overs all, this new ball, so they'll be looking to use that advantage this morning. But once you see it off, it's still good for batting, I reckon. So it's going to be a high scoring day. That's my prediction.
High scoring game. That's what he thinks. The pitch is still good. So how can Royal retain the trophy?
Regain.
Or regain? Or regain, yes.
It's a tough ask, to be honest. It still looks a belter of a wicket to bat. St. Thomas will have to bat very rashly.
Now tell me, what do you really have to do to try and get this trophy? You don't have to win outright. Right?
You have.
Right. Okay. So it's not a first inning.
No.
Okay.
So
Right.
Till Royal wins this outright, it will always be at Mount Lavinia.
That's a tough ask. That's a tough ask. Who are the hosts this year?
I think Royal.
It's Royal. Okay. So how? I mean, being host, how do you give such a good belter of a pitch? If you want to win it back, give it a pitch that will crumble and do all kind of funny things. Take the
but the match organizing happens jointly. So both schools get involved. There are technical committees.
I won't be pulling you. I mean, this is a fantastic pitch. You need pitches like this, and that's what will actually make sure that the game is interesting. Final thoughts. Our play is almost about to start. Final thoughts from a vice captain and a captain. What would be your advice if you had any say in the matter? What would you tell the Royals?
Yes, I would want the Royal bowlers to actually keep taking one line in length, continuously bowl dot balls, keep that consistency, and put the pressure to the Thornians and sort of buy the wicket, not try to get a wicket in every ball that you bowl.
So you will not look for wickets, but you'll just make sure that you be patient and create that pressure.
Yes,
and you expect the Thornians to fall.
Exactly, to do the mistake.
Right. You, Dhanushka.
I think the Thornians have enough and more batting left, and they're
still even lower order.
They bat up to number 10.
Oh, that's
even
good.
Yasiro Rodrigo is a hard-hitting batsman. His average is almost over 40.
Really?
So a lot of batting to come. So I believe they should just go all out, get 325, 350.
So you think the approach should be an aggressive one, or just play till lunch and get as much as we can, and then create some pressure?
I think they should go all out aggressive, because if they are looking for a result, they have to go aggressive and put the Royalists in as soon as possible. And from the stage where the Thornians are right now, it's very hard for them to lose the match from here. They can only win it, so they have to go all out.
Very optimistic indeed, very, very optimistic, very positive. That's the way to go. Thank you, gentlemen, for being in our company. And time now, I think we are almost ready to join our first set of commentators. We're very consistent with our commentary batting order. As much as we have set batting orders, we have a set commentary schedule. In fact, we have retained our openers of yesterday. Kosala and Estelle will pick it up.
Thank you, Roshan. Very good morning to everyone who might be logging on to us or watching us on Channel 1 on Dialogue TV. We're coming to you live courtesy of ThePapare.com of the 141st Battle of the Blues from the SSC. Somewhat different, I would say, where the conditions are concerned, because we are seeing the sun out very early. Yesterday at the start, I thought there might have been a slight cloud cover. Royal won the toss and elected to field, but things didn't go according to plan. This is what the story was yesterday. St. Thomas is ending the day at 272 for 6. A top score of 85 from Shalin Dimel, and Ryan Fernando chipping in with 70. Gavin Boteju has labored himself to 42, but he's held his end up. Umayanga Suarez, a lot expected of him, didn't really get among the runs. Manisha has given good support to Gavin, and hopefully with Tevin, Caniston and Yasiru to come. According to Danusha Colombage, the Thomians bat very, very deep. So let's see how things would go out. And on the other hand, the bowling for the Royalists, they used almost 7 bowlers, and Kamindu, Lahiru, Temindu and Kishan ended up, plus Kamil and Dasis ended up picking up a wicket each. None of the bowlers have really been able to dominate, but I thought Kamindu Pathiratna was the pick of the bowlers to me. A little bit unfortunate, unlucky you could say. I thought bowled with good control, good pace, good steam, moved the ball, but wasn't able to get on that last column of wickets, just managing to pick up 1 wicket. Kamil Mishara bowled reasonably well for his overs, but let's see how the Royalists can contain the lower order Thomians and see how things go on. Well, let's say good morning to Estelle.
Good morning, Kosala. Yes, like you said, we a critical period of play to come for both sides. St. Thomas is slightly ahead in the game, having lost just 6 wickets after being put into bat. But they will know that 300 will be the score that they will be looking for initially, and then maybe push on with the likes of Yasiri Rodrigo to come.
Yes, Rashid Rodrigo has a couple of half centuries under his belt this season. Tevin Iregama can bat, so the Thomians do better. Well, Estelle, looking at a point of view, if you look at a Thomian perspective at the moment, St. Thomas's would be looking at getting 350 plus. But how are they going to do it? Are they going to go hammer and tongs at the start, or are they going to just manage to bat on till lunch and get there?
I think if you go by the approach of last evening, I think their tactic would be to bat for as long as they can in this first session, and then maybe once they cross the 300, 325 mark, and if they do lose a few wickets, the likes of Yasir Rodrigo could really come in and make a big difference with some quick runs.
But I would say if the Thomians get to that 350 mark without a loss of 1 or 2 wickets, I think the idea should be they should make Royal bat before lunch. I think that's my view of how things would look up. Because you see, if you bat on till lunch, you're left with 5 sessions. That's 2 sessions of the day and then 3. Because to make sure that to get your side out, get a side out twice, will that time concern be enough? Because you might be needed to bat again. So I think all this need to be calculated. All the statisticians will have to do a lot of work on how things. But looking at a Royal perspective, how would they want to approach this?
Yes, I think Royal College shouldn't be too disappointed with yesterday's performance. Of course, the fielding wasn't up to mark, and maybe they would have expected at least a couple of wickets more. But looking at their batting lineup, I think even 350, St. Thomas's is not going to have it easy with the ball.
I would say it's not going to be an easy battle for anybody to take the initiative. Okay, we are on top of this game. So Vikramasinghe, they got a lot of the captain can bat. So they have a lot of batting in them. But then again, it's all how you perform there in the center, how you handle pressure. That's because these students, I tell you, all these players have not been in this surrounding in the school season. This is a total different surrounding.
Yes, for sure. The atmosphere here is something none of these players really experience on a day-to-day basis. So it isn't easy. I mean, we talk about the fielding and how things went on yesterday, but there is a lot of pressure going on for the kids out there as well.
Well, we see spin, which will start from the Vidyama of the end, because the SSC is and the NCCN, but now things have changed a little bit. The Vidya Mouth are coming in and the tennis court end coming in. Gavin Boteju, he's, I thought, held his end up, the wicket-keeper batsman of St. Thomas's. And Manish Rupasinghe also, I thought, batted reasonably well at the closing stages of yesterday.
Yeah, I think both of them were good in defense. Missed out on a few boundary scoring opportunities, but I think today they may look to be scoring more runs.
Kishan will start. Kishan Balasuriya, just a wicket for 38. They dry out. And you can see straight away Kishan Bandana, he's darting the ball in. He's not trying to give it much spin, much turn. He's just darting it in, going his arm coming right wider. On this occasion, there he gives a little bit of loop. The arm comes a little bit closer to the ear, and you get turned straight away.
Yeah, I think Kishan is going to be a critical part of Royal if they are to succeed this morning. Didn't have the best of days yesterday, went for a few runs, but during the latter part of the day was able to get some good rhythm going.
Yeah, what he needs to get it. That's more like it. A little bit of air in. And St. Thomas's remain on 272 for 6.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine. You call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art. It's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
So, wicket column says 21 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 60. Economy rate is good. He bowled a lot of overs for a fast bowler in this flaring heat. So credit to the young man. I personally felt that he might have been over-bowled at the start, but then that's how things have gone. Now, you see, I like this field. 2 slips, a gully, a point extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a fine leg. But I still would feel that extra cover needs to go out, either to a 3rd slip area or more catching. So, in batsman and be through the offside.
Yes, I think that's what they tried yesterday as well. They had that cover area vacant for the right-hander to maybe go for some shots, and Pathiratna did produce some edges. Unfortunately, they didn't go to hand, but he did produce the chances. So Royal, if they are to get back into this game, they will need some more of that to get a few wickets here.
Like the shape, straight on. And mind you, Estelle, we are into the 91st over of the St. Thomas inning. So this ball is the second new ball, and it's relatively new. So I think Kavidu Pathiratna will try to make maximum out of it. So that's why I'm saying get that 3rd slip in.
Yeah, I think yesterday as well, he bowled very well with the first with the new ball, and had a long spell, as you mentioned, 10 overs I believe at a stretch with the new ball. Got some movement and was able to get some movement later on in the day as well. Yes, for sure. That first half play is when I think Royal will have the most help from the pitch. But unlike yesterday, we don't have a cloud cover, so the pitch may settle down faster today.
Finds the outside edge, but on the first bounce to feel at Gavino. Pressure on the ball, fly around.
Yes, I think yesterday their ground fielding was quite decent. It was just the catching that really they made a mess of yesterday.
This one, so we haven't seen any runs off the bat or any means. So St. Thomas is yet to get off the mark on day 2.
Yeah, it's been some decent bowling, but I don't think St. Thomas's will be too unhappy. They've left the ball well outside the off stump.
This one will bring the first run on board this morning for the Thormians. Manisha gets one away, and Patiratna ends his first over this morning. It's 2-7-3 for 6.
Puff. Lemon puffs. Mellypen puff. Lemon puff. Lemon? Puff, puff. Lemon. Puff. Lemon? Mellypen. අවවාදයයි මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් කියා lemon ද lemon කියා මෙලිබන් lemon puff ද පැකලීමට ඉඩ ඇත. lemon cream මැදිවුණු lemon ගතිගුණම තියෙන අලුත් මෙලිබන් lemon puff රහ කර කර කන්න. මෙලිබන් lemon puff.
So Kishan will start a fresh over. I like the approach by the Royalists this morning to bringing that closing fielder. Now, Kishan goes very wide at the crease, Estelle, and he tries to get it right across and then take it, try to get it to spin away. So that should be the idea, but then by getting so wide at the crease, the chances of you really gripping it and getting it spin out of it, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, not much coming out of the pitch as well. So not the easiest job. I think also he may be trying to just dart it in towards the stumps and keep the runs down so that Patiratna can attack from the other end.
Yeah, I think that should be the ploy. So that's what I'm saying. Kishan can't be two ways. Either he needs to try and do the containing job or try to pick up the wicket. A bit of spin on that occasion, a little bit of bite coming off the wicket. Perfect left armer's delivery. Good from... Now we have a silly mid off for Gavin Bothej, but we did have of a Manisha. I don't know what the ploy might be from the left armer. good. Now he's getting into that rhythm. He's getting into that line. End of another over. It's 276 for 6.
New friendship maker. Kauru tek when a hit gang when a rasa. Maggie Paparekotu.
From Nestle.
New gold deodorants with long-lasting fragrances. New long-lasting fragrance.
Another thing that the Royalists have to be mindful of, they did take a longer period yesterday to bowl the overs, especially the heat might have been telling. We had a lot of overs from Kavidu Patiratna. But again, you see the body language of the Royalists in the morning is not really the body language you would expect on a morning session. Well, it was attempted to go through mid-wicket, but I felt that the ball didn't come on to Manisha as expected. He might have been into the shot a little bit too early.
Yeah, I think he got the toe end of the bat on that occasion. Good to see them showing some intent to score runs in this first session of play. As you mentioned, the Royal body language, I think they need to put the fielding effort of yesterday behind them. They didn't have the best day in the field, but that's done and dusted. You can't change it. They need to put it all out there in this session and try to get the Thomians bowled out.
Again, Patiratna goes short, and this time Manisha has found the gap, and that will go down to the boundary for 4. So the first boundary of day 2, which will take Thomians 280.
Good shot, wasn't it? Just pure timing, not much of a flow with the bat, just getting the middle of the bat, and that's raced away to the boundary.
Well, he was standing tall, right on the toes, perfect pull shot. He hit it from fairly from a front position. He didn't allow the ball to come in. He took it very early, and very well executed from Manisha. And you were talking about the body language. I saw where Kavidu Patiratna was at deep square leg, deep point fielding to Gishan, and he took a long time to come and collect the ball, to come and bowl. By that time, the batsman is ready. It should be the other way around. The batsman should be hurried by the fielding side.
I wonder if he's still feeling the effects of the long spells he bowled yesterday.
It's a new day. It's a new day. You got your feet up in cold water or hot water yesterday. Definitely you need to come good. Now, Patiratna has gone with a different approach in this over. He's gone very short at Manisha. We've got a deep square leg placed on the boundary. So maybe a plan to try and ask Manisha to go for that pull shot or the hook shot. But I still wonder whether that might be the correct plan, because you got a relatively new ball, and why not try to bowl to your strength?
I think they seem to have gone away from their initial plan of bowling it full outside the off stump.
That's a good delivery. The direction was pretty good. There was no movement in it, but I thought the batsman also did very well. Average 7th wicket partnership at the Royal Thomian has been 23. There you go, not much of movement on that occasion. Madara Singh collected it pretty high, so there was a lot of carry there still.
We did see a bit of variable bounce yesterday, however. Some of the deliveries, particularly from Tevindu, keeping low.
A dot ball will end another over. The partnership is 36. The Thomians are 280 for 6. So these are the batting averages. You see a first innings score, average score by the Royals have been 235, 234 from the Thomians. The run rate is that, and then in the second innings average has been 139 to 130. These are the average scores that they maintain throughout this season. If one must be wondering what these batting averages are. This is the 2019-2020 season. How the two teams have fared so far.
Interesting number there is St. Thomas's in their second innings, scoring at 5.37 and over, but average score just at 122.
Gives the indication that they've been chasing most of the time, or they've been setting targets.
Gishan hasn't troubled the batsman too much, but I think Royal won't be too disappointed with how he's bowled today. He's kept the ball up, kept the batsman playing, and really kept the runs down as well.
Now again, this time Gavin decided to play on the back foot. I thought that was a much fuller delivery, would have been lucky. So that is also indicating the slowness of the pitch still.
Yes, for sure. As we know, SSC is one of the best pitches to have a bat on, and that was shown yesterday as well.
This time Gavin works it out for a single. 281 for 6. Now I still wonder, Kavindu Pathiratna fielding at deep point, bowling the next over. Why? Bring him to somewhere closer where he can come into the bowl much quicker. Create that pressure, because it's going to take time. That is where what we were referring to about the body language. Better delivery this time, given a little bit of loop, a little bit of air. This time much quicker through the air. That's the end of the over. It's 281 for 6.
කන්ට්‍රක්ටර් විදියට මං කොච්චර ගෙවල් හැදුවද මිස් ලෝය මගේ බූදලේ ගැන බලාගන්න ඒත් මගේ පුත්තු අපේ ගේ බලාගත්තේ නෑ තාත්තලයි කාලේ වගේ නෙමෙයි දැන් ටෝකියෝ සුපර් කාස්ට් වලින් ප්ලාස්ටර් කළාම පේන්ට් කරන්න ඕනෙත් නෑ
ඒ ටෝකියෝ සුපර් බොන්ඩ් වලින් ටයිල් පිට ටයිල් උනත් අල්ලන්න පුළුවන් වෝටර් ප්‍රූෆින් වලට නම් ටෝකියෝ සුපර් සීල් තමයි බෙහෙත
ඔය පල්ලේ I am so happy මිස් ලෝය මං හරියට අවුරුදු 25කින් තරුණ වුණා වගේ
ටෝකියෝ අලුත් පරපුර ටෝකියෝ සුපර් කාස්ට් සුපර් බොන්ඩ් සුපර් සීල් අලුත් විදියට වැඩ කරන්න.
Once again, we are seeing Pathiratna taking a long time to get to his bowling mark. The batsman is waiting and ready. It should be the other way around. You need to hurry the batsman. Come on, Royalists, get their act together.
Yes, I think they need to. That's one way of exerting some pressure on St. Thomas's, isn't it? Get them to rush, get them to be having to get to their crease quicker.
True enough. You see, the moment you find that the body language of the opening side is not very good, then the batsman automatically comes into a more comfort zone.
And I think in a game like this, the mental part of the game also plays a huge role. So St. Thomas is slightly ahead, but also Royal giving them a little bit of leeway in the morning session when they should be pushing them, they should be applying more pressure.
Good bit of fielding at extra on that occasion. But then again, yes, I 100% agree with you on that part. They need to create more pressure. They need to create. But at the moment, we're not seeing that pressure being applied by Royal, because if Royal are to make inroads in this Thomian batting, they need to do it within this first half an hour to 1 hour.
Yes, for sure. As we mentioned before, the sun beating down, so whatever little help they're getting from the pitch, it's not going to last too long. And from then on, once the pitch completely settles, they'll have to depend on the Thomian batsmen making mistakes.
Now you can see that for Gavin Botheju, that deep square or the deep mid-wicket has brought into a more short mid-wicket position. And Kavidu Pathiratna has been bowling more short pitch deliveries in this spell than what we saw yesterday.
Yes, yesterday we didn't see too many short deliveries from any of the bowlers. Perhaps today he's just trying to make something extra happen, trying to get the batsman to do something a little bit different from what they're used to.
But the way the pitch is playing, I said, I don't think that the short ball might be the best option for you to win your way through. But then Jihan Mubarak might have told him something different. To me, Kavidu Pathiratna has been far more different from what he was yesterday and has been very, very ineffective.
He has bowled a little bit too wide today, hasn't he? The key thing when you are bowling in this morning session is to get the batsman to play as much as possible, and unfortunately he hasn't been able to do that so far.
And the energy, the body language, the way he's steaming in, I haven't seen the
Kishan Balasuriya will continue on slip and in a Silimidov in place for the young left arm spinner. A very good morning to you, Tiran. Hope you had a good sleep last night.
Good morning, David. Good sleep. Somehow managed to get home by 1 in the morning. And dropped by
Kaushan Kulasurya is having a shocker of a game at the slip cordon. The first opportunity gone back in on day 2 here. Another regulation opportunity there. Oh, should have hold on to it, Tiran. Being a wicket keeper, you've had plenty of slip fielders around you. Probably would have grasped that.
Absolutely. We've always had really good slip fielders. I'm quite surprised at these drop catches. We've always had good slip fielders, from Naveen Vidana Pratinanders to Harit Samarasingers to Hasita Samarasingers to everyone. So I'm like a bit shocked to see the amount of catches that we've been dropped on the slip cordon. Very well bowled again by Kishan Balasuriya. I think he has found a rhythm at the moment, because yesterday he was everywhere. Bowled short, bowled wide outside the off stump.
And I thought Kishan Balasuriya was under bowled yesterday at Iran. Yes, he is your premier left arm spinner. Would have not had a good start. He's a bowler who would get some momentum as along when you bowl a lot of overs. Only he'll get his form back. Seems to be causing a little trouble today. Got the first opportunity. That's spun. That's what you want from your best left arm spinner. 96 overs completed in this St. Thomas's innings. 282 for 6.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine. You call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art. It's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
Kavidu Pathiratna to continue from the press box end.
Yes, Pathiratna has tried his heart. Yesterday, obviously he should have picked up more than 1 wicket. Some of the chances went down off Pathiratna's bowling. If I'm not mistaken, Tiran, I think Pathiratna can play another couple of years too for Royal.
Absolutely. He can, I think, play for 2 more years. Already playing his 3rd Roy though.
Here's that missed opportunity Kaushan Kulasurya, probably his third miss or second. Oh God, definitely should have hold on to it.
I think he would have taken that 9 out of 10 times, probably at practices or in another game, but pressure getting into him as well. Beautifully clipped off the pads by Manish Rupasinghe.
Manish now using that chance, and ideal time for him to capitalize on it and go for a big one, Tiran, because this is a big match after all. You need to somehow, if you can get to a half century, it would be a lifetime memory for him as the vice captain of this side, Rupasinghe.
Absolutely, I think a big knock from a big player will actually motivate the St. Thomas's boys to come out and bowl well as well at whatever the time that they'll be bowling. And speaking about Kavindu Pathiratna, I think within the last 10 years we've always had a seamer at a Rohito. We've had Chamika Karunaratne winning as a Rohito, then we had Himesh Ramanayaka winning as a Rohito. So I think Kavindu Pathiratna is right up there. And dropped again. Dropped another one.
Dear oh dear, Royal College of Fielding is letting them down big time here at SSC Grounds. I have a wicket keeper with me alongside who will also hold on to those type of catchers. Should have gone with both hands, Tiran. Will just talk us through, as a wicket keeper, ideal situation would be to go with both hands.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't think that he had to dive for that as well, because I think he could have just taken it as a regulation catch. Either he saw it late or it was just late reaction. That's a pretty bad miss for Royal. They just need a wicket at this moment.
Someone said catchers win matches, and Royal definitely won't win if they don't catch. Tiran, simple as that. Plenty of dropped opportunities. We're in a state where we can't even keep up with the number of dropped opportunities from yesterday to today. 2 opportunities gone again today. Manish Rupasinghe have been dropped twice inside 2 overs.
Absolutely, and if I'm not mistaken, we dropped about 3 catches yesterday. So altogether that's 5 catches. You have to feel for the bowlers who are bowling their heart out. Shortish delivery, swatted and missed.
Oh, this is what you want from a fast bowler. Exciting, he's an exciting character. Kavindu Pathiratna. I'm sure all the fast bowlers who are watching this would have loved that.
Young lad's having a good day. He's having a good spell, but he's not being supported by his fielders. And he's been very unlucky not to pick up a 5. On any other given day, I believe he would have picked up 5 wickets. The way he bowled yesterday, he was bowling his heart out. He bowled a 10-over spell, which I think is absolutely speaks volumes about his fitness.
97 completed. St. Thomas's 284 for 6. Plenty of dropped opportunities. Here's that first one by Kaushan Kulasurya yesterday. Then this was that run-out opportunity. Tiran Kamil Mishara, Sri Lankan under-19 player, should have run out Ryan Fernando there yesterday. That was the second one. Then this was Pathiratna himself dropping later on day 1. Then this was on day 2, early on Kaushan Kulasurya. Then the wicket keeper Kavindu Madarasinghe. 5 missed opportunities for all so far. There was a few half chances too. Nevertheless, Royal Fielding have let them down big time. Balasurya now feel for the bowlers. Tiran, not easy to get a chance, get an outside edge on this surface. It's very good for batting.
Absolutely, and I also think that this surface is a bit slow. So I think they have enough time to go on the front foot and back foot, but these opportunities were all conventional opportunities, simple chances, most of these ones. They should have been taken, and I think St. Thomas are penalising the Royals' mistakes.
St. Thomas are in no hurry to post a big one here. They'll definitely be on top if they get to score around 350, isn't it, Tira?
Absolutely. I was having a chat with a few St. Thomas's boys, and they were talking about batting till lunch. So if they bat till lunch and get about another good 90 runs, that's a lot of pressure on the Royalists. I think Balasuriya has bowled well all morning. He has found a groove, he's sticked there, and this is what was needed from him yesterday as well. Dot balls, someone to create a bit more pressure. And I think if there would have been a bit of more pressure, I think the score would have been around 240, maybe 230 even.
You are just joining in on this live coverage. This is day 2 of this 141st Battle of the Blues between Royal College and St. Thomas's College, live from SSC Grounds. This is the second oldest big match.
කන්ට්‍රක්ටර් විදියට මං කොච්චර ගෙවල් හැදුවද මිස් ලෝය මගේ බූදලේ ගැන බලාගන්න ඒත් මගේ පුත්තු අපේ ගේ බලාගත්තේ නෑ තාත්තලයි කාලේ වගේ නෙමෙයි දැන් ටෝකියෝ සුපර් කාස්ට් වලින් ප්ලාස්ටර් කළාම පේන්ට් කරන්න ඕනෙත් නෑ
ඒ ටෝකියෝ සුපර් බොන්ඩ් වලින් ටයිල් පිට ටයිල් උනත් අල්ලන්න පුළුවන් waterproofing වලට නම් ටෝකියෝ සුපර් සීල් තමයි බෙහෙත
ඔය පල්ලේ I am so happy miss ලෝය මං හරියට අවුරුදු 25කින් තරුණ වුණා වගේ
ටෝකියෝ අලුත් පරපුර ටෝකියෝ සුපර් කාස්ට් සුපර් බොන්ඩ් සුපර් සීල් අලුත් විදියට වැඩ කරන්න
St. Thomas's College 286 for 6. They came into this game with plenty of batting firepower in the side, and they still have Tevin Niriyagama, Yasiru Rodrigo and Caniston Gunaratnam to follow. They have two good settled players in the middle.
Absolutely. I think the Thomians would be looking to post a massive score. I think if they can put 350 plus, they'll be very happy about it. A good single by the Thomians.
As a wicket keeper, I'm sure we've all dropped catches. That's not an unusual situation, but still in a big match like this, how do you keep yourself up when you drop a catch like that? And what would be, as a wicket keeper, what would you tell your slip fielder? Okay mate, you dropped a chance, are you going to penalize him, or are you going to not talk to him? What is the usual procedure as you would do as a wicket keeper?
Absolutely so. My first reaction is not to talk about it. So the best thing is just tap him on the back and say, try to catch the next one. So that's, I think, the best way you can deal with a dropped catch. Because if you drop a catch, you'll always have it inside you. You know that you dropped it, you know it's a big chance. And if he goes on to make a big one, you'll feel it even more. So the best thing that how you can help him out is just to have a small chat, have a tap on the back and say, let's get the next one.
Beautiful play there by Gavin Boteju, running down to the boundary. He's moved that all-important half century. He played so well today, Gavin Boteju. Leaning on it, and Patiratna just over pitching that.
Absolutely. And you can see how comfortably he has played that drive, how well the ball has come onto the bat, how easy it is for these batsmen to score runs. And with a big ground like this, there is a lot of opportunity, a lot of gaps in the field as well. So credit to the batsmen. They've used all the opportunities that the Royalists have presented, the dropped opportunities, the missed runouts, and they've capitalized on it.
Another outside edge, but this time falling short of that second slip fielder.
This is very good bowling by Kavindu Patiratna. He's just hanging back. He's having two slips and a gully to support him in the slip cordon, but this time it was falling short.
Played away from the body there, Boteju, but probably because he didn't go at
Absolutely. And after that, Nick, Royal have added another slip. Shortish delivery by Patiratna, left alone by Gavin. I think he missed an opportunity to get a 50 there, because with a deep point there, just tap on the back.
Boteju is that sort of player who's you play that you have a player in each team who will go in a crisis situation. He's the crisis man. He's done that throughout this season, Tiran, for St. Thomas's College. When they were in spot of bother, he's gone into the middle and has rescued St. Thomas's from peculiar positions. He has done the same today and yesterday too. So, so far a good knock from Boteju. Just one shot of a well-deserved half century.
Absolutely, and look at the number of balls that he has played. He has played over 150 balls for these 149 runs. At the end of the over, it's 291 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Here's that percentage of total balls faced this season. Gavin Boteju is the most number of balls from a single player this season for St. Thomas's College. Others all have contributed, yes, 64%, but the most number is from Gavin Boteju, 13.93% of the entire balls St. Thomas's have faced this season. Umanga Suarez and Ryan Fernando, the other main batters who have faced most of the deliveries this season. So that speaks to the volume of balls Gavin Boteju has faced this season. So as I said earlier, he is the crisis man for St. Thomas's College. Quick single there, good running between the wickets from these two players, adding more pressure to the Royalists. They are slowly inching towards a half-century partnership too.
Absolutely, and throughout the innings, St. Thomas's have run between the wickets pretty well. They've taken the opportunity to take the quick single, and they've rotated the strike pretty well.
That's the half-century for Gavin Boteju. His maiden half-century in big match cricket. He's playing his first game. Brilliant knock from the young lad. 156 balls for his 50, but he's doing his job perfectly, isn't it, Tiran?
Absolutely. 50 of 156 balls with 4 boundaries at a strike rate of 32. So again, he has done his part. He has used a lot of time at the crease and got there. Quicker delivery by Gishan Balasuriya. I think it's very important for the Royalists to keep the spirit up in the middle. I can see a few hits falling, but it's absolutely critical that they stay up on this field.
That's a wonderful delivery. That's what you need from your main left arm spinner. As you said correctly earlier, Tiran, he has found his rhythm today on day 2.
Absolutely, I think he has bowled really well. And the most important thing today from him is he has made the batsman play. Every single delivery, he has not let the batsman leave it. Yesterday it was short, it was wide, the batsmen were leaving him. But today he has made sure that he makes the batsman play.
Good bit of fielding there from Royal College. That ends the 100th over. St. Thomas's 294 for 6. Here's that half century from Gavin Boteju. Played his part brilliantly from yesterday to today. Came in at a critical time, but has played well. St. Thomas's 294 for 6, the end of 100 overs.
So Gavin Boteju's performances, 79 against Trinity College, Nalanda 69, Wesley College 65 not out, and against Nalanda 62, Royal College 50 not out this match. He's batted extremely well. Started off slowly, concentrated, but he came in at a difficult time when St. Thomas's lost 2 quick wickets at 156. But thereafter batted well with Ryan Fernando and has got his half century at the big match. Good morning, Roshan.
Hello, Amita. Very good morning.
So fine knock by Gavin Boteju, 50 runs, started off slowly, has faced 156 deliveries, concentrated batting. This youngster has performed well at the big match.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed with Royal, to be honest. I mean, they should have been all over the Thomian batsmen attacking from ball 1. Yes, they were 272 for 6, but don't forget, today is a new day. So, you know, it's a new beginning. They need to attack the batsman a little bit more.
So Pathiratna trialing very hard. He bowled extremely well, 27th over. Okay.
One other thing, Amita, is I don't know whether Pathiratna has had enough support at the other end, because he's looked excellent. I like to reiterate what I said yesterday, that this young man, to me, is a huge prospect for Sri Lanka going forward. Lovely run-up, nice action, and I like the maturity he's shown, how he understands the game. He knows the areas to bowl, he's consistent. And again, you could see that, oh, that's a direct hit. How close could that be? How close could that be? Now he's gone upstairs. Direct hits always excite me. Now this can be very tight.
Yes, the Royalists seem to be convinced. Let's wait and see. So this partnership of 50 runs in 154 deliveries. Close call, a good call, but a good throw. Umpire Vimalasiri goes upstairs.
Well, as I always believe, Amita, it could be millimeters, but direct hits can always, you know, cause a bit of anxiety if you're the batsman. So I feel that this direct hit can be very tight, and this would be a welcome relief for the Royalists, because they need a breakthrough. They've been striving hard. They've seen catches being missed, and at least this way.
Hemanta Boteju brought into action. Third umpire. Yes, when you said catches, Roshan, I think 2 were missed today also.
Well, interestingly, the batsman's walking out. We haven't still got the decision on the board, and the Royalists are celebrating. I don't know how they got the decision, but we haven't seen anything. It still says decision pending, but there is a lot of celebration. Oh, there comes the decision. So that's the confirmation, and I always felt, Amita, that direct hits can be tight.
So St. Thomas's lose their 7th wicket. Manisha Rupasinghe walks back, getting 25 runs of 80 deliveries. A good throw by Ahan Wickramasinghe.
New, long-lasting fragrances.
New friendship එක අලුත් පපර කොත්තුව කවුරුත් එක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස මැගි පපර කොත්තු
From Nestle.
මොකද අංකල් අපි වෙලෙන්ම නාගන්නද
වැඩි දියුණු ටෝකියෝ සුපර් ඕනවරකට සුපර්.
lemon
අපවාදයයි මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් කියා ලිමන් දෙලෙමන් කියා මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් දෙපැකලීමට ඉඩ ඇත. ලෙමන් ක්‍රීම් මැදිවුණු ලෙමන් ගතිගුණම තියෙන අලුත් වූ මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් රහ කර කර කන්න.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine. You call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art. It's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate. It's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
new friendship එක අලුත් පපර කොත්තුව කවුරුත් එක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස මැගි පපර කොත්තු
From Nestle.
So St. Thomas's have lost their 7th wicket. A good throw by Han Wickramasinghe. Manisha Rupasinghe had to walk back to the pavilion after scoring 25 runs. So Gavin Boteju just got his half century. New batsman in Yasiro Rodrigo. So first breakthrough this morning for Royal College.
What is interesting to look at is how the Royal captain would actually conduct himself from now on, because he's just got the opening he wants. Yes, the man who's made 50 is on strike, so he'll be a bit defensive with him, but to the new batsman, Royal needs to be aggressive. They need to try and get wickets. They need to open that one end.
So Patiratha running away from us from the 10. So the open areas just pushes it to the extra cover region and batsman crossover for a single. So that's one to Gavin Botejo, who's on 51 after 157 deliveries.
See, now they got the opportunity at bowling to Yasiru Rodrigo. And this is the opening that the Royal is actually wanted. He can bat. He's got a best score of 59. His average is very decent, Yasiru Rodrigo. So he's no mark with the bat. But this is a new innings, and Royal needs to capitalize. They got a short mid-wicket in. They got 2 slips and a gully. And this is fairly decent, but still don't understand the squalling on the boundary.
Yes, for a tail end batsman, a new batsman in. Yasiru Rodrigo has got 291 runs, so he's no mark with the bat. He'll probably just play a supportive role to Gavin Boteju.
Now what's happening here? The umpires are getting involved with the fielding side. Both umpires, either they're talking too much or they're getting involved with the opposing batsman, or something's happening. He's not Ravindra Vimalsiri. He's a no-nonsense umpire. So is Lyndon Hannibal. They both carry tons of experience and also at international level. So they know exactly how to control things, which is good. It's very good to have umpires with this kind of experience being assigned for big matches such as this. The Royal Thomaian is a important and it's a top big match in the country.
Outside the off stump, yes, did he get a nick? Yes, 4 runs. So Yasiru Rodrigo opens his mark, not a very convincing stroke. However, 4 runs to the scoreboard.
අපේ එකේ බෝඩිමක් හැබැයි හරි ප්‍රශ්න. ඔය දැක්කනේ. හොඳ වෙලාවට එයා ආවේ. තාත්තා
විත්ති පුපුරන්නේ ඉරිතලන්නේ නැති වෙන්න ශක්තිමත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය සංයෝගයක් වන ටෝකියෝ සුපර් වැඩි දියුණු කළ සිමෙන්ති පාවිච්චි කරන්න.
පුතාගේ ඇඩ්වයිස් තමයි.
වැඩි දියුණු ටෝකියෝ සුපර් ඕන වැඩකට සුපර්.
So that's the famous SSC scoreboard. St. Thomas's 299 for 7. Both are still very watchful. Very good knock for a fresher at the big match.
Looking at the spin of Kishan Balasuriya, I think he's got a lot of wickets for Royal, no doubt. Oh, that's gone, is it? They're asking for the catch. Great take by the man at slip. But that was one delivery that drifted in and did grip a little bit. But the issue with this young man is, I think we've spoken about it, he's a bit one-dimensional as a spinner. Goes wide of the crease, and at the point he delivers with the lower arm, and also the delivery that goes so wide doesn't allow him to spin. So he may bring the ball into the right hander, but as a orthodox left arm spinner, what you would want is the one that comes in to be a variation rather than the stock ball. Now with this young man, Kishan Balasuriya, that seemed to be the stock ball.
His variation is what he's lacking. Very wide with the crease. As once again, nicely played on the back foot. And batsman crossover for a single.
See, one other thing, Amita, is just look at the fieldsman, Kamindu Pathiratna. I believe that was Kamindu Pathiratna on the boundary at deep cover. Now he's just bowling a long spell. I would rather have him at backward square leg or somewhere where he hardly gets the ball, where he can relax a little bit. But you can't expect him to sprint around the boundary and come back and start another over. So, I mean, these are little things, not that it really matters a lot, but it can create an impact.
So left-handed Yasiru Rodrigo now taking strike. He's the new man in. Tomians at the moment picking up in singles. So that's the end of the 102nd over. St. Thomas's 301 for 7.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine. You call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art, it's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
So Pathiratna once again continue from the tennis court end. He's bowled 27 overs, given away 77 runs and captured 1 wicket. Royal captain depending solely on this pace. He has bowled very well this big match. And a youngster, a few more years he'll be playing for Royal College. Oh, there's a loud appeal and the dreaded finger goes up. Yes, Yasiru Rodrigo, LBW. That's the second wicket of Pathiratna. A fine delivery, didn't read it, and was given LBW.
I thought that was full, and he completely lost it. The left-hander, Rodrigo. And what he did, what was good about this young Pathiratna is the lengthy balls. Another look, right in front. Come on, that needed no appeal at all. Umpire Vimal Siri just took his time. But this is exactly what Royal wants. They now need to keep knocking over. They're doing the right thing by attacking the tail-enders, and they've just got wicket number 7 with Kamindu Pathiratna, the man getting that wicket, 2 for 77 now, and the batsman dismissed. Yasiru Rodrigo for 5. It's 301 for 8.
The Cricket Shop, one-stop shop, one of its kind, stockist for all exclusive brands.
Main distributor for authentic MA Sri Lanka cricket replica products. You name it, we have it. The Cricket Shop, number 5, St. Anthony's Bawata, Colombo 3.
New friendship එක අලුත් පපරේ කොත්තුව කවුරු තෙක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස මැගි පපරේ කොත්තු
From Nestle.
Tevin Iriagama, the Ethiopian skipper, walks into the middle to join Gavin, who's on 52. So he has a different role as a captain to bat through, concentrate, and to stay there as long as he can. That's that previous delivery. Yes, Roshan, as you said, there was nothing to appeal. It was LBW didn't read it at all.
He was dead.
No trouble for umpire Vimaratna.
Now, Amita, let's look at the field. Let's look at the field. Very important. You could see that it's Mishara who's actually taken charge of things. He appears to be the man in charge. This is the record of Tevin Iriagama. He's averaging 26, which is quite decent. He's got a best score of 70 against St. Joseph's. So, 3 slips and a gully. This is a much better field. But why do you think that first slip is so wide? And they got a man on the point boundary, which I don't understand.
That's a fine delivery. Spot on. Beat the new batsman out.
See, one thing, Amita, is if you look at the slip cord, I mean, we do see that the Royal wicketkeeper is not agile. He's not moving as well as one would like to. Now that, I think it's now been corrected. The first slip goes finer rather than wide. They were far too wide. I still believe now, if we can get a glimpse or if we can get a picture of the slip fielders, they need to get closer. They can't get wide. I believe the third slip is a bit too wide. And as you pointed out, the man on the point boundary, I don't understand. This is the ploy that I've never understood. The captain's just in, and that's another look at the slip cord. The captain's just in, and they got a man on the point boundary. So that, to me, and this, if you look at the slip cord, to me, they're too wide. They're far too wide. You need to get closer. You need to get closer. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to cover distance, but you really don't need to do that.
Yes, as he said, the catchers win matches and the slip fielders play a vital role as Patinath runs in. Yes, as we were discussing, the cover point fielder far too way down.
See, that's the point. Now you got him off strike. You lost the plot to a point, because now you're going back at the set batsman. Royal at this stage should be looking to bowl as much as they can to the new batsman. They need to keep the new man on strike. Don't bring the set batsman in. Gavin Boteju should be off strike. Now, I don't mind having a cover field on the boundary for Boteju, but I don't understand the cover fielder for Iriagama on the boundary, that is.
Botejo is on 52, has faced 162 deliveries. Yes, I think Patiratna himself is making a few adjustments. He's running away from the tennis court end or the commentary box end. Once again, a very wide gap out in the extra cover region. Batsman crossover for a single. But there are easy singles being rotated by the Tomian batsman.
Yeah, it's the right thing as far as Boteju is concerned. He's just given the captain one delivery to face, so which is good. He's farming the strike quite well. So Royal needs to be smart here. They need to think a little bit ahead of the Tomians. They still have a man on the point boundary, which I don't understand, with Iriagama in. Their sole motive as far as bowling to Iriagama should be to dismiss him. Just dismiss him. But with a man on the point boundary, that's not going to happen.
And a very wide gap on the off. It's a matter of just pushing it to the open area and picking up a single. As Patiratna runs away from us. That's a good delivery just outside the off stump. So 103 overs completed. St. Thomas's 303 for 8.
මොකද අංකල් අපි වෙලෙන්ම නාගන්නද?
දියසිගරාවට ඔරොත්තු දෙන වගුරු බිමෙත් බය නැතුව ගොඩනගන්න පුළුවන් සංයෝගයක් තමයි ටෝකියෝ සුපර් වැඩි දියුණු කළ සිමෙන්ති.
දැන් නම් අපේ තාත්තගේ නෑම් ඉවරයි.
වැඩි දියුණු ටෝකියෝ සුපර් ඕන වැඩකට සුපර්.
Welcome back. St. Thomas is 303 for 8. Kevin Niregama, the captain's just come in, but Gavin Botheju has really played a very patient knock of 53 from 163 balls. Ishan has just picked up a solitary wicket. Goes very wide of the crease, and I don't think that it might be the correct ploy. And to tell whether this is the correct ploy, I got a former Royal captain, played a match-saving innings in 92 or 93, if I'm not mistaken, to save the Royalists from certain defeat. ThePapare with me. Good morning.
Good morning, Kosala. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, as you could see, even from yesterday, Gishan Balasuria's stock ball, I think Roshan Abhising was talking about this just before, and he goes wide of the crease, looking to angle towards the right-hander pads and hoping that ball will turn progressively past the outside edge. Good old days, Cozy, we were told to get close to the stumps and try and land it in line with the stumps, and yeah, do use the crease as your variation, but and also the delivery point of Gishan Balasuria's is too low for my liking. He's got his loop right today. It's on the shorter side yesterday, but his lengths have been good today, so he has been rewarded. Yesterday, even the first ball, that wicket that he took, I think in general that was a shorter delivery, but that's a mistake by the batsman without knowing what the bowler does and how the wicket is playing. He just came dancing down the track with the very first ball, and that is one.
Well, I totally agree with you, Gamini. To me, Gishan is more of the way he's bowling, it's more suited to a T20 type of a format bowling rather than a longer format, going wide of the crease, darting. It's more darting it in. But the moment you go wide of the crease, unless you can really give it a rip and turn, you're not going to get any purchase of this wicket.
They're looking for a glory ball all the time, like you said, but this time they've added another extra catcher around the bat, so slip and a gully on the offside, and there is a leg gully.
Now, the leg gully totally indicates that where Gishan is going to. Kevin Niregama is an experienced campaigner. Though he's coming in at number 10, he knows this type of situation. He's been there. So it's not going to be easy for Gishan to win this battle unless he really comes up good. I like that. That had a little bit of air, a little bit of loop. That's what he should be doing. But again, get a little closer to the stumps. End of the over, 3-0-4 for 8.
අපවාදයයි මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් කියා ලෙමන් ද ලෙමන් කියා මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් ද පැටලීමට ඉඩ ඇත. ලෙමන් ක්‍රීම් මැදිවුණු ලෙමන් ගතිගුණම තියෙන අලුත් වූ මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් රහ කර කර කන්න. මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ්.
So now we have a change in the bowling. Lahiru Madhushankar has been brought in. He was totally under par yesterday, Gamini.
Yeah, especially he struggled with the new ball, with the control. Gee, I feel for Kavindu Patiratna. 28 overs, Kosi. He bowled over spells of 10, 5, 5, and today he bowled 8. So quite a bit of low workload for a fast bowler, and he has lived up to expectations as well, bowled beautifully. I think I mentioned that just before off air as well. One of the best spells I have seen from a fast bowler over the years at the Royal Thomian, swinging it both ways, and the control he had for a youngster, it was immaculate. It's very impressive, and with this weather that we are having these days, it's not very easy. We saw Madhusankar, who's got the ball, had few cramps issues yesterday. Good start.
Reminds me of a few bowlers who bowled in this manner in international level. Chris Harris, Lance Cairns, a bit of wrong-footed Madhusankar.
Yeah, he's slightly on the wrong foot.
More than Gamli the wrong foot, but I see, like say, he delivers before landing.
Yeah, it's quite a funny action. Good old days, let's say, frog in the blender or something. The first wrong foot bowler that I have seen during our days was actually on TV, not live. It was Mike Proctor.
South African.
Yep.
I don't mind the line he's bowling, but he needs to get that length right. He needs to ask the batsman to be playing at it.
It's always difficult because these are the guys who rely on rhythm rather than their technique. If you don't have your rhythm, very easily they can land it all kinds of places. And we saw it yesterday. Madhusankar struggled with the new ball, but yeah, just 11 overs for the innings. Because of the lack of control, obviously, he has only bowled 11 overs. But yeah, he'll have to play a part here now that Patiratna has finished his spell. Well, there you go.
Well, he needs to be a wide in a 3-day game. That is a very poor delivery.
Yeah. Well, it's important for Royal is to keep the pressure on. Obviously, St. Thomas would have wanted to get 350 maybe at the start of the day, but now that they've lost 2 wickets and relatively new batter at the non-strikers and the skipper, Boteju still not out on 54.
I'm seeing something, Gamini. I wish our cameras could get that for you. We see the warming up of the Thomian players.
That was a bit closer. Yeah, I think it was correct decision from the umpire, Ravindra Vimalasuri. As we know, he's a very experienced campaigner. Because Thomians are wearing whites and they are close to the boundary line these days. They are wearing all kinds of coloured jackets, don't they, when they get close to the boundary line, and there you are. So you are supposed to be away from the boundary line. And now they have gone behind those boards. So that's an indication that they want to shut the shop.
Well, I think it might be a good call and say, because if you are to add pressure on the Royalists, I think that they need to give the Royalists at least 1 hour to half an hour's batting before lunch.
Yeah, definitely, but I don't think the batsmen have got that message because they keep on leaving the balls outside the off stump, and Pointy is pretty much on the fence. So Boteju is on 54. All he had to do is to get close to the ball and get his bat down. He'll probably pick up a single. So there are no indication from the batsmen, but well, the others are warming up. Like you said, it will be important decision for the St. Thomas's College to give a hit to Royal before lunch, I would say.
I would say, and also not the 10-15 minutes, maybe given half an hour at least, so that your bowlers can get into a rhythm, get into some stride, and try and put some pressure on the batsman, because that's what St. Thomas should be thinking.
That's the first ball. He landed on the stumps.
But as you said, Gamini, the batsman's body language doesn't seem to be that there's a declaration coming through. Well, you see 305, maybe if you bat another 3 overs, get to 325, you're somewhere there from what you planned in the morning.
Definitely. It depends on where you want to finish. Do you want to finish 320 all out or 305 for 8 at the... but we have been through nearly more than an hour now, haven't we? So yeah.
Started at 9:40, so it's more than almost 1.5 hours. Madhusankar finally getting those 2 last deliveries on target. It's the end of the over. It's 3-0-5-8.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine, you call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art, it's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
On a Royal perspective, what should they be doing, Gamini, at this stage? Now, you see, to me, the game is just dragging on. Royal coming in and bowling, the Thomins defending it, getting a single here and there. We are expecting a declaration. On a Royal perspective, what do you think that they should be doing?
I think the field suggests that they are doing the right thing. They want to get these 2 wickets as soon as possible now that they have been in the field for such a long time. And there are no indications from the batsman that they want to go for it either. So, suits both ways, doesn't it?
Yeah. 325 all out, I would take it rather than being 310 for 8 before declaration.
Irigama, don't make any mistakes. He can hit a ball. Although he's not the biggest boy that going around, but he can hit a cricket ball for sure. Not that we just haven't seen the approach from him. Mid off and mid on up in the circle.
That's inviting.
It's a pretty good wicket to go downtown, straight through the line really. Enough bounce. Some wickets, Cozy, because of lack of speed, it's not very easy to get the elevation, and pretty much you can hit straight to mid-off or mid-on flat catches. But here on this track, if you can get close to the ball, you can easily go over mid-off and mid-on, and that's a pretty safe shot, like I said, the way the field has been set.
I think Gavin should also take initiative now. He's been there for 170 balls, over 170 balls for his 54. He's done his part. Take a go at it.
Yeah, pretty much. Like you said, he's been there for such a long time, so he should be the one that taking the extra risk, really.
But is he capable of doing it? That's the only thing. Does he have that power that to be a power hitter? Now, Kishan decides to go left arm over the wicket. Now, to me, the action that Kishan is bowling, this is going to be a hard proposition for him. But I like it. He got closer to those stumps and he got a lot of loop. The arm came from up. Come on, that's far better.
Yeah, good old days. That was a stock ball. Landing in line with the stumps. Like you said, Botechu, we haven't seen one shot in the air, have we? So he's just sticking to his guns, playing along the ground, looking for gaps. But he's not the biggest boy going around either, like the area Gama. So not the defensive prod, 306 for 8.
එයා වැඩ කළේ අපි කාගෙත් හොඳට.
පුතා නොහිටින්න. මං හීනකින්වත් මෙතන එපාර්ට්මන්ට් ගහන්න.
බිල්ඩින් හැදිල්ල ආවට ගියාට කරන්න හොඳ නෑ අංකල්. මං මේ සිමෙන්ති පවා ගත්තේ හොඳට හිතලා. ටෝකියෝ සුපර් වැඩි දියුණු කළ සිමෙන්ති මේ කම්බි පවා ආරක්ෂා කරගෙන දිගින් දිගටම ශක්තිමත් වෙනවා.
හරියට අපේ කතාව වගේ.
වැඩි දියුණු ටෝකියෝ සුපර් ඕනවරකට සුපර්.
Madhushanka will continue. Now he's given a defensive field, Madhushanka, but the 2 slips remain. I'm not that satisfied with where the gully is at the moment. Better. Now, what does Iliagama try to do here? Is he going to block and plot? I would say the Thomins, if they want to see the Royals batting by 11-15 maximum, you need to start pushing on.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, Cozy, because I don't see the point in batting for a longer time if you are not scoring runs. If you are in control and scoring runs, yeah, good enough. You try to bat one innings and try and get as many as you can. But here, you're just spending time, but there are no runs really. That's pitched up, driven on the up. One bounce that fielder at extra cover. Good to see Patiratna still diving around.
He looks a fit lad. He's an athlete. So Freshers 50s at St. Thomas's for St. Thomas's in this encounter. Quite a few, both age being the last of the lot. Upeka Fernando is a good name there. Oh, that's hammered through extra cover by Irigama. That's the type of approach that I would like to see from these batsmen. It's a boundary, and I would say a much awaited one for the Thomians.
Yeah, beautifully punched through offside. It was there to be hit. Full pitch delivery from Madhu Sankar. Lovely hands from Irigama. Gee, he does have skills, doesn't he?
He can bat, definitely.
Beautiful shot.
310 on the board now.
Yeah, let's see whether we can get that card again on the screen. Half century on a debut. This one is a full toss, but couldn't make use of that one. There's a misfield.
Oh, there's a chance of a run out. This could be curtains for Gavin Botheju. There was a lot of yes, a lot of no's. And the basic rule is if you have a hesitation, get back to your respective places. But that didn't happen. Irigama kept on running. Botheju was found short. And the Thomians lose their 9th wicket.
Well, well, well. It was there to be hit again. Full toss outside the off stump. Driven firmly. Vikramasinghe just dived to his left and stopped the ball. There was a misfield. He didn't feel it cleanly, but Irigama was just coming down to the other end, and Botheju was just watching at the ball. Yeah, like you said, it's yes, sorry, yes, and wait, and no, and then sorry, mate. Not my fault.
And the captain at the end of the day. When the 9th wicket is down, Gavin Botheju run out for 54.
New friendship එක කවුරු කවුරුත් එක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස Maggie paparekottu
From Nestle.
New, long-lasting fragrances.
Another tall lad, Caniston.
So obviously, Kosi, he also must be having some skill with the bat. Otherwise, I thought this could have been an ideal situation for St. Thomas to shut the shop.
Caniston Gururatnam. Fresher. Best score is 1. Batting skills you were talking about, Gamini?
No, not by those stats, is it? And he's on strike. So Madhu Sankar has got an opportunity to close the innings for Royal.
I would have wanted a short ball, I think. I would have gone for a Yorker or a short ball at the new man.
Yeah, having that fielder, a deep square leg, the number 11, would have been a good ploy, yeah. See that last wicket, have a look at this one. Full toss, beautifully played, but straight to the fielder. Vikramasinghe did well to stop that. Comfortable in defence was Caniston.
Yes. End of the over, it's 310 for 9, St. Thomas's.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend, she is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine, you call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art, it's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
So, some fresher stats here. St. Thomas's College over the last 5 years have always produced a fresher with a half century, Damit.
Indeed, 2019 it was Ryan Fernando, Mayank Suarez. Then it was Shalin Dimel in 2018. Hapoin, plenty of names since 1967. Plenty of freshers have scored 50s for St. Thomas's College.
It's going to be interesting to see what the approach by the Thomians will be. They're 9 down, 310 runs on the board. We saw a couple of fielders, that a couple of their players warming up Damit about 5 to 10 minutes back. So there are indications that they might go for the runs and sort of look to declare, but the intentions don't seem to be there by the batsmen.
Kevin Niriyagama, an all-round cricketer, an all-round sportsman, but he can take the long handle. From now on, St. Thomas's College, they'll want to somehow restrict Royal College in their second innings, but if Royal are to make a game out of it, they'll need their star players to go for big ones, isn't it, Harun?
I think spot on, Damit, and also if Royal have to make a game out of this, they'll have to score their runs at a faster pace. There was slight hesitation, but they cross over relatively comfortably. Coming back to that point, they have to make the game, so they'll have to ensure they score at a faster pace, because 300 runs, they will want to at least equal or get a slender lead, and then once again put St. Thomas's into bat. So quite a lot of things to happen over time, and only time would tell whether that will happen or not.
In my opinion, Harun, that third innings, that will be crucial. How St. Thomas's College will bat in their third innings, that will be very crucial. They can either go for a draw, or Royal College can wipe them out. But as you said, a lot more to happen. 108 completed, St. Thomas's 311 for 9.
New, long-lasting fragrances. New gold deodorants with long-lasting fragrances.
මොකද අංකල් අපි වෙලෙන්ම නාගන්නද
වැඩි දියුණු ටෝකියෝ සුපර් ඕනවරකට සුපර්
311 for 9 St. Thomas's. 108 overs bowled by the Royalists. That's a lot of time spent on the field. It's blazing hot, very humid conditions here at Colombo, and must really give it up for the Royal pacemen, especially Kavinda Patiratna, who has bowled fantastic lines and lengths in this Royal tournament, especially in the first innings. He's troubled the batsman more often than not, and now it's up to his partner Lahiru to wrap things up for Royal. It's quite a defensive field, Amit. Probably expecting Niriyagama to sort of take the initiative and go on the attack. Oh, it's a close call there, but seems to be straying down the leg side, and also the height can be a factor.
Yes, definitely would have not hit the stumps, would have gone over the stumps. Good decision by umpire Ravindra Vimalasiri, two very experienced umpires. I think they have done quite well this game, Lyndon Hannibal and Ravindra Vimalasiri.
Once again, a big booming drive. This time the captain does not chance the arm of mid-off. We did see hesitance resulting in a run-out a couple of overs ago. But you're right, I think the umpiring has been quite fantastic by both umpire Hannibal and Vimalasiri. They're doing a great job, having super control of the game as well.
We've seen some good fielding also from Royal towards the latter part of this session. Mahan Wickramasinghe creating those two runouts. They had held on to those catches. Who would know what would have happened?
Yes, Amit, the main issue for Royal has been that they've been very good at the ground fielding level, but come the catching, they've been quite appalling. And had they held on to this catches, you wouldn't have seen this scorecard, what we are witnessing in our screens. The Thomins could have easily been shut out much earlier. So catching has been the biggest worry, that too behind the stumps.
As we speak about good ground fielding from Royal College, that's the captain Thevindu Senaratne. Every run counts now. Harun.
Intention seems to be very clear from the Thomian captain. As we spoke about a declaration, the captain putting out a valiant attempt to stop that. Senaratne not moving to that one, trying to dive and stop it.
Iriyagama now farming the strike around. Do you think St. Thomas's would go for a declaration, or they'll want to keep the Royalists in the field for some more time?
If they have to make a match out of it, Damit, it's best for the game that they declare and sort of prove their intentions and go for the runs and give Royal at least half an hour to bat before lunch. They can, as you rightly mentioned, keep batting until they get all out and sort of get the Royal batsmen to retire as much as possible.
That completes the 109th over. St. Thomas's 316 for 9. This is the 141st Battle of the Blues, and take a look at the match summary of that 25th Battle of the Blues, which was played in 1904. St. Thomas's College won that game in 24. We see a lot of...
This is like telephone numbers that we are seeing on our screens. Very low scoring affair, Damit.
Indeed. Probably would have ended lunch on day 2.
Exactly. It would have been a very early finish. And looking at the scores, I'm just trying to perceive what the wicket would have been like. It would have been, as they call it, a kumura.
At
a paddy field.
At SSC Grounds. All these stats, the old and past stats provided to us by our very own Tilina Galapatti, done a great job in getting all these past stats. Indeed, not an easy task getting all these out. A lot of history, a lot of tradition involved in this Battle of the Blues.
Just to touch on Royal's bowling today, it has been very impressive, I must say. They have bowled very good lines and lengths, and I'm very impressed by Gishan Balasurya. He had a horrible day yesterday, couldn't sort of catch his rhythm, was bowling different lengths, bowling very loose, but today you see him from the start, he has been bowling from that end and continuously sort of kept on applying the pressure, beating the bat, getting good turn as well. And something that the Royalists will be very pleased about. That again takes the outside edge, and you see a lot of positives from him this morning, plus by the entire bowling unit as well. It's just that the fielding has not backed them to reap rich dividends.
I thought that early passage where Pathiratna and Balasurya were operating, that was a brilliant bowling partnership, Harun. That's what the Royalists should do when they come out to the field again. Here comes Iriyagama. He's showing his intent now, extending that score to 320. From the Thomian point of view, that's a very good first innings score, Harun.
Oh, certainly, very, very dominant performance by the Thomians thus far. But talking about that fact now, considering St. Thomas's were 271 for 6 overnight, and Royal have done reasonably well to only concede 48 runs for 49 runs thus far. So a decent session for them. 20 overs already gone.
But the job is not done yet for the Royalists. This time around, that fielder was pushed back to long on. just before that delivery. Kishan will now have one delivery to bowl at Caniston, who's not known for his batting that much. It'll be exciting to see the two young seamers coming out and bowling in tandem.
They both look very lanky and tall, so they ought to get good bounce on this wicket. And as you rightly mentioned, since they're young, it will be very interesting to see how they go about when they come on to bowl.
Ten overs completed. St. Thomas's 321 for 9.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend, she is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine, you call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art, it's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
.321 for 9, St. Thomas's. It's we're looking at a change in bowling. It's going to be Kavidu Patiratna. So the Royal captain entrusting Patiratna to do the job for him and clean this last wicket up so that they can go in, refresh themselves and come on to bat.
He's not opting to run Iriagama. Still have 45 minutes left until lunch. Ideal situation would be, as you correctly said earlier, to give 30 minutes to Royal College to bat before lunch.
Very interesting tactics to be deployed by Patiratna. He is calling for a short leg fielder, so probably looking to bounce Iriagama out or sort of raffle him with a few short ones. He's also arranging the field, which naturally indicates that he will want to bowl short and sort of pepper the batsman with a lot of bounces.
I feel he'll go for the double bluff here, Harun. Easily negotiated there by Iriagama. Iriagama, the Thomian captain, somewhat something people might not know is that he's also a Ruggerite. Played for the Thomian first 15 too as a fullback. It'll be very interesting to see once the cricket season is over whether he'll go back and take the oval-shaped ball too.
Exactly. Must be a tough ask for these young lads. Damit playing two very prominent sports and two sports that really, I would call it energy sapping, that really takes a lot out of your body. Looks very hard and sturdy, this young lad. Not the tallest of them all, but seems to have those muscles.
Share your wishes for the two teams using the two hashtags Royto and March Madness in your tweets. We will feature them on our live coverage. This is the 141st Battle of the Blues, live on www.thepapare.com and on Dialogue Television Channel 1. He should persist with this short ball theory and at least keep Iriagama out of strike here, Harun.
But what I don't understand is that, okay, if Iriagama wants, as the captain of St. Thomas's, want to sort of put that pressure to Royal and get them on the field as fast as possible, get them to bat, he should be looking to sort of take on Kavidu Patiratna. The short ball strategy is relatively less risky for the batsman. It's tiring for the bowler, And the fact that he should realize it is my question. Whether he's realized it is my question. Because the last two deliveries that we saw, he could have definitely tried and hook. Because there's huge gap between deep square and fine leg. Now, as we speak, he goes for a big wild heave. It's quite difficult to understand the thinking pattern of Tevin Iriagaman. Of 5 deliveries bowled, there are no signs of Royal bring the field in. Still have the deep square and the long leg. Sure, the intentions will be for him to rotate and keep the strike on the other end. As the next ball is bounced, a loud appeal, turned down by umpire Municity. That's the end of the 111th over. 321 for 9, St. Thomas's.
අවවාදයයි මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් කියා lemon lemon කියා මෙලිබන් lemon puff දෙපැටලීමට ඉඩ ඇත. lemon cream මැදිවුණු lemon ගතිගුණම තියෙන අලුත් වූ මෙලිබන් lemon puff රහ කර කර කන්න. මෙලිබන් lemon puff.
Balasuriya will now have full over to bowl at Caniston, the number 11 batsman for St. Thomas's College. As you said, Harun, they've got 3 wickets under 50 runs now. Up to the Royalists to wrap this up and go with a good momentum at least.
So it's another fascinating thing is we have Balasuriya bowling from one end, right from the... Oh no, there's a change. I beg your pardon, there's a bowling change. Prashant Kalhara, probably a timely change as well. Someone who has been very, very economical during the season and who can consistently bowl on one line and length. Quite surprised that he was... I thought he was a bit under-bowled yesterday when things were going on smooth, the fourth over in the second innings. My feeling was that he should have been bowling from one end to just tie one end up.
Caniston seems to be having a very good defense too.
Just about to get to that point. Very solid technique. High elbow, strong top hand, very good technique shown by Caniston.
You said that it was a timely change, but Balasuriya didn't get much opportunity to bowl at Caniston, so probably Senaratna should have given another over to Balasuriya. Don't you think, Harun?
I partly agree with you on that, but knowing how Prashant bowls, he's not someone who turns the ball. He more often than not gets the ball to go on with the arm. And sort of to play that in the tail ender's mind, who would normally play for the turn, he wants to bring in that slip and kind of a silly point into play where the batsman plays for the turn, but if it doesn't spin, it takes the edge and then he brings those fielders into play. That's what I was talking about, where he's sort of looking to play for the turn, but the ball is going on with the arm and taking the edge.
The giant SSC scoreboard, 321 for 9. St. Thomas's College. He managed to survive Caniston. 112 completed. St. Thomas's 321 for 9.
New friendship එක අලුත් පපර කොත්තුව කවුරු තෙක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස Maggi පපර කොත්තු.
From Nestle.
New gold deodorants with long-lasting fragrances.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine. You call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art, it's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
මොකද අංකල් අපි වෙලෙන්ම නාගන්නද
වැඩි දියුණු ටෝකියෝ සුපර් ඕනවරකට සුපර්.
I want everything and more from my mobile. Unlimited talk time, text and endless data. When I travel, it's one simple plan for unlimited roaming, even on a flight. I also get the best smartphone deals, phone upgrades and expert personal service. While Club Vision privileges pamper me with the best of times. Sign up to a Dialog Power plan today. Enjoy everything I have and more.
Dialog Postpaid. Power to you.
Welcome back. 3:21 for 9. St. Thomas's just carrying on. And these are the wickets that fell in the Thomian innings. This was yesterday. Well, this was inexplicable. The first delivery ball by the left arm spinner. And then Royal struggled a bit, but then continued to get wickets and 6 at the end of day 1.
Yeah, just looking at the fall of wickets from yesterday, you would say that quite a few gifts for the from Thomians to the Royalists, isn't it, Roshan? A lot of loose dismissals.
Yeah, it is, and I also thought that now this is a brilliant piece of work. Run out, a direct hit. Always believe this was this morning. I always believe that direct hits are always very tight. It was confirmed by the third umpire, and then completely lost it. Just lost it. And once again, another terrible mix-up to see the second run out of the morning. We're back live. St. Thomas's 3:21 for 9, just carrying on. And it's a little bit difficult, Estelle, to understand the Thomian strategy here.
Yeah, with 9 wickets down, they don't seem to be looking for quick runs. Just happy to get the defense down and keep Royal out for the moment.
I'm not sure whether that's the strategy, that's the ploy, or that should be the ploy. Now, also interesting field at the moment. Come to that in a moment. That's another excellent delivery from Patiratna. Now, Patiratna is Royal's leading bowler, not just leading fast bowler, but leading bowler. But with the numbers 10 and 11 at the wicket, I really don't understand a fine leg and a square leg out, and also a long off out, and a point out of the boundary. Because Iriagama is on 17 of 35 balls. He's batting at number 10. If he's batting at number 10, he shouldn't really be worrying or frightening the opposing bowlers too much. Well, he's showing good technique, good judgment, Iriagama, going down underneath it. But Royal should be looking to dismiss this last pair.
Yeah, remember, Royal need to win here to take home the shield. So the onus is on them to really attack, and we haven't really seen that attacking intent this morning either.
Well, we're getting some tweets. Adil Siddiq says, Royalist Kavidu Patiratna shows a lot of promise with his swing, pace and aggression. This kid should be looked after properly. Good advice. It's a lot of bounce again, but Patiratna just appears to be losing the plot here. Back-to-back short deliveries, unless he wants to just come up with the double bluff. He's going to bowl the full-length delivery. But look at where Iriagama is batting. He's looking to come out of the crease. The whole idea is to try and reduce the movement of what Pathiratna is getting, is pushing him to bowl short by coming forward.
And Pathiratna has obliged this morning, another long spell for him, not been as good as and as intense as he was last morning.
Well, it's fairly tough going, I must say. It's a tough day's work. It's a hot, it's a steaming day, so it takes a lot out of a fast bowler. But another look at this beautiful SSC scoreboard. Absolutely fantastic. The scoreboard is just majestic at the SSC. Poor delivery. Obviously, he's tiring, Pathiratna. You can only expect so much from him. 321 for 9.
අවවාදයයි මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් කියා lemon lemon කියා මෙලිබන් lemon puff දෙපැකලීමට ඉඩ ඇත. lemon cream මැදිවුණු lemon ගතිගුණම තියෙන අලුත් වූ මෙලිබන් lemon puff රහ කර කර කන්න.
Melbourne Lemon Puff.
Right, we're back. 321 for 9. 113 overs consumed by the Thomians. Iriyagama and Gunaratnam, the batsman at the crease. Gunaratnam has faced 12 deliveries, hasn't had a run. So they're going to continue. We're going to see Prashant Kalhara, the off spinner. He's got a nice loop, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, another one who was a little bit disappointing last evening. If you look at his figures, only bowled 14 overs so far, while the fast bowler has already, I think he's closing on 30 overs in the 2 days play.
He's got a silly point in. There is no short leg, there is a slip. No short leg because he's not turning. So he's just trying to find the outside edge. He's looking for a bat pad on the offside. There is no evidence of turn on the surface as yet.
The question for Royal here, I think, is where do they expect the wicket to come from? They are not seeing much turn. We've seen 2 run-outs so far today. No real indication from where they look threatening either.
How about another run-out?
I think that would work for them. Might give them a bit of confidence after so many missed opportunities during the past 4 sessions of play.
Right, 1 ball to go in the over. 321 for 9. No turn, playing for some turn outside the off stump. 321 for 9. It's another mid.
සුබා ආරංචියක් තියෙනවා. අලුත් ගෙදර පදිංචියට නැකත හරි.
අපේ ගෙදර හැදුවෙත් මේ බිල්ඩිම හදපු අර සිමෙන්ති ජාතියෙන්ම නේද?
මේ බිල්ඩිම හැදුවේ අපේ ගෙදර හදපු සිමෙන්ති ජාතියෙන්.
මේ සිමෙන්ති ජාතිය දාලා හදපු ගෙදරට ළඟදිම අලුත් සමාජිකයෙකුත් එනවා.
අහස සිමින ගොඩනැගිල්ලේ තාක්ෂණය ඔබේ කැදැල්ලටත් නිපොන් සිමෙන්ති සදාකාලික බැඳීමක්.
321 for 9. So that's last wicket partnership just continuing to survive. Iriyagama and Gunaratnam, the batsman, together. Well, they have added 20 runs so far, but they've taken a lot of time.
Dasis Manchanayaka back into the attack. He got the crucial wicket of Ryan Fernando last evening.
Yeah, Dasis Manchanayaka did get a wicket. I liked his reactions when he got the wicket. He was so excited.
It was a very big wicket also. Ryan Fernando was batting really well. just a little bit of left arm spin, not turning it much, but managed to trap him right in front.
He's got a decent action, Ryan Fernando. Beg your pardon, Dasas Manchanayak, I should say. Dasis Manchanayak, I'm getting my names mixed up. I called him Dasun, I called him Ryan, I called him now finally Dasis, which is the right name. Interesting tweets coming through. Well, that appears to be the only interest at the moment, because the Tomian last pair just taking their time. They're not making any effort to score runs. They're just looking to survive. And in a scenario like that, I'm extremely surprised at the approach of the Royal captain. I wish we could show the field. He's got 5 men on the boundary, 5 boundary riders. So I really don't understand where Royal is coming from. And now he just allows a simple single, easy single to Iriagama, who will now just allow Gunaratnam one delivery.
Interesting also, because we have not seen any intent from the Tomian batsman to go over the top, but Royal still persisting with those fielders on the boundary line.
Which baffles me, to be honest. I really don't understand the Royal strategy, because you're looking at number 9 and 10. You're not looking at number 4 and number 11. Beg your pardon, 10 and 11. You're not looking at 4 and 11. You're not looking at 5 and 11. You're looking at 10 and 11. Poor delivery, really poor delivery. Good work at mid-on. Concludes the over, 322 for 9.
The greatest celebration of school rugby. Hoist your flags and brace yourselves. Witness the electrifying action of the Dialogue Schools Rugby League 2020. 4th March to 4th April on Dialogue Television Channel 1. Dialogue Television, Sri Lanka's #1 television experience.
322 for 9. It's a humid afternoon at the SSC. Going to see Kalhara continuing with his off spin. For 9. Off spinner continues. He's not taking a single. He should be looking to dismiss the captain.
Yeah, more interesting tactics from St. Thomas's College. Not looking for runs, looking, I believe, to just survive until lunch, and then maybe take a call on whether they want to declare and let the Royalist bat.
Well, we've spoken about how strong the Royal bowling attack is. We can show you at the end of the over the Royal wicket takers and how well they have performed in this season, the current season. Patiratna, I'll be surprised if he's not up there. It could be because, even if he's not there, it could be because the pitchers and the number of overs spinners bowl is not lack for quality.
Yeah, he's been the most impressive by far in this game. Really troubled the batsman early on in the innings as well. Bowled with some aggression. Unfortunately, didn't get the support he needed from the other end from any of the bowlers.
Now he's bowled 4 deliveries, get the fielders in. He's going to give him a single. So he's having 5 men. He's going to bowl the 5th ball with the same field, and he's going to get a single now. And the whole idea gets lost. He loses the plot.
Yeah, that's when I think as a captain you need to be proactive, isn't it? You need to know what is happening in the game, and once again we see final delivery coming up. No signs of the fielders being brought up to the circle.
Well, I'm watching. Let's see. He doesn't get a single, and that's because he couldn't make use of it. It's a maiden over. 322 for 9. We told you about the bowling. We told you about the Royal bowlers. We can take a look as to how they have performed. I'm sorry, it's about the series, it's not about the season. I mean, we date back to 1887, where Mr. C. Dias, D.B. Gunasekara. We haven't had anyone in the recent 1981-83 Rochana Jayawardene. He's got 23 wickets for 290 runs. That's a name that sticks. And the 68-72 AR Jayavira, that's the closest to the modern era. Of course, 81-83 Rochana Jayawardene, but the rest, it's almost a century ago, Esther. Were you born then, or anything? You know anything about this?
Yeah, very unfamiliar names to me. Interesting that nothing in the 2000s, nothing in the 1990s.
Well, it could be that some of these cricketers were outstanding. They made their debut as youngsters. But Kavindu Pathiratna has made his debut as a youngster, but he hasn't had enough wickets. He's bowled enough good wicket-taking deliveries. Just that his fielders and possibly the captain haven't supported him enough with the field placings. Now he's going to have 3 slips, or he's going to have 2 slips and a gully, and why not a short leg? Number 11, he can bowl the short delivery, he can get the batsman fending. He's having a very wide gully, which is, and there is also a man halfway to the boundary at point. He's got a man on the square leg boundary, which I don't understand why. We haven't seen a single pull shot. Fine leg, it's fine. Let's see what he does. And he doesn't put bat on ball.
Yeah, this would be Royal's best opportunity to wrap this innings up. They've got the number 11 on strike. He needs to make sure that he gets him to play the ball. He's bowling a little too wide off the off stump at the moment. If he's going to bowl short, if he's going to bowl full, whatever it is, he needs to get the batsman to play the ball.
Even if he plays the ball, I wonder whether he has the fielders in the right place to take those catches, because just 2 slips and a point, I would have liked to see a gully or a third slip, a short leg. Squares him up a bit, so he's obviously going for the full length delivery. And this pitch has lost a little bit of the pace it had on day number 1, so the ball is not going to carry as much as it did yesterday. So the fielders need to come up a step. I would have a third slip a little bit closer. And what about a forward short leg? I mean, remove that man on the square leg boundary, bring him under the bat, create some pressure. They're running, they get a quick single, and they make it quite easily.
That's Kavindu Pathiratna's best performances from this season. 4 for 52 against St. Peter's College, and the others all 2 wicket hauls. Judging from how he's bowled in this game, probably unlucky on those occasions as well.
Yeah, that's the only conclusion as far as I'm concerned. Unless he's bowled really badly, but looking at him, I doubt whether he would have bowled badly, because he looks a quality player. It could be the surfaces, could be the pitches that he's played on. And they aren't, they don't lend themselves as it would lend itself to spinners. So it's hard work for a fast bowler. So that's why sometimes you should not judge the quality of a player purely by stats. You need to go and watch him. You need to take a look at him.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Roshan. You can't judge a guy like Kavindu on the stats we have on display. 2 for 80 in 30 overs, 30.3 overs. He's bowled much better than that.
Yeah, even here, I believe he has the quality to dismiss the number 10 batsman, the captain Iriyagama, who's on strike. It's just that the Royal skipper doesn't appear to trust him. Because I can't see a bowler of this quality bowling with just 1 slip and a gully to a number 10 batsman. And a man deep at point and square leg.
Yes, like you mentioned before, this Tevin Iriyagama is coming in at number 10. There's no need for Royal to be this circumspect in setting the field, because he doesn't look, he hasn't shown any indication of trying to go for any big shots either.
Look at mid-off. It's almost long off. Just 10 yards in from the line. So, well, I'm sure they got reasons for all this, but I'm struggling to understand what the reason is. Short delivery. It's 3:23 for 9.
අපේ ගෙදර හැදුවෙත් මේ බිල්ඩිම හදපු අර සිමෙන්ති ජාතියෙන්ම නේද?
මේ සිමෙන්ති ජාතිය දාලා හදපු ගෙදරට ළඟදිම අලුත් සමාජිකයෙකුත් එනවා.
අහස සිමින ගොඩනැගිල්ලේ තාක්ෂණය ඔබේ කැදැල්ලටත් නිපොන් සිමෙන්ති සදාකාලික බැඳීමක්.
Long haul for the Royalists even this morning. They've been out there for 28 overs.
But I can't understand the psychology or the mentality of both teams here, because 3:23 for 9, we are almost into the final 20 minutes of lunch. Where is this game heading?
St. Thomas's want to grind Royal. They won the toss, they wanted to field. St. Thomas's will ask them to field. Well, I understand what you're trying to say, but if they finally make 350, mission accomplished.
Kamil Mishara comes into the attack, 1 for 50 from 18. Picked up a wicket yesterday when he had Kishan Munasingh clean bowled, very first ball for a golden duck. But the way things are heading, Harita, you think that both teams are comfortable with what's happening? St. Thomas obviously will be definitely comfortable, because I thought at one stage around 11 o'clock we were looking for a declaration, but no, it's been so different.
After 4 sessions on the field, if you think I'm going to say Royal are comfortable, well, I'm lying. They are under pressure. They want to get St. Thomas's out as quickly as possible, at least before lunch. Now, the last wicket, there's a possibility of play being extended for 30 minutes, but they had played 20 minutes extra in the morning.
So it might be a long wait. But also the factor is that we know that Royal have a top batting side. In Kamil Mishara, Han Wickramasinghe, then the captain can bat, Kavindu Pathiratna can bat. But still, do you feel school cricket, 325, 350 scoreboard pressure for any team?
I don't think it's too much. I don't think it's too much for Royal, because even if they end up 50 runs behind, scoring 275 as it is, they wouldn't mind it. They'll go for the runs quickly.
Yeah, I would like to see a positive approach by Royal in their batting. It's been so negative by the Thomians this morning.
They will want to bat only once, if that was the story.
Or the Thomians.
Yeah. That is saying a lot. That is to get Royal bowled out before 150. Not likely.
Gunaratnam has been shielding pretty well. He's batted for 28 balls for 1. It's 323 for 9.
There's Damit Veerasinghe ready to do something special.
We have two unique brothers. Two brothers who have played for rival teams, Royal College and St. Thomas's College. I have Channa Gunawardena who played for St. Thomas's, and Channa Gunawardena who played for Royal. I'll start with Channaga. How is it the rivalry between you all two at home?
It's always been a contest. He was always looking forward for those backyard games he used to play. He used to get very angry when he loses. It was a bit hard for me to play my 100%, so I had to always give 70% so that he comes and plays with me again, or he won't get upset and not play with me. So it's one of those things, but when it comes to the Royal Thomians, we've always given our 110%, and we've come out on the better side most of the games. I've had a better record than him on the Royal Thomians, so I'm happy with that.
Channa, do you agree with that he has a better record than you?
Absolutely not. I actually had the bragging rights in the backyard, and
yeah, basically in 95 I think my record was superior than his. So yeah, I actually did pretty well.
You all played the same Mustangs Trophy game in 1995. So did you all share any team secrets between each other?
Not really. I was not allowed to talk to him. So that was very strict instruction from my coaches. You're not giving out any secrets or anything. So I was not looking at him, avoiding him. But we won that game, so I'm happy.
Just talk us through about this match, particularly Royal College in the back foot at the moment.
At the moment, right now, yeah, I think it's little. I'm not too sure about what the game plan is. Tommy is still batting close to second day lunch, so I'm hoping a declaration soon to get the contest going here.
Shanaka, from 94, 95, that era to now, how is the change?
Yeah, we played a lot of positive brand of cricket in that year, and I'm sure these boys are doing very well as well. We 97 year when we won the big match, we made 330 by tee on the first day, and we declared. So that's a pretty aggressive run rate we maintained. But at the same time, like, you have to play according to the situations and not. So like sometimes you have to knuckle down a bit. You can't go at the same rate and. But I would, like as Chanda said, I would like a declaration sooner or later because we want to try and win. Our intentions are to win this game, and so that's our pride. So winning 97 was a very special moment for me. Those bonds we have created with my teammates, we are still last a long time, and we're still very tight unit. So we just want to try and get that game going and try and win this contest. Give it a crack at it.
Thank you very much, Shana. Thank you very much, Shanaka, for joining with us. Back to the commentary box.
Thank you, Damit. So there you go. Those were past players talking about their glory days out there in the centre. 325 for 9, and that will be 329 for 9 rather. It's 4 byes. Madara Singh has been not the best behind the stumps, Harita.
Yeah, but now he's a very tired man. What this will do is that, say, Sena Ratna down leg side, there's a tendency on his part. Yeah, he's not happy. He's not happy. His former captain, Madar Singh, has been far from convincing, not only because of the misses, adding salt to the injury.
That's a poor follow-up delivery from the captain.
See, this is wearing down Royal mentally. Now these senior players will be very tired when they come out to bat. See, the body language is not very positive as far as the Royal camp is concerned. It's a tired set of fielders on the park.
So about 10 minutes remaining for lunch. We might see about 3 overs. Can Royal make the breakthrough? Will we have extended half an hour, Haritha?
Usually, if it's the last wicket, it happens, but they have played 20 minutes extra today, 95 overs to be bowled on the second day.
Tevin Iregama has marched on to 21. 59 balls, he's been there.
He's enjoying the middle.
End of the over, 331 for 9.
The greatest celebration of school rugby. Hoist your flags and brace yourselves. Witness the electrifying action of the Dialogue Schools Rugby League 2020. 4th March to 4th April on Dialogue Television Channel 1. Dialogue Television, Sri Lanka's #1 television experience.
So 331 for 9. If you're just joining us from whichever part of the world you are, it might be a good morning, a good evening, or a good afternoon to you on ThePapare.com. streaming to us. We are streaming live around the globe.
Mishara, he's tried hard. He wants to set it up. They don't want to be on the field any longer. See, Shalin Dimel was dismissed for 85. 3 consecutive matches he's made half centuries. One other man I remember, Manoj Mendis, debut 100, 100 the next year, third year, out for 76, run out.
So he might be he would have been the first person to get 300s in this series. I know Dual Mendis' uncle got back-to-back hundreds. Manoj Mendis now doing duties as a match referee.
Yeah, very committed man. Kept wickets. He could bowl. Bats top order. When I was in charge of cricket at BRC, he was my player manager of the team. Did a wonderful job.
So Kamil Mishara continuing to bowl his off spinners on one position. He's kept Caniston quiet. He just got a run off 29 balls, Caniston.
Yeah,
and now he decides to go around the wicket with a slight change of the field. The leg slip comes into play, a short mid wicket. But the body language of both these teams is not convincing at the moment. They're just now playing in for lunch. I had the distinguished honor of playing alongside Manoj Mendis when he in school cricket. Played for St. Thomas's while we were on the opposing team.
Yeah, I was his team member at Atkins Spence, Mercantile B Division. He was our star batsman.
End of the over, it's 3-3, 2 for 9.
I want everything and more from my mobile. Unlimited talk time, text and endless data. When I travel, it's one simple plan for unlimited roaming, even on a flight. I also get the best smartphone deals, phone upgrades and expert personal service. While Club Vision privileges pamper me with the best of times. Sign up to a Dialog Power plan today. Enjoy everything I have and more.
Dialog Postpaid. Power to you.
Change in the bowling from this end. The off spin of no, it's left arm spin of Gishan been brought in.
Balasuriya has been a lot better today. May not have the wickets to show for it, but he's done well.
20 overs, 1 for 58 so far. I thought he bowled, as you said, bowled better, more loop this today. That's better, giving it a little bit air. Most probably the penultimate over, Haritha, before the break, unless we have that extended to half an hour.
I get the feeling you're hungry.
9:40, I've been on air.
Close call.
Good bit of fielding on the follow through. Royal being coached by Jehan Mubarak and Thomas is by Dinesh Kumar Singh.
And now he's director of sports. I think probably the last time he'll be in charge of the team, with the team.
Oh, this is very neatly driven back past the bowler. Down the ground for a boundary for Tevin Iregama. He will move on to 26. And St. Thomas's will move on to 336.
Used his feet. That was the good thing of Iregama.
So Iregama has shown good skills with the bat. Coming in at number 10.
He is expected to show good skills with the ball. That's more important.
A poor bit of fielding from Kishan.
Tired.
Running with the shot will earn a single to Tevin Iregama.
That was played towards the Royal captain. Must be wondering what am I going to do now?
There you go. That's a tweet coming to you.
So thank you, Sajad, for being part and parcel of the action.
Another over gone. 3-3-7 for 9. Going to be Kamil Mishara to continue.
Iregama has done a good job shielding his last man.
St. Thomas did mention that they bat till number 10, so it's quite evident and clear now that their number 10 can bat.
Number 11 can bat. He has made 20.
They will look for 2 here. Tevin Iregama is coming in, but a very lazy effort from Kavin Pathiratna.
He's a tired man, surely. He deserved more than just a couple of wickets, Kavin Pathiratna. See, if they make another 11 runs to get to 350, good toss to lose.
Again, this is running down. They'll come back for 2 more.
Average partnership for the last wicket is around 20 for the Thomians.
That is during this season.
Yeah. The last wicket fell at 310. So they've done more than that.
Now we see a leg slip being imposed.
31 runs. More than the runs, the time spent out there is what is hurting Royal. This is a better option. At least try to get that wicket. Induce him to play a long shot.
There you go. That's the boys' tents that we're seeing. Practical capacity, Haritha?
No. Less crowd, less action.
So this is the Thomian boys' tent.
At least there is some action, but still lesser crowd.
Quicker delivery through the air, punched by Iregama. And he's coming back for 2. He will retain the strike. And we are going in, I think, for that half hour. So we are having the extended half an hour, Harita, and that's why the refreshments coming in, water and everything.
So this is what I maintained, the logic behind extending the innings. What St. Thomas's have done is that they have got very close to 350. I think I know a lot of people would have had reservations about Thomian coach's strategy.
This is the Thomian batting card. Shalin Dimel stands out with an 85, 72 Ryan Fernando. Gavin Botheju made 54. Contributions of 20 by Dilmin Umayanga and Manisha. And Tevin Iregama battling it on at 31 with St. Thomas's 343 for 9, helped by 22 extras.
Yeah, 3 half centuries.
7 bowlers used. A wicket apiece for Lahiru, Tevindu, Gishan, Kamil and Dasis. But 2 wickets to Kavindu Patiratna.
No wicket for Prashant Kalhara. That's surprising.
Second highest wicket taker for Royal this season.
At least 5 catches grasped, 1 run out missed. That has hurt Royal.
100-run partnership for the 3rd wicket being. And this is the missed chances that Royal wanted to hold on.
Kaushan Kulasurya giving a life to Shanil Dimel. Then Kaushan's throw to Kamil Mishara, he missed it. Ryan Fernando was the benefactor.
That was Kavin Patiratna dropping.
Kalhara could have had a wicket there.
And that was another one.
By Kaushan Kulasurya. Then Kavindu Madara Singh.
We are back live. And Caniston's battling it on.
Caniston Gunaratnam.
Kishan shifts over the wicket now.
At least try something. Just give him a forward short leg, surely.
And now we are seeing something different. Kamil Mishara behind the stumps.
That's what he did for Sri Lanka under 19.
You were mentioning that Madara Singh might have been tired.
Might have been tired? Surely you have played enough cricket, Kosala. He has to bat in the top order. Sometimes you never know. You have a different man behind the stumps. It can happen. More than adequate replacement, this Kamil Mishara.
This time Iregama is down the track. And he's very quick between the wickets. Iregama.
I told you he's a rugby player. What I want to know is whether Royal will just try to grind out and bat as long as possible, or whether they would want to go quickly and even be maybe 50 runs behind the St. Thomas's. At the end of the day, still a lot of cricket left in this match.
So we've seen this is the 44th over of the morning session. 34th rather, sorry. 61 overs remaining in today's play, Haritha, and 95 tomorrow, so we have over 150 overs. That's a long call.
Caniston. Just defense, that's all.
End of the over, 3-4-7 for 9.
Saddle up.
Tuesdays,
We stand united.
a woman's place.
Let's get it done, America.
is in the White House.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Elizabeth McCord.
I invite the American people to join me in this campaign for inclusion. I broke the White House.
Madam Secretary. New episodes, Tuesdays on AXN.
$347 for 9. St. Thomas is 3 runs short of what they were looking for.
Yeah, Kosala, in my earliest commentary I mentioned St. Thomas has had a good chance of scoring 300 in 2 innings when they were asked to bat.
Dasis, he was the partnership breaker.
I always think that this guy could do the job. More in hope than with conviction.
Big gaps on the onside.
Heady batting by Tevin Iriagama. Don't tell me he wants to put a 50 on the board.
Well, you never know.
If St. Thomas's bat the extra half an hour, and if they are still batting, and if Iriagama is something like 42, 43,
we're going to see
interesting call. Interesting call.
We'll see the Thomians come out again. This time the outside edge is found, but very safely along the ground. Caniston has been very patient for a number 11.
Well, about patience, his family is all doctors, to mother and father, sister.
Well, another over completed. St. Thomas's 3-4-8 for 9.
These are the highest team totals for both schools, 432. And what are we looking at here today, Rookie? Somewhere around in between those marks, is it?
Yes, certainly. Getting closer to a score, they are looking at a big total. They wanted something anyway over 300, and the Thomians have dragged it on much as possible, and to achieve a score that they feel safe, they feel comfortable with. But some massive scores there, isn't it? Highest teams totals. Royal in 2006 made a mammoth 430 as well, and 348 for 9 now. Play extended due to this final wicket, so another half an hour extended. Lunch will be at 12:30 as the game progresses. St. Thomas's initially at the start, when they were put in the bat, would have been looking at 350. Certainly, that's where they've got now. They've taken a long time, though, especially this morning session. And Royal, on the other hand, will be disappointed, Meekan, that they just could not get this final wicket, isn't it?
Yes, Ricky. But talking of that total runs marks, that 400 odd run that Royal College got, they won that game, Ricky. That is about it. It's not just about scoring huge, but still it's about winning it. So I think that's what the difference about this innings and that 400 plus innings.
You never know, Meekan. Royal can be bundled out for 150.
I like that.
Never know.
I like that.
Scoreboard pressure can come into this game now.
Well, that is exactly what they are looking at. Scoreboard pressure, scoring about 260 or 360 or above that to put scoreboard pressure into play. But
yes, I agree with you. I think the Thomians have been slightly slow, especially this last wicket partnership. You cannot expect a lot from Caniston anyway, because his number 11, but Iriagama has progressed to 36. But what is good about is somehow or another Iriagama has managed to get this lead along with Caniston, and Caniston has showed some solid defense, and they've dragged it on.
Yes, they have dragged it on, but right now you bat till lunch and get 360, or go after it and get 380.
Yes, I would have preferred to get much as possible on the board. Probably once they get to this 350 mark, maybe Iriagama might throw his better round. You never know. Maybe they thought we'll get to 350 first. We'll come back to that. 125 overs complete at 349 for 9.
Gentlemen, start your engines. Oh, yeah. Get it! This is so cool. Look at that guy.
An exclusive on Dialogue Television.
So there you go, Lavinia on 36. Can he get a half century? Player captain Snokia has done the hard work. He's guided Caniston. He's blocked out. Caniston has blocked out one end. Iriagama has managed to get the odd boundary, rotated the strike. Dasis Manchanayaka continues. Punched off the back foot into the offside. Unable to get it away. On the other hand, looking at it in a different perspective as well, talking about the Royal bowlers, I mean, they'll be disappointed as well. They have been unable to get the number 11 out. They had the opportunity once they picked up that 9th wicket to bowl out the Tomians.
Well, look at that body language. They're barely moving in their fielding positions, let alone cheering, talking. They're barely moving. So I think that is where I think they're lacking something, Ricky.
This pair has faced 111 deliveries, and out of that Caniston has faced 44. So you had the opportunity of 44 deliveries to get the number 11 out, and Royal have not been able to do that.
Yeah, that's all about the body language. The captain has already fallen back. Well, he's got no support behind.
They'll pick up another single. And initially in this partnership, we saw Lavinia Iriagama trying to keep the strike as much as possible and Caniston away. But now he's got more confidence in Caniston. Now, if you take a look at this over, in the second delivery, he's picked a single. So Royal have the opportunity of 4 deliveries at Caniston. That's 350 for the loss of 9 wickets. That's what the St. Thomas's were looking at. Batting first in this 141st Battle of the Blues. They have achieved that after batting for 125 overs, and they'll be happy with what they have done to get to that score. So well bowled once again.
So Ricky, coming back to that point about these pair batting and why Royal could not get that wicket, is that see how many fielders are crowding in the number 11? No one.
There's no pressure, and short and wide. If you bowl there, he's going to hit that all day, and he's just smacked that into the sweeper cover boundary for 4 runs. Even the number 11, that is easy pickings. No cover on the boundary, 2 fielders in the circle. Manchanayaka, part-time bowler. He's done well so far in this game. He's bowled well, but this was a dolly. And even Caniston, his eyes lit up. This is his first boundary. He's done well, young Caniston Gunaratnam. Oh, I'm surprised he didn't hammer that as well. He's left it alone. 126 completed. 354 for 9.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் உங்களின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/ThePapare.
So there you go, the SSC.
So speaking of the situation that they are in, Ricky, Well, that's the skipper himself has brought himself in. Still just 1 wicket for him, Tevidu Senaratne.
Bowled 13.4 overs. Bowled a lot of overs here. He has no option now but to bring himself on, try to get a breakthrough. Can he do it? Can the captain create some magic here? Because his fielders are tiring out, his bowlers are tiring out. They need to get into the dressing room and get that lunch break and then come out and bat. Can he do something special?
This is when he's got to come up, Ricky. They have to up their game. They have to tell you, see, look, boys, we have only about 10 to 20 minutes to go. Let's fight these minutes and just take the wicket and go into the lunch soon.
I think we have a change in the wicket keep as well. Kamil Mishra is now behind the stumps. Megan Madara Singh has gone off. He hasn't had the best of times since yesterday. A couple of dropped chances. Today a simple one. He hasn't moved around, but it seems to that he was not really 100%. And Kamil Mishra, the more recognized wicketkeeper, has taken the gloves.
I think that's more of a strategic move to take him in and give him a break that he has to bat. And he has to bat long. We all know about his fitness level.
Neatly played away by Iriagama. He'll pick up a single. Will he come back for 2? Yes, he will. Oh, blunder in the field. Mixed up between the two fielders, and that's a cost him 4 runs. Iriagama won't mind it. He won't mind it. He's moved into the 40s now with that boundary. Well, what happened there? Both fielders, one diving, one backing up. Neither of them. Manchan Naika dive in, he could not get it, and he was in the way of the other fielder. That
So
was
no calling.
The boundary. Yes,
No calling there.
Total mix-up, 34 boundaries, 2 sixers in this innings so far. There's been a lot of singles. 48 runs from 119 deliveries.
Siriki Royal came into this game as a better bowling side, with 2 of their bowlers over 50 wickets. Is that another boundary running there? Well, it is.
Well, fantastic. This is good for the Thomians. This won't help the Royal cause. Iriagama has got consecutive boundaries with outside that off stump, and he's middled it really well.
I think now Thomians are on top, and Iriagama playing the best innings of his innings of the season so far. What I've seen from Iriagama.
Yes, he's not had the best of seasons, not been the most consistent, but this innings will really help. And when the Thomians come out to bat, come out to bowl Megan, he's going to carry that confidence in, because he was sort of we know he had the talent, he had the ability, maybe his confidence levels were low, and now with this innings he will carry that confidence because he has to do a lot of bowling as well, and it will help his captaincy as well. And overall it's good for the Thomian cause. 52 of 121 deliveries, Trevin Iriagama and Kanistan Gunaratnam, and it has really propelled the Thomian score.
What a partnership. What a partnership at number 11 and 10 now.
That will be called a wide. 2 wide outside that off stump.
The Royalists out of clues. See, they came into the game with 2 bowlers above 50 wickets, and they didn't check in. Prashant Kallar is still struggling to get a wicket, and just 1 wicket for this left-hander, the left armour.
Yes, Krishan Balasuriya. Just on the back foot, he keeps the strike. Excellent batting by Trevin Iriagama. Got 2 boundaries. Picks a single off the last ball. 127 overs completed. 364 for 9. This is this final wicket partnership. Iriagama and Kanistan. Iriagama doing most of the damage, hitting some boundaries. Kanistan, whenever it was there, he's put it away as well. Iriagama has shown some good temperament. He's really batted well. Played a macho innings here for St. Thomas's when it has required. You could see he scored 46. A contribution of 46 out of those 54 runs. And and it has been a brilliant batting between these two for this final wicket. Royal struggling to pick up that final wicket and go out there into the dressing room.
So they've brought in their strike bowler, Kamido Patiratna. He's been the star today for them, Royal College. 2 wickets, just the 2 wickets, but I think his bowling had more character to it than that.
Well, I will give him at least 4 to 5 wickets in his name. There was a couple of drop catches off his bowling, and you always have the tendency when you pick up one, you can pick up 2. So if some of those drop catches were taken, I think the game would have probably changed around. And there straight away you could see him running in hard, attacking the batsman, bowling the short delivery, coming round the wicket. He's by far been their best bowler, a good talent. Certainly you could see a good talent for the future for youth cricket, for Sri Lankan cricket here in Kamido Patiratna.
So straight away Patiratna brings a short leg in, and another man on gully. So the cover open, just the extra cover there, and deep point. One slip and a gully. I'd like another there.
Yes, that short leg is a backward short leg. He's going to test Iriagama with the short ball. He has a deep fine leg and a deep square leg on the boundary. 2 catches as well. There you go, the short delivery, and Iriagama has done well to put it. So he'll just pick a single, but he didn't back off. He went through with the shot. He did wide off that short leg fielder down to fine leg.
I think that's what Iriagama should be doing right now. Just go at it. 3 runs for his half century, like that milestone. But once he gets there, I think he has to go at it. 165, I think they could end at around 180. I mean 380, I'm sorry.
Yes, there have been a lot of critics, probably negative comments about Iriagama's performance this season as well. He was left out of the Royal Thomaian last year, but given the opportunity to be the captain, and hasn't had most consistent, has picked up 2-3 wickets at times, scored some runs, but this innings will silence a lot of people. He's proved a lot, mind you, as a player here, and as the captain in the most important occasion, he's proven a lot with this innings.
He's answered with the bat.
Remember these runs, 41 of these runs has come with the number 11. So that shows what he has done. I mean, how he's handled the pressure, how he's rotated the strike, and credit to Kanistan Gunaratnam for giving the captain that support.
So now they have almost denied the Royal victory, I should say, because 365 and into lunch on day 2, 1.5 days to go. So about setting, we are looking at around 450 or more runs from Royal if they are to try and win this game.
Yes, and they will have to get it quickly. Runs have to come really, really quickly. I think this was the plan by the Thomaians. They knew.
So I think they'll have to repeat 2006 and faster than that probably though.
Aerial view of the SSC Grounds in Colombo. Oh, played fine. That could run down to the boundary. Kanistan Gunaratnam has done well. He will move into double figures. Another short delivery. It was a good bouncer. He made the batsman play, but Kanistan managed to control it, keep it down, and he's got himself a valuable boundary here. The Thomaian flags are flying higher than the Royal ones at the moment. They are the happier side. Well played by Kanistan Gunaratnam.
All of a sudden, it looks like a situation where Thomaians can go on to win this game. Picking 20 wickets in 1.5 days is, I think, something whatever is possible. But scoring about 500 runs, is it?
Yes, we always knew the Thomaian Royal batting was strong. That was their asset as well. So the Thomaians needed a cushion to get much runs on the board as possible. Probably, like we said, 300 would have been the minimum. 350 was good, but now 369 for 9 at the end of that over.
fragrances.
New friendship maker. කවුරු තෙක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස. Maggi paparekotu.
From Nestle.
So there you go, the flags flying. The national flag, the Royal and Thomian flag. Blue, black and blue, blue, gold and blue. That is the setting of the SSC Grounds. The crowd, as usual, comes during the lunch break. It improves as the day progresses. A lot more players, people will come in. It's going to get noisier. It's going to get busier. Kishan Balasuriya back into the attack. 23 overs, 1 for 68. He's bowled much better today than he bowled yesterday. Yesterday was very poor, bowled a lot of loose deliveries, gave a lot of runs, but he's dragged it back today. Can he pick up a wicket? This may be the final over before the lunch break. Gama using his feet. He will love to get to that half century. Just 3 runs are needed before the lunch break as well. Oh, Trevin Iriagama is gone. I think he's Kamil Mishara, quick to whip off the bails. Iriagama was looking to drive through the offside, a bit of turn and bounce for Kishan Balasuriya. This is a similar fashion how he got his first wicket of Ravinder De Silva. And I think he's picked up his second as well. Yes, Iriagama walks back. The Royalist walk back. I think he's been given out on field. Megan stumped there. We'll take a look at that. Oh, brilliant work by Kamil Mishara. Well bowled by Kishan Balasuriya. Unfortunate for Trevin Iriagama, but that 47 runs means a lot to St. Thomas's, and I'm sure it will mean a lot to Trevin Iriagama as well. Well played to Trevin Iriagama and Kanistan Gunaratnam.
Yes, he'll regret it. Trevin Iriagama will regret it. He could have gone into that book, but unfortunate to the young man. But nevertheless, that 91 deliveries was a reply that he could give to many.
Yes, certainly. He knows he has a score to bowl at 369. St. Thomas's have a cushion, something for his bowlers to work with. Scoreboard pressure will come in for the Royalists when they come out to bat. How strong their batting is. Can they withhold that pressure? Can they stand strong? Well played to the final pair, Iriagama and Kanistan Gunaratnam, for holding out this innings. He richly deserved half century. He just missed there. But the final wicket partnership has certainly put Thomians in a strong position at the moment. 369 they have made today. We'll take a look at that. St. Thomas's batting card put into bat yesterday. Dilmin was out first for 23. Ravinder De Silva followed soon for 6, but Shalin Dimel and Ryan Fernando put up a superb partnership until Shalin Dimel fell for a well-made 85. Ryan Fernando, fantastic 70 as well. Kishan Munasingh out first ball. Kevin Bothejo, he hung it out there for 176 deliveries, was out today unfortunately for his debut half century in the big match. Umayanga Suarez yesterday out for 21. Manisha Rupa Singh was run out today. He was the first wicket to fall for 25. Rodrigo didn't stay last long. He was out for 5. Then that partnership between Iriagama and Kanistan, and Iriagama finally falling for 47 and Kanistan unbeaten on 10. 23 extras there in that 128 overs, 369.
So that's about the bowling. Coming to Patiratna, he should have started better, but the numbers don't reflect what he did today. And Kishan Balasuriya, 2 wickets. I think Prashant Kallar was a disappointment, and in fact wicket each for Kamil, Dasis, Tevindu, and of course Lairu Madhushankar. The fall of wickets 49, 56, 156. There was a strike, and again 208, 244, 299, and that partnership then after 310 to 369. I think it was brilliant.
We'll take a look at what happened today. And day 2, session 1, we came in with Manisha Rupa Singh and Bothejo. They got the runs, they got going. They were set batsmen, played some good strokes. That was Bothejo going through into his half century, his maiden half century in the Royal Thomian. Well played to the young man. And then this run out, he had to dive in. Ahan Wickramasinghe was brilliant, direct it. And Rupa Singh had to depart for 25, given out by the third umpire Hemanta Botejo. And that was disappointing at that time for the Thomians. Rodrigo didn't last long. He got an outside edge, got a boundary, but the next one missed it completely or left it alone, misjudgment, and he was caught plumb in front. Then Iriagama came in. He played some good shots to start proceedings off, and he was batting with Botejo. Then this mix-up between the two players, yes no call, and Botejo was unfortunately run out on the non-strikers end. In came in Caniston Gunaratnam, joined Iriagama, and Iriagama played some good shots, not afraid to come down the track, not afraid to attack the bowlers, and Caniston did some good support, gave him some very good support for that final wicket, a 59-run partnership, and anything loose was punished, and these two players really batted well to enable St. Thomas's to 369. Iriagama closed it upon a half century, unfortunately not able to get there. He was on 47 and looking good, and yes, the Royal tried everything, short deliveries, changed the field around, but they took a while to get them out, and Iriagama was the final one out, stumped for a superb 47, and that was good play by both the teams. Well, there you go, day 1, session 1 says shared.
It's a Thomas's victory at session 1. I think 2 sessions Thomians have gone, it's gone Thomians' way, and 2 sessions shared.
Yes, so there you go. That's the proceedings at the moment. St. Thomas's bowled out for 369 in their first innings. We will go into the lunch break and into our chat with Roshan Abesingha.
It's been a tough day, I must tell you, not just for playing but for also watching. It took a long time for Royal to dismiss St. Thomas's. They batted for 170 minutes this morning, 97 runs and 4 wickets. And I wonder where this game would go after lunch. But this is a quick look at the Thomian scorecard. 369 all out today. There was 54 for Botejo and 47 for the captain Tevin Iriagama. But it's about the time that the Thomian batsmen used in accumulating these runs. So 369 all out, 128 overs and 2 balls, which means they almost batted for 40 overs today. The Royal bowling, I thought, lacked imagination. Maybe Pathiratna was an exception, 2 for 85. He certainly bowled much better than what those figures suggest. 2 wickets to the left-arm spinner Gishan Balasuriya, but bowled in patches. And the rest of the bowlers, I can tell you, weren't really up to scratch. So this is the end result which St. Thomas was making. 369 all out at lunch on day 2. Right, so I got a Thomian, and we particularly brought in a former captain and a coach. Why we wanted a captain and a coach? Because we wanted to understand where Royal was going. Gamini Pereira, welcome. And we also have Danushka still. I'll start with you, Gamini. Your observations. Now, you're not captain, you're not coach. You're here as an independent observer. We want you to be honest.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm lost for words, really. Royal deserve what they got. The way they have played and applied and approached themselves to play this big one. I'm very disappointed. At the end of the day, Roshan, you can only play as well as your opponent lets you. But how you approach, when you play cricket, it's not going to work for you some days. But the way you approach, the way you apply yourself to play, I'm not sure whether people will come and watch the way the game is panned out today, because they didn't have a bad attack. They had a good attack. The way Pathiratna bowled yesterday, I thought they could have done much better yesterday. But having said that, obviously they had overnight to regroup themselves and think about how you can climb back into the game. So, well, they had better field positions, but I'll tell you what, they just going through the motions. And well, one box I can tick is that you can understand schoolboys fielding for 4 sessions in this weather, obviously, yeah, that can take something out. But the way they approach, the way they applied themselves, and waiting for St. Thomas's to make a mistake, well, it's not it's inexcusable really. And St. Thomas's, the way they have approached as well, 369, you will take it any day, but after 4 sessions. But they are themselves are waiting for Royal to make a mistake in the next day or so for them to win the match. I'm not sure whether anyone wants to win this match.
Yeah, correct. Before I get to Danushka, one thing that we did see about Royal on the field is there were a few captains out there. There weren't one distinct captain. We did see traffic being directed from different directions. But overall, do you think the Royal captain was in control and he kind of was up to, shall I say, scratch or up to the mark?
Not at all. I think Kevin Dusenaratne had absolutely no control of his team, and you could see obviously having a couple of under-19 players in your ranks, Kamil Nishara and Nahan Wickramasinghe, yes, you could go to them and get some advice and when things are not working for you. But like you said, there are a few guys directing traffic out there, maybe too many books spoilers, I don't know. But overall, the effort from the 11 players out there in the middle was not up to standard, and I'm really sorry to say that this is not the cricket that we came to watch.
Correct. I couldn't have agreed more. As a neutral, even, you know, I mean, I can understand your affiliations to the schools, but as a neutral, I need to endorse what you say. Now, 369 all out, as Gamini said, St. Thomas's will be pleased. But tell me, Danushka, where are St. Thomas's going? Where were they going? 97 runs, 4 wickets, 170 minutes, almost 40 overs. What was the game plan?
Like I mentioned in the morning, Roshan, I said the Thomians, for me, would look at a score of between 325 to 350.
But you didn't mean this long?
This long. I never meant for them to bat the entire session. I was thinking maybe bat for an hour or just over that and put the Royalists in just before lunch, maybe for 45 minutes, get a couple of quick wickets. Then there's a chance for a result. But in the case of the Thomians, they might be going for a draw because they already have the shield. But in a spectator's point of view,
and in the spirit of the game,
yes, and there's nothing much to watch actually.
Absolutely, absolutely. It is surprising. It's a bit unlike a Royal Thomian, as one might call it. Anyway, we'll show you the wickets of St. Thomas's. But at the same breath, I must also tell you that Royal could have done better had those catches been taken. We're showing you all 10 wickets. Gamin, you'd like to talk through it?
Yeah, Patiratne was outstanding. Like you said, the wickets column doesn't support the effort that he has put in. When you actually look at it, there are not many wickets where the bowlers have got the batsmen out really. Because of the way these Royalists approach the game, they are waiting for the batsman to make a mistake, as you can see. So maybe because of shot selection, maybe because they got bored the way the field was set, and lack of positive approach from both sides. And well, like I said, that was one of the better ones because they got 2 wickets in within 2 minutes. At that time itself, they had an opportunity to come back into the game, maybe crowd the batsman and making the batsman to make a mistake. That was a good delivery, you know, cardinal mistake, missing the straightest ball that you can face. But on a wicket like this,
you think he was playing for some turn?
There is not much on offer for a bowler. You need to be smart and trying it out there and bowling in good areas, make the batsman play and looking to get a wicket that way. But the field settings were not sporting, and like that man, Patiratne was, I reckon any other day, any other match, he could have finished with 6 or 7 wickets. Forget about the catches that they dropped and the run out opportunities, but I reckon mostly because of the way they applied and approached themselves, they got to take the blame on that one.
Yeah, I couldn't have agreed more. This is a run out, and this happened this morning, and here completely lost it. Don't you think, Danushka?
Exactly, just left the straight ball. Maybe because he was not looking for shots, maybe a reason why he left the straight one.
That was unfortunate. That's so not the way to go.
2 runouts, both by Nahan Wickramasinghe. He stood out on the field for the Royalists.
Yeah, that's a good bit of fielding, but those are few points that Royal would be kind of happy about, pleased about, but overall the fielding has been appalling.
Oh, that's a better word. I think it's too good a word. As you could see, even today, the ball was 30 overs old. Patriotto is still getting some swing. Left hand Rodrigo is not a bad bat at all, and he just left it. One that came back in, it's a conventional swinging ball. So that's why I just can't understand. Even when the bowlers were swinging the ball, there was some conventional swing, and even the third seamer getting some lateral movement off the track. The way they approach themselves,
the fielding positions. That is what disappoints.
When you go with a negative mind, Roshan, you're bound to make mistakes. When you don't expect the ball to come to you.
Tell me, Gavin, I'll stop you here. Why do you have to approach this big match in a negative frame of mind? Because Royal has done reasonably well. They've got a good side in. I thought they would pounce on every opportunity.
Definitely. I thought when they won the toss, although a lot of people debate on about whether you could have batted first and put the scoreboard pressure on St. Thomas's having a better batting lineup on paper. But I actually don't blame them for fielding first. But then if you do so, so where is your backup? Where is your approach? Where is your application? That is a question.
Absolutely. Well, talking about the Thomian batting, and one of the, I would say, disappointing aspects from both sides was that last wicket partnership. I say disappointing from Royal, where they struggled to dismiss either number 10 or 11. From a Thomian point of view, I didn't think it had direction. Would you like to talk about it, Dhanushka?
Exactly. So, like I said before, I would have liked the Thomians to have been a bit more aggressive, get the 340 or something within 1.5 hours and put the Royalists in. But throughout the first session, they were blocking. And if you see the last wicket partnership, it's 54. But the amount of time, the amount of balls which they took is way too long for my liking.
Gami, I mean, just get out of the Royal situation and just try and put your Thomian hat on and just tell me, why do you think St. Thomas batted like that, the last wicket partnership? I actually couldn't have seen anything because they were defending, they were not going for runs. I would have thought, honestly, if I take a minute more, put some pressure, get Royal into bat for the last half hour before lunch. I didn't see that.
Definitely. I would have taken that 369 if you had attacked, and if they got there, yes. I would have crowded the batsman, asking them to go for it, and if they score boundaries cheaply, so be it. But your intent, lack of intent is what I can't
That's
understand.
Correct. The word is intent.
Well, like you said, because Royal allowed St. Thomas to play that way, they did 369, they could have taken any day. But on a good track like this, they are waiting for the Royal to make a mistake with the bat in hand. They are in the box seat, but well, like I said, lack of intent from both sides, well, a bit disappointing.
Yeah, we can show you some highlights of this last wicket partnership. I'm not sure whether we have too many highlights to show. It was good defense, but generally it wasn't played with any kind of aggression, a very different 10th wicket partnership. And the captain, Iriagama, was looking to try and score some runs. There were some gifts that was on offer, and eventually it turned out to be an easier opportunity for the pair. And they did make runs quite easily in the end, and 59 runs partnership in the context of the game and the Thomian innings, very vital. So, Kevin Iriagama getting out to 47 and Gujarathan remaining 10 not out as St. Thomas has made 369 all out. Right. So, looking ahead, Lavinia, tell me, as you own two hats, captain and coach. Take away the captain's hat. What would you, as coach, now advise Royal to do? Would you want Royal to go out and just, play normally, or look to be aggressive, or play safe?
I'll say you just approach it normally, like you bat, because at the end of the day, you have lost 4 sessions out of possible 9. So, 5 sessions to go. So, if Royal wants to, first of all, needs to be
safe.
Oh, I don't know. Safe is out of my vocabulary. I don't play safe. You play normally and you bat for 2 sessions, you're back in the game. End of the day, when you play longer format, you lose 2 sessions, only way you can come back into a game by winning the next one. So Royal have to win the next session from lunch to tea, because you're going to have a shorter day, obviously, because people had what? Just 10 minutes less than 3 hours in the first one. So St. Thomas's will be fresh. The way they approach the game, it tells you all, because they are on the back foot. They want to be safe. So you try to win this session. From there onwards, you try to win the next session. You're back even Steven. So then suddenly they'll be looking what to do, and then tomorrow 3 more sessions.
Anything could happen. Nanushka? Your final thoughts.
Exactly. So Royal has nothing to lose actually, and they need to try and get as much as closer to the Thomian total as possible, and they need to do it as quickly as possible if they are to get a result out of it. And from what I've heard, the Royal batting lineup is a very aggressive batting lineup, and they've got a few who can play the anchor role like Iswara Dissanayake. So one should occupy the crease, others should go for it and try to make a match of it.
Right, those are the thoughts of our experts. At lunch, St. Thomas's all out for 369. We're hoping that the next session, Royal would come out with all guns blazing, as Gamini said, try and win the next session and make this game a little bit more interesting, spice it up if they can. So that's the story. We're going to take a break ourselves. Don't go too far. The 141st Battle of the Blues will begin shortly after lunch.
ප්‍රමාණය මම හිතන්නේ බෙලගෙදර අශාන් බෙලගෙදර ක්‍රීඩා කරලා ජාක් කලිස් පළවෙනි බිඳුවට අවුට් කරා රංගන හේරත් දෙවෙනි ඉනිමේ ජාක් කලිස් බිඳුවට අවුට් කරා මාර්චාන් ළඟ කියන තාම අධිවේගී පන්දු යවන්න ක්‍රීඩා කරා ඉතින් සියලු දෙනාම එකතු වෙලා කණ්ඩායමකට සෙල්ලම් කරලා ඒ ලබාගත් ජයග්‍රහණය මම හිතන්නේ විශිෂ්ටතම ටෙස්ට් ජයග්‍රහණයක් මම හිතන්නේ ඊට වඩා එකක් උඩට යන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ 2014 ඇන්ජලෝ මැතිව්ස්ගේ නායකත්වයෙන් අපි එංගලන්තේ ලබාගත්තේ ලීඩ්ස් ඒ ලීඩ්ස් නුවර ඊට පස්සේ තරඟාවලිය ජයග්‍රහණය කරපු එක දකුණු අප්‍රිකාවේ එක තරඟයක් අපි ඊට පස්සේ තරඟාවලිය අසාර්ථක වෙලා අපි පෙරදුනා නමුත් ඒ දෙකම ඉතා විශිෂ්ට ජයග්‍රහණ අරක තරඟාවලියක් ජයග්‍රහණය කරපු හන්ද මම හිතන්නේ එංගලන්ත සංචාරය යම් කිසි අන්දමකින් පොඩ්ඩක් ඉස්සරහට
සමහර දේවල් අපේ ජීවිතයට රසවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා දෙයි. හිත මිතුරෙකුසේ ළඟ රැඳේ. දියුණුවේ කොටස්කරුවෙකු වෙයි. මහපාරෙත් සිත පිනයි. මහමුහුදෙත් තනි රකී. ලෙඩකදී දුකකදී ආදරයෙන් රැකබලා ගනී. ජීවිත කාලය පුරාම අපිත් එක්ක රැඳී සිටිමින් සැබෑ සෙනෙහස කිසිතා වෙනස් නොවන බව හැමෝටම කියා දෙයි. මංචි සුපර් ක්‍රීම් ක්‍රැකර් සුපර් කියන්නේ නිකන් නෙවෙයි.
ඔබ ටෙස්ට් වරම් ලැබීමෙන් වසරකට අනතුරුව ඔබගේ මංගල ටෙස්ට් ශතකය වාර්තා කරනවා පාකිස්තානු කණ්ඩායමත් එක්කම ඔබයි අර්ජුනයි එක්ක විශාල සම්බන්ධතාවයක් තියෙනවා හතරවෙනි කඩුවට ලකුණු 240ක වගේ. ඔව්. ඒ තරඟේ අපිට දකින්න ලැබෙනවා ඉම්රාන් කාන් සහ වසීම් අක්‍රම දෙපළම ක්‍රීඩා කරන ඒ තරඟේ ඔබ ක්‍රීඩකෙක් ඇටියට මුණ දුන්නු ඉතාමත් අසීරුම වේගපන්දු යවන්න කවුද?
ඇත්තටම අසීරුම එක්කෙනා වසීම් අක්‍රම ඕනම තන නිල්ල එක හොඳට දාන ෆාස්ට් බෝලර් කෙනෙක්. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් ෂාජවල ඒ දවස්වල ෂාජා විකට්ස් වල කිසිම දෙයක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ බෝලර් කෙනෙකුට. හැබැයි ඒ විකට් වලත් ඇවිල්ලා හයියනුත් දානවා, ස්විං කරනවා, තනකොළ තියලා තන නිල්ල දුන්නොත් ඒකෙත් දානවා. එයාගේ ඇක්ෂන් එක සමහරකට අඩි 10න් විතර හැරිලා එනවා. ඒව සමහරකට ඊට වඩා හයියෙන් දාන අඩි 10න් හැරිලා එන ඒවා. ඉතින් ඒ ඔක්කොම බැලුවාම එයා තමයි අමාරුම ෆාස්ට් බෝලර් මන් ජීවිතේටම ගහලා තියෙන්නේ.
එම තරගාවලියේ තමයි ඔබ මුලින්ම අංක 3 ස්ථානයට ප්‍රතිකරුවෙක් හැටියට පැමිණෙන්නේ. මේ අංක 3 ස්ථාවරත්වය ඔබ ලබා දුන් කණ්ඩායමට දීර්ඝ කාලයක් ඒ රඳා පවත්වා ගන්නට පුළුවන් වුණා ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට. ඒ අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩා කරනකොට මොන වගේ දේවල්ද පිටිකරුවෙක් හැටියට ඔබ කරන්න වෙන්නේ? මානසිකව මොන වගේද ඔබට ඇඩ ගැහෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ? මේ ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරමු.
ඇත්තටම මට අංක 3ට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න හම්බ වුණේ පාකිස්තානය ලංකාවට ඇවිල්ලා ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වල රොයි ඩයස් ඉන්ජර් වුණා. ඉන්ජර් වුණාම මට ඩුලිට් මෙන්ඩිස්ුයි ඒ දවස්වල හිටියේ මිස්ටර් අබූ ෆාඩුයි කතා කරලා කිව්වා නම්බර් 3 බැට් කරන්න කියලා. මම කිව්වා ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ කියලා. ඒකෙන් තමයි හම්බ වුණේ. ඊට පස්සේ මම මුල තරඟවල මං හිතන්නේ මම වැඩි චේන්ජ් කරා කියලා ගහන විදිහ. හැබැයි මට තේරුණා මට පුළුවන් තරම් ඉක්මනටම මාරු කරන්න වෙනවා කියලා. මොකද මම ඉස්සර බැට් කරේ නම්බර 5 6 අතරදී මම ගොඩක් ඇග්‍රෙසිව් ක්‍රීඩා කරා. ඉතින් මට ඒකෙන් පොඩ්ඩක් එළියට එන්න වුණා. මොකද දැන් තියෙන විදිහට නෙවෙයි ස්ට්‍රැටජිස් ගොඩක් වෙනස්. ඒ දවස්වල අපිට අපේ ප්ලෑන් එකේ තිබ්බේ මම නම්බර 3 ක්‍රීඩා කරොත් ඒ කියන්නේ ටෙස්ට් තරඟය යන දවසම බැට් කරන්න යන්න ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. ගහන ලකුණු ගන්න. එක් දින තරඟයක් වුණත් ඕවර් 50 බැට් කරන්න එහා පැත්තෙන් අනිත් බැට්ස්මන්ලා බලාගනී කියලා. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ මම පටන් ගන්න කාලේ ලකුණු 160ක් 70ක් ගහුවොත් මැච් එක දිනන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කාලේ තිබ්බ විදියට ප්ලෑන්ස් එක. දැන් 160ක් කියන්නේ ඕවර් 15න් විතර ඉවර කරන්න පුළුවන් මැච් එකක්. මං චේන්ජ් කරේ ගොඩක් කෙලින් ගහන්න පටන් ගත්තා. මං V1 කියන මේකේ තමයි මං ගොඩාක් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ගත්තේ. ඒකයි මං හිතන්නේ මගේ පේෂන්ස් උත් ගොඩක් ආවා එතනින්. මට වැඩියම මං බය වුණෙත් නෑ. අනිත් එක මම වැඩි අප්සෙට් වුණෙත් නෑ රන්ස් ආවේ නෑ කියලා. මොකද මම දැනගත්තා මට බැට් කරොත් ගොඩක් කියලා මට ලකුණු ගන්න පුළුවන් කියලා.
සමහර දේවල් අපේ ජීවිතයට රසවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා දෙයි. හිත මිතුරෙකුසේ ළඟ රැඳේ. දියුණුවේ කොටස්කරුවෙකු වෙයි. මහපාරෙත් සිත පිනයි. මහමුහුදෙත් තනි රකී. ලෙඩකදී දුකකදී ආදරයෙන් රැකබලා ගනී. ජීවිත කාලය පුරාම අපිත් එක්ක රැඳී සිටිමින් සැබෑ සෙනෙහස කිසිතා වෙනස් නොවන බව හැමෝටම කියා දෙයි. මංචි සුපර් ක්‍රීම් ක්‍රැකර්. සුපර් කියන්නේ නිකන් නෙවෙයි.
කොයි අවස්ථාවේදී ලෝක කුසලාට තරඟාවලියේදී ඔබට දැනුනේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට මේ ලෝක කුසලානේ ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට අවස්ථාවක් තියෙනවා කියලා?
ඇත්තෙන්ම අපි ක්වෝටර් ෆයිනල් එකට ආවම මම අර්ජුනටත් මම දවසක් රෑ කෑම කරන් ගමන් කිව්වා අපි මේ ක්වෝටර් ෆයිනල් එක තරගෙන් අපි ක්ලියර් වුණොත් මං හිතන්නේ අපිට මේක දිනන්න ලොකු අවස්ථාවක් තියෙනවා කියලා. ඒ ක්වෝටර් ෆයිනල් එක තමයි මට තිබුණ ප්‍රෙෂර්ම ගේම් එක ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් එක්ක. ඒක මම හිතුවා මේ හුඟක් වෙලාවට අපිට ඒ තරඟේ පන්න ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒ මුළු ගමනම ඉතාමත් සාර්ථක ලෙස යන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඉතින් එදා අපි වාසනාවට වගේ අපේ බැටිං ලාස්ට් මිනිට් අපේ බැටිං ලයින් අප් එක ස්ට්‍රෙන්ත් කරලා සනත්
ඉතාමත් හොඳට ක්‍රීඩා කරලා අපි එදා ජයග්‍රහණයක් ලබා ගත්තා.
සමහර දේවල් අපේ ජීවිතයට රසවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා දෙයි. හිතමිතුරෙකුසේ ළඟ රැඳේ. දියුණුවේ කොටස්කරුවෙකු වෙයි. මහපාරෙත් සිත පිනයි. මහමුහුදෙත් තනිරකී. ලෙඩකදී දුකකදී ආදරයෙන් රැකබලාගනී. ජීවිත කාලය පුරාම අපිත් එක්ක රැඳී සිටිමින් සැබෑ සෙනෙහස කිසිතා වෙනස් නොවන බව හැමෝටම කියා දෙයි. මංචි සුපර් ක්‍රීම් ක්‍රැකර්. සුපර් කියන්නේ නිකන් නෙවෙයි.
ඒවගේම අපි කතා කළොත් 1999 ලෝක කුසලාටෙන් පස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම දෙවෙනි වටේට සුදුසුකම් ලබන්නේ නැහැ. ඔබ අවුරුදු 3ක් වැනි කාලයක් කණ්ඩායම එළිය සිටිනවා. ඒ දෙයින් මම හිතන්නේ ඔබට ගොඩක් දේවල් අයිමි වුණා. සමහර කාලට ඔබට අවස්ථා තිබුණා ලෝකේ එක්දින තරඟවලදී ලකුණු 10,000ක් ලබාගත්තු පළවෙනි පිතිකරුවා වෙන්න. ඒ කාලය කොතරම් අමාරුද? කොහොමද ඔබ ඒ කාලේ ගත කළේ?
ඇත්තෙන්ම ඒකෙන් පස්සේ මම හිතන්නේ මේ සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලා ඩිසිෂන්ස් වගේක් ගත්තා. ඉතින් සමහර ඒවට මම හුඟක් දුරට අමනාප වෙලා හිටියේ. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන් කතා කරලා එකක් කියලා එකක් කරපු හන්දා ඒගොල්ලන් හරියටම මට කතා කරලා කිව්වා නම් මොකද්ද සිටුේෂන් එක කියලා ඒක මම පිළිගන්නවා. එනමුත් මං හිතන්නේ සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලා වශයෙන් එක දෙයක් කරන්න ඕනේ මේ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලට හුඟක් වෙලාවට අප් ෆ්‍රන්ට් වෙලා කියන්න ඕනේ හරියටම මොකද්ද සිටුේෂන් එක කියලා. ඒකයි මම හිතන විදිය සිලෙක්ටර් කෙනෙකුට ඒ විදිහට කරා නම් මගේ යමනාපය හුඟක් දුරට අඩුයි. නමුත් මම හිතාගත්ත ඒ වෙලාවේ මම කවදක්වත් මේ ඩ්‍රොප් කරපු හන්දා මම කවදක්වත් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ඒ ටර්ම්ස් වලට මම ක්‍රිකට් නවත්තන්නේ නැහැ. මම නවත්තන්නේ මගේ ටර්ම්ස් වලට තමයි. කවදා හරි මම කොහොම හරි කරලා ආයිත් පාරක් මැච් ටිකක් ගහලා මගේ ටර්ම්ස් වල තමයි මම නවත්තන්නේ කියලා මම අදිෂ්ඨානය කරගත්තා. ඉතින් මම මේ වෙලාවේ ටික දවසක් ට්‍රේන් කරලා ආයිත් පටන් ගන්න හදනකොට අන්තිම මොහොතේ ඒගොල්ලන් ඒ වෙලාවෙත් ඩ්‍රොප් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ මම ආයිත් තරඟ වගේක් ගහලා ඇවිල්ලා මම හිතාගත්තා ලංකාවේ ටෙස්ට් තරඟ මාලාවක් ගහලා තමයි මම මේ නවත්තන්නේ කියලා. ඒකට ඉස්සෙල්ලා මගේ හොඳ වෙලාවට මිස්ටර් මයිකල් තිසේර මට කතා කරලා දවසක් කිව්වා මීටිමකට එන්න කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ එයාව සිලෙක්ට් වුණාම ඒ කියන්නේ වර්ණ සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලා මාරු වෙලා එයාව පොයින්ට් වෙච්ච ගමන්ම මට එන්න කියලා කතා කරලා මට කිව්වා මේ අපිට World 2003 World Cup එකට ඔයාව අවශ්‍යයි. ඒකට මේ අපිට මොකද මම මේ වෙලාවේ ටෙස්ට් ක්‍රිකට් උත්ජගා හිටියේ අවශ්‍යයි. ඒක හන්දා මේ අපිට මේ සිම්බාබ්වේ වලට ටුවර් එකක් තියෙනවා. අපි ඒකට පික් කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා කියලා. ඉතින් මම ඒ වෙලාවෙම කිව්වා ඒ වෙලාව වෙනකොට මම කිලෝ 10ක් විතර ඇඟත් දාලා. ඉතින් මම ඒ වෙලාවේ එතුමාට කිව්වා මේ සිම්බාබ්වේ වගේ රටකට මං ගිහිල්ලා තේරුමක් නැහැ. මේ ඉන්න විදියට මට හරි විදියට ක්‍රීඩාව කරන්නත් බැරි වෙයි. ඉතින් ඒක හන්දා මට මාස එකමාරක් දීලා පාකිස්තාන් යනකොට ඊළඟට තිබුණේ පාකිස්තාන් ටුවර් එක. මම ඒ වෙලාව වෙනකොට අමාරු ටුවර් එක ගන්න මේකට යන් එක්කෙනෙක් යවන්න කියලා කිව්වම එතුමා මට කෙලින්ම කිව්වා හරි ඒකට අපි එකඟයි කියලා. එතකොට මේ මාසය ඇතුළත මම මගේ ට්‍රේනින් ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එක දෙගුණයක් තුන්ගුණයක් සමහර දවස්වලට කරලා කිලෝ 13ක් ඒ මාස ඇතුළත අඩු කරලා ඒ වෙලාවේ මම පාකිස්තාන් ටුවර් එක යන්න ඇස් වෙලා අපි පාකිස්තාන් ටුවර් එකට මම අර කිවරලා එංගලන්ත පාකිස්තාන් වලදී අපි මම ගියා පාකිස්තාන් වලට අර්ජුනත් එක්ක. ඒක ඊටමත් සාර්ථක ටුවර් එකක් වෙලා ඒ පළවෙනි තරගෙම ලකුණු 100ක් ලබා ගන්න ලැබුණා. ඒත් එක්කම අර්ජුනා මට අමතක වෙන්නේ අත කඩාගෙන විනිං රන් එක ගහනකම් අපි දෙන්න එකට බැට් කර කර හිටියේ. එතකොට අපි මැද ඉඳෙද්දිත් අපි දෙන්න හිටියේ කොහොම හරි මේකේ සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලටයි පරණ සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලටයි පාඩමක් උගන්වන්න ඕනේ. අපි දෙන්න කොහොම හරි ඉඳලා මේක මේ මැච් එක දිනකම් ඉන්න ඕනේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඒක ඉවර කරලා ඊට පස්සේ ආවම අපිට ටුවර් එකක් තිබුණා ලංකාවේ. මම කිව්වා එතකොට අනවුන්ස් කරා ටෙස්ට් ක්‍රිකට් නවත්තනවා කියලා. අන්තිම තරඟේ තමයි අන්තිම ටෙස්ට් තරඟේ තමයි ලකුණු 200ක් ලබාගෙන මම රිටයර් වුණේ. ඊට පස්සේ වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක 2003 සවුත් ඇෆ්‍රිකා වල ගහලා මම අනවුන්ස් කරා ඒකෙන් පස්සේ මම නවත්තනවා කියලා.
සමහර දේවල් අපේ ජීවිතයට රසවත් ආරම්භයක් ලබා දෙයි. හිත මිතුරෙකුසේ ළඟ රැඳේ. දියුණුවේ කොටස්කරුවෙකු වෙයි. මහපාරෙත් සිත පිනයි. මහමුහුදෙත් තනි රකී. ලෙඩකදී දුකකදී ආදරයෙන් රැකබලා ගනී. ජීවිත කාලය පුරාම අපිත් එක්ක රැඳී සිටිමින් සැබෑ සෙනෙහස කිසිතා වෙනස් නොවන බව හැමෝටම කියා දෙයි. මංචි සුපර් ක්‍රීම් ක්‍රැකර්. සුපර් කියන්නේ නිකන් නෙවෙයි.
Welcome back to SSC. This is the second session on the second day, the 141st Battle of the Blues between Royal College and St. Thomas's College. The news from the ground is that St. Thomas's were all out just before the allotted time at 12:30 and 369. That was their score. Some of the wickets, that was yesterday. Jelmin Ratnayak was LBW of Patiratna, who was the star of the Royal innings. And Gishan Balasubramanian picked up a wicket of his first delivery. This was Sunny Jumail, well on his way to 100 up until he topped pitch one. The very next over, Kamil Vishara picked up a wicket. Royal were Well, had an opportunity then, 56 for 4. And after a long partnership, Manchanaga picked up a wicket. This was one of the run-outs. There were 2 in the innings. Brilliant piece of fielding by Vikramasinghe. By far the best fielder in the Royal side. Pathiratna was still swinging the ball this morning. Rodrigo misjudged one. And this was the second run out. Misfield. Both batsmen ending up in the same side, and Boteju, after completing a half century, was run out. And that was the last wicket of Temindu Wiriyagama. He was 3 runs short of a half century. Long partnership for the 10th wicket, and Royal openers are in the middle. Estelle Vasudevan joins me. Estelle, after a long 4 sessions of cricket, we've got the Royal openers back in the middle.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for the pair out there. Like you mentioned, they've spent a long period of time in the field. The sun is beating down. Also, probably a little bit frustrating with the way the St. Thomas's batsmen batted out there. So, no doubt the Royalists were raring to go with their batting innings as well.
Yeah, it will not be easy for Royal. They were there for good part of 4 sessions, more than 4 sessions to be honest, because after an extended first session this morning. And Kamil Mishara is at the non-strikers end. He had the gloves on at the end of that innings too. Kaushan. Sorry, Isivara. Kaushan Kulasuri, the left-hander. So 2 left-handers, and Yasiru Rodrigo, one of the stars for St. Thomas's this year. One of the finds, I should say. 16-year-old, tall, lanky, left-arm fast bowler. He also had been brought from the tennis court in Estelle, where Pathiratna started his bowling and got some swing. But this is what, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so it will not be easy.
Yeah, quite interested to see how Yasiru Rodrigo goes in this innings. One quite unique fact about him is that he in fact represented the Sri Lanka under-19s before playing for the St. Thomas's first 11. Starts off with one just on the leg side.
Yeah, as you saw, that previous delivery didn't swing because Yasiru Rodrigo's stock ball will swing away from the left-hander. Kaushan Kulasurya, we score 50 against St. Joseph's College. 13 matches, 20 innings, 256, 13.47 is average. He'll be looking to do much better than that if Royal wants to come back into this game as Rodrigo. Again, just drops it in front and gets off the mark. And not a lot of swing still.
Yeah, difficult to expect much to happen off the pitch at this time of the day. But Yasiru is quite a tall young lad, so should be able to extract what little bounce available on this pitch as well. There you go, Kamil Mishara's stats for this season. 7 matches so far, has featured heavily in the Sri Lanka under-19 setup. Strike rate of 65, but look at that average, 75.38. Definitely one of the keys for Royal College, isn't it?
Definitely. Estelle, he will be one of the key opponents on this Royal side. Oh, that's pretty straight too. I'll tell you what. First ball, Kamil Mishara looking to play across the line. See, some of the Royalists would have had their heart in their mouth, really. We saw from under 19, representing from St. Thomas's, the very first ball he faced off the spinner, trying to dance down the track, and Kamil Mishara was pretty lucky, I'll tell you what. It's closer than you think. Rodrigo, 9 matches, 38 wickets. Good economy rate too, 2.6. Comfortably forward was Mishara. Let's see whether we can have a look at that delivery again, Estelle. previous one, defending off the middle of the bat. But the one we want to have a look is the one that won before. Again, not a lot of swing from Yasir Rodriguez. Normally he does swing the ball away from the left-hander and brings it back to the right-hander. But like you mentioned, Estelle, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so the sun is beaming down and it's dead straight at the moment.
He does remind me of another former royalist fast bowler. You have any guesses as to who I'm talking about? Represented Sri Lanka a couple of years ago. Tall, left armer.
Beautifully driven. That's a class of Kamil Mishara. Didn't try to overhit that. Magnificent cover drive to start with. When he gets going, he's one of those most elegant batters to see. And he gets off the mark with a boundary. 5 for no loss after 1.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend, she is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine, you call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art, it's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
So it's going to be Kanistan Gunaratnam from Vidya Mavata. Both these bowlers are pretty tall, aren't they, Estelle? And right arm fast bowler. Straight away he decided to come around the wicket against the left-hander. 9 matches, 18 wickets, 3 for 41, his best figures, and he must be really, feeling pretty high in his confidence as well after putting up that partnership for the last wicket.
Yeah, definitely will be bringing in some confidence from what he showed with the bat. Good 59-run partnership, I believe, for the last wicket alongside his skipper.
Just the 2 slips and a leg slip as well. Inside edge. Just the 1. Yeah, obviously these teams must be doing their homework. They see these teams in action during the year as well. So right arm fast bowler coming round the wicket. Just say something to you, Estelle.
Yeah, I think what they're banking on is that Kamil Mishara gets across his stumps a little bit. Like we did see him wrapped on the pads in the previous over as well, getting across the stumps.
Kamil Mishara is well aware of the field that has been set for him. There is a leg slip, so he lets it go. It's not easy for the Royalies also, Estelle, like I mentioned before. They were in the field for 4 sessions. Nearly 130 overs. It's a long time for these schoolboys, and the weather is not helping either. It's quite hot and humid out there. Drops it in front and calls for a single. This is what the Royalists will have to do. Oh, there's an overthrow. So Mishara is back for the second. Royal will be looking to play their natural game as well and trying to win this session and then win the next one from tee to till close of play. Like I said, the pitch has not changed much, so pretty good conditions for batting.
Yeah, and they've started positively, haven't they? They've looked for the quick singles, they've looked to drop and run, and also not been afraid to play a few shots in these early phases of the game.
Oh, he'll need to be very careful with that shot. There is a leg slip in place.
Remember now the onus is on Royal College. If they want to push for a result, they will have to score quickly because they're chasing a total of 369. They'll have to score quickly and then hope they can build on a lead and maybe get the Thomians to bat again sometime tomorrow.
Driven towards mid-on. It is the fielding. Again, like I mentioned before, there's not a lot of swing. So it can't barrel straight at the moment. St. Thomas is going in with 3 fast bowlers. Tevin Irugam is the 3rd fast bowler. And after scoring 369, you would like a few more slippers, don't you? Just the 2 at the moment.
Yes, I think we saw a bit more of an attacking field from Royal last morning. St. Thomas's, of course, not having the advantage of bowling under cloud cover, so maybe going for the more defensive option. 2 overs done. Royal 8 for no loss.
අපවාදයයි මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් කියා ලිමන් ද ලෙමන් කියා මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් ද පැකලීමට ඉඩ ඇත. ලෙමන් ක්‍රීම් මැදිවුණු ලෙමන් ගතිගුණම තියෙන අලුත් වූ මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් රහ කර කර කන්න. මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ්.
Wait for Knowles at the moment. Kaushan Kulasurya. Are in the middle order at the start of the year and is promoted to open the batting. Kamil Bishar opened the batting for the Sri Lankan under 19, so he has retained that spot. Again, hit him in line, but height would have been a concern.
Yeah, on that occasion, I think ball just going over the stumps. Yasiru obviously producing a little more bounce than the other bowlers we've seen so far in this game.
Yeah, anything above that knee roll on a good track like SSC, umpires will be thinking twice before they make a decision in favour of the bowler, really. It's hard work for the bowlers. Testing conditions. And Justin Rodrigo will be one man that St. Thomas will be relying on. Gee, we have used to seeing left-arm fast bowlers in the last few years for St. Thomas's. Kalana Pereira in the last 3 or 4 years, destroying the Royalists. Justin Rodrigo doesn't have that much of speed like Kalana Pereira, but does have the ability to swing it.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say, doesn't have the speed that Kalana Pereira showed us last year, but he has the ability to extract that extra bit of bounce. So that will be to his advantage. Wide called, I think that bouncer just went over his head.
Yeah, you are dead right about the bounce. That was way over his head. Sometimes when these schoolboys come to play on these good tracks, Estelle, SSC, the Oval, they think that they are still playing on those tracks that they played during the year. So very often they get their bouncer wrong. Pitched up.
Like the fact that he has tried to mix it up a little bit in this early period of time, especially to Kaushan. When Kamil Mishara was on strike, he tried to keep the ball full as possible. I believe that option of trying to get him to play across the line and trap him LBW, that's St. Thomas's ploy.
St. Thomas have started with a conventional field, 2 slips a gully point, extra cover mid-off on the offside. This time on the back foot, Kulasurya gets a run. Point is pretty deep and he's back foot point really, so that was played in front of the crease. Kaushan will be looking to play a role like that, trying to rotate the strike. Kamil Mishara will trust his skills in playing shots as well. Pretty aggressive player, Mishara. There's plenty of shots from on both sides of the track.
Yeah, that will be the danger for St. Thomas's College, I think. They need Kamil Mishara out early on. If he gets to settle it on this pitch, you can be assured that he's going to get some big runs.
And he does like the ball to come on, Kamil Mishara. I've seen him playing that under 19 level, even the provincial level. He's a beautiful timer of the cricket ball. Many left-handers are pretty elegant when they get set, not being biased with left-handers still, but they do look better than the right-handers. But Mishara is one of those ones. He's a pretty elegant stroke maker.
And what I like about him is he's got shots all over the wicket. He can play the full balls, he can play the drives, but also on the short ball, he's good with his hook shots. So a 360 player, you could say.
Left it alone. 11 for no loss. This is the 140th Battle of the Blues last year, which St. Thomas has won by 7 wickets. Kamil Mishara got a start in the first innings. That name, Kalana Pereira, 6 for and 3 for in the second innings as well. Surya Bandara played a lone hand in the second innings. Shalin Jimel, 67 for St. Thomas's, chasing that 124 to win in the second.
It's a special performance from Kalana Pereira, wasn't it? Not only with the ball, he played a critical knock, made 62 or 59 in the first innings for St. Thomas's, I think, when they were looking at being all out for around 200 runs.
Yeah, definitely. 150, I think 9 for 8 at one point, St. Thomas's. There was nothing in it, but Pereira made a contribution with the bat and then ran through the Royal side. So 11 for no loss. Mishara has got 7 of them. We still haven't seen a bouncer at Mishara. Taking a couple of steps forward, looking to meet the ball early.
Yeah, nice bit of aggressive cricket from the Thomians. They need to get under Royal skin, I think. They need to push things here to pick up a couple of wickets with the new ball.
Harrison says, stay there, mate. This ball will be interesting. Maybe the short one, Esther. Oh, there it is. Just falling short of that leg slip. St. Thomas's fielding was brilliant last year. Charlene Demel was magnificent in the slip cordon. And when ThePapare.com covered the St. Thomas's Anand match, there's that last one. Not a bad effort from that fielder there. Not very easy when the ball's falling in front of you as a slip fielder. It's the most difficult thing is to dive forward.
Yeah, they'll not want to repeat what Royal did in that first innings. I believe 6 opportunities going a begging, 5 catches, 2 this morning. So St. Thomas's will not want to let the Royalists off the hook. And quite interesting field placing for Kamil Mishara with that leg slip in, and he plays a shot right there, just doesn't get it to hand.
Yeah, Kaushan also has to face the same field, leg slip in place. Keniston operating from round the wicket. Just shows how good this wicket is. Even the defensive shots coming off the middle of the bat. End of the 4th over, Royal College, none for 12. One more delivery. Pitched up. Surya. Still on 3. Mishara is on 8. Royal 12 for no loss.
New, long-lasting fragrances. The Cricket Shop, one-stop shop, one of its kind. Stockist for all exclusive brands. Main distributor for authentic MA Sri Lanka cricket replica products. You name it, we have it. The Cricket Shop, number 5, St. Anthony's Bawatha, Colombo 3.
Good afternoon. Royals reply 12 for none at the moment after St. Thomas's made a laboured innings towards the end of 369. So it's interesting to see how Royal approach this. They've got a very strong batting line. Kamil Mishar is out there in the centre. He's been supported by Kaushan. They got Madara Singh to follow. We've got Ahan Vikramasinghe. Kavindu Pathiratna can bat. The captain can be useful. So it's going to be interesting to see how they would want to get about. But let's see how the Thomians would want to set about this. And let's ask that from Danushka. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kosala. So I believe the Thomian opening bowlers have started off well and have made the two Royal batsmen play at almost every delivery. The next ball is way down the leg side by Yasiru Rodrigo. And also this Kamil Mishara is a very aggressive batsman. So got to be careful not to let him lose very early.
Yeah, Kamil Mishara coming into the side after a tour of the World Cup with the stint with the under-19 Sri Lankan side. But the fact is, he's not played much of his much in the 2019-2020 season. So he will also find out how it is going to be to blend with the other batsmen, because the understanding how. But he's an experienced guy, and he will definitely know what he needs to be doing. Well, they'll pick up another single. And on the other hand, Yasiru, there's a lot of expectations on him, isn't it?
Exactly, Kosala. So Yasiru will be spearheading the Thomian attack, and he has a couple of good performances under his belt this season. He has got 6 wickets in one match, 7 wickets in another. So he's performed well this season, and but I'm yet to see him move the ball. It's a bit just going on straight, so I would like to see some movement as well.
Definitely with the new ball. Young lad, has about 2 more years to go.
Exactly, very young lad, and fresher this year. A lot to look forward to.
Again, you can see a similar stroke this time from Kaushan to pick up a single. And on the other hand, look at it, what I've seen, the Thomians have this neck of producing left-arm bowlers, isn't it? We had ThePapare yesterday. I can remember they had a bowler in the name of Lashan Igalaheva way back in the 90s who was really to torment a lot of batsmen, especially playing at Mount with the breeze coming around. He was so hard to get away with.
Exactly, and if you take the recent times, there were Tarindu Fernando, who did very well at the big match. Kalana Pereira, no one has to talk more about him. He has got 5 wickets in the last 3 big matches, and Yasiru Rodrigo is following him close by.
Good delivery. Interesting field for Yasiru. You see, they got a slip, or then they got a third slip, and more or less a second gully or 2 gullies. So I just can't understand. So whether Yasiru is going to really move it such a lot across. But as you said, we haven't seen anything happen. There you go, that's Hemant Boteju, who is the third umpire doing duties up there, alongside the match referee. This is good up and down stuff from Yasuru. He's trying to settle into a length, settle into a line, which is good, and then maybe he would want to work on that after that.
Exactly. From what I have seen of Yasuru Rodrigo, I have seen him move the ball away from the left-hander. But today, I have not seen even a single ball move away. In fact, it has pitched and moved inside to the left-hander. He has got a couple of two close calls for LBW. But let's watch and see. I'm looking forward to see him swinging it away from the batsman.
Short and Kamil Mishara is equal to the task. It's the end of the over. It's 14 for none.
New friendship maker. Kauru tek when a hit gang when rasa. Maggie Paparekotu.
From Nestle.
New, long-lasting fragrances. New gold deodorants with long-lasting fragrances.
Now, Caniston, of course, has played a few games up and down, but what do you feel of him compared to this opening bowling partnership? Do you think that he is the ideal foil to support Yasuru?
Yes, exactly. From what we have seen so far, he has played a good supporting role, and he has not leaked away easy runs from the other end, whereas if you take the Royal bowling, there was no one to support Kavindu Patiratna from the other end, whereas Caniston is doing a much better job, in my opinion.
True that. I've been quite impressed with the Thomian bowlers' line and length at the moment, because you see, the bowling at a decent, they're not trying to go express pace, they're just putting it in the right areas, looking for that rhythm that we were talking. The moment you find the rhythm, then you start working on it.
Exactly, Kosal, and if you look closely, for Kamil Mishara, they definitely have some plan in mind. If you see, they have a leg slip, and Caniston is targeting Kamil Mishara and not giving him any room on the offside, because we know that Kamil is very strong on the offside, so he's trying to keep it very close to his body. And, the leg slip, they have taken it off, so a change of plans here. And he's coming over the wicket, right arm over the wicket.
So the intent would be to go across the body of Kaushan. Well, I like that battle. Ask the batsman to go for the drive. But at the moment, I don't see... oh, this is poor. This is poor from the Thomians. Just to leak a run to Kaushan. Iriagama a bit off.
Yes, that was the Thomian captain, Devin Iriagama. I think there was no need for him to throw it back to the keeper. They've already given away a couple of easy runs to the Royalists. And if you take Royal, were also quite sloppy with their fielding. Thomian should do better.
5 catches dropped.
You cannot afford 5 dropped chances in a big game like this, because this SSC wicket, once a batsman gets in, it's very hard to get him out.
As you can see, Caniston putting it in the right areas, just asking Mishara to try and make a mistake.
Kosala, if you see, there's not much of assistance from the pitch at this time for both the bowlers. There's very less movement. But I was very impressed with Kavindu Patiratna. Even today morning, the ball was maybe 30-40 overs old. He was still getting it to move.
Very neatly driven, but a good bit of fielding on the follow through. On the other hand, yes, Kavindu Pathiratna, I think, had something a little bit extra from what we're seeing from these two bowlers. And also maybe there might have been a slight breeze that helped Kavindu Pathiratna. At the moment, we're not seeing any breeze going on, because if you see the flags around, they're just at a still position. There's no movement of flags and stuff like that. So I think that's also not helping the Thomian fast bowlers.
Exactly, and you say SSC, the best session to bat is the second session after lunch. So these two Royal batsmen should take maximum use of it.
This is the confidence that Kamil Mishra is showing. He's taking 2 or 3 steps down the track to Caniston and working it away. So it shows that how confident he is at the moment.
Exactly, and Caniston is not bowling that quick. So Kamil Mishra likes the ball coming onto his bat, but he's not getting that pace from Caniston. So he's trying to move take a few steps towards the bowler and get it on half volley and push it through.
Yeah, that's the plan, no doubt. Now there's a leg slip in place for Kaushan. Oh, that's neatly driven, but not with much power. Another dot ball, decent over from Caniston. It's 15 for none.
සුබා ආරංචියක් තියෙනවා. අලුත් ගෙදර පදිංචියට නැකත හරි.
අපේ ගෙදර හැදුවෙත් මේ බිල්ඩිම හදපු අර සිමෙන්ති ජාතියෙන්ම නේද?
මේ බිල්ඩිම හැදුවේ අපේ ගෙදර හදපු සිමෙන්ති ජාතිය.
මේ සිමෙන්ති ජාතිය දාලා හදපු ගෙදරට ළඟදිම අලුත් සමාජිකයෙකුත් එනවා.
අහස සිමින ගොඩනැගිල්ලේ තාක්ෂණය ඔබේ කැදැල්ලටත් නිපොන් සිමෙන්ති සදාකාලික බැඳීමක්.
Danushka, any thoughts or any comments on how the Thomians approached today's morning session?
Well, Kosala, to tell you the truth, I was expecting the Thomians to be a bit more aggressive in the morning. I was expecting them to get, say, 325, 350, bat for about an hour and a half and put the Royalists in maybe half an hour before lunch. That did not happen, clearly showing that they are playing for a draw because they already have the shield with them, maybe.
So you mean to say they want to keep the shield in monk for another year? Okay, change in the bowling. It's going to be the captain, Tevin Iriagama, who is going to come on from the commentator's box. You know, you can call it the tennis court end, as they call it here at the SSC.
Yes, the Thomian captain, Tevin Iriagama, bowling a bit of right arm medium, brought himself into the attack.
Starts off very nippy type of a bowler, isn't he, Danushka? Like he runs in very quickly and then tries to zip it through.
Exactly, and he's known to get a breakthrough for the Thomian. If you can see, he has played 16 matches and it's got 26 wickets, so he has been among the wickets and with an average of 22, which is not so bad.
Yes, definitely best of 5 for 19 against Moratu Vidyalaya. Not the stockily built fast bowler's build that you would see from, you would expect for a fast bowler. But I like it. He's got broad shoulders. He's he works on his shoulders a lot.
Exactly, and he's also trying to move it across the left-hander's body, because if you see the field set, they have 2 slips and a gully and sort of a flying third man.
Well, I'm sure that he's going to try and bring back one delivery in at Kamil Mishra.
So the first 3 deliveries have all been across the left-hander's body. So let's see if we can bring one in. And also, of course, the last 3 balls did not bounce so much. And I feel this wicket-keeper and the slips are too far behind.
Very true. Kevin Boteju behind the stumps. He needs to make an adjustment and then the slips will automatically adjust. Irigama intent is good, but he needs to get a little bit more closer to the stumps. He's got to make Kamil Mishara play.
Yes, and also this might be a plan of the Thomians as well, trying to keep Kamil Mishara quiet because he's known to be aggressive. So maybe the Thomians want to maintain that line and ask Kamil to go after it if he wants to.
Yeah, that can be a ploy.
Tevin Niriyagama, all 5 balls have been almost on the same spot, and Kamil Mishara has left all 5 deliveries. Let's see how long he can keep leaving the ball for, because I think from here Royal have nothing to lose. If they have to make a result of it, they have to go aggressive.
Yeah, they definitely have to be aggressive. There you go. There's your answer. A little bit wider, a little bit width offered by Irigama, and Kamil Mishara has square driven that to the boundary for 4. 7 overs completed. It's 20 for none Royal.
New friendship maker. Kauru tek when a hit gang when rasa. Maggie Paparekotu.
From Nestle.
So this is how Kamil Mishara has fared this season. 158, 141, 108, 52, 4 to 6. That speaks a high volume of this young talented left-hander.
Very impressive, Kosal, and if you see, he has played only 7 matches and his average is an astonishing 75.38. Definitely a player to look out in the future, even in terms of the Sri Lankan national team.
Yes, he's got a long way to go. Wicket-keeper batsman. Now, change of ends for Yasiru Rodrigo. I wonder whether this is a plan because Yasiru wasn't really getting much purchase from the tennis court end. So he's gone to the Vidya Mawatha end now. And let's see whether he's got something to offer. I like the follow-through with Yasiru. Good high arm action, but he doesn't run in so quickly like Kalana Perra, isn't it? Like, say, he's not a very quick runner. He's a much slower approach. Depends more on his height, I suppose.
Exactly. Kalana was much quicker than Yasiru, and he depended on his pace, whereas Yasiru, I believe, depends more on swing and bounce, making maximum use of his height.
Good carry, there you go. We were talking about the height, and that was a good carry because Boteju collected it almost chest high.
That ball, I believe, moved slightly away from the left hand, so maybe the change of ends is working for Yasiru Rodrigo, but he has to start from maybe a bit towards the stumps and then take it away.
Yes, and change of ends might be working because if you really look around, you might see a slight breeze on the flags behind the back of Yasiru. I think that's what he's trying to exploit here. Again on a good line. But now Kaushan. Now, coming to the Royal batting, you said Royal, if Royal are to make a game out of it, they need to get very much closer to the Thomian total. So, how is the approach going to be? Like I said, they need to get their runs pretty quickly.
Yes, they need to get as much closer to the Thomian total as much quicker as possible, because if they bat for too long, there might be not enough time to get the Thomians out for the second time.
Again, a good carry to the wicket keeper.
Both Yasiru and Caniston have made the batsman play. I wonder if the Thomians bowled first. It might have been a different story with the movement that the Royal Kavindu was getting yesterday morning.
Yeah, definitely would have been a different game totally. Especially Yasiru would have been coming very handy because he's got a nice height. I like the way he approaches the stumps. Good follow through. Son's not the best delivery from yes. So Royal maybe 353, maybe a 50 run shy of St. Thomas might want to put pressure and give them to bat again if they are to make a result of it. But at the moment, from how things are going, if there needs to be a result, it's the Thormians who can really press the result, because they got 369 on the board. If they can get Royal out cheaper, then Royal under pressure.
Exactly, and they need to get the main Royal batsman out. That's Kamil Mishara and Ahan Wickramasinghe.
A maiden over from Yasiru Rodrigo. Royal are 20 for 8.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine. You call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art. It's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate. It's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
Change of ends for the two fast bowlers. We see Caniston been brought in from the tennis court end now. So it is like a filling over ball by Irigama.
Yes, let's see if the change of ends will work for the Thormians, and Kamil Mishara getting ready to take strike, and once again the Thormians having a leg slip for Kamil Mishara.
By Vimala Siri saying, get on with the game. There's a big chat at mid-off with the bowler. Again on that line, good bit of bowling from Caniston. He's not trying to do anything big here.
Exactly. I think the Thormians wouldn't mind what's going on at the moment, Kosala. So it's 8.1 overs and Royal is have scored only 20 runs. Or just over 2 runs per over. So Thormians would be happy with it.
Yes, definitely. And Shalin Dimel opened the bowling for St. Thomas's in last year's game.
Yes, Shalin Dimel opened the bowling for the Thormians last year, but I think he has had a knee injury, if I'm not mistaken. That's why if you see the stats, he has played only 7 games this season. So he might not bowl this year, Kosara.
Right, there you go. Yes, I heard that he only played 7 games because due to an injury that he sustained. The spin department will depend mainly on Dilmin Ratnayaka.
Yes, Dilmin has been the main wicket taker for the Thormians with almost 65 wickets this season.
Again, Kamil Mishara advancing with a few steps down the track.
Dilmin Ratnayaka is the only wrist spinner from both sides this year, Kosala. Quite interesting. And last year, if you remember, St. Thomas had 2 left armers, Shannon Fernando and Dylan Pires, who were very effective. So this year, they don't have Shannon, they don't have Dylan Pires and also Kalana Pereira. So big blow for the Thormian bowling attack.
All left armers.
Exactly. Yasiru Rodrigo, the only left armer this year.
So Dilmin Ratnayaka is the only spinner in the side, or do you have an off spinner or a leg spinner or not?
I believe Kishan Munasinghe bowls a bit of off spin, and I believe he did very well last year at the Mustangs trophy.
I think he was the hero with picking up 4 wickets.
Exactly. He is known to keeping it tight, not a big turner of the ball, but he can keep one end tied up. So I think Royalists have 9 left-handers. So we would definitely see Kishan Munasinghe into the attack soon.
There you go, Caniston being stopped by the umpire.
The Royal average first wicket partnership has been only 24.85 this season, Kosala. So they are nearing that score now.
But Kamil Mishara didn't play in most of the games. Well, interesting. Short pitch delivery. Kamal Mishara ducks under that one. So you mean to say 9 left-handers in the Royal innings batting?
That's what I've heard, and the only 2 right-handers, if I'm not mistaken, is Ahan Wickramasinghe and Tevindu Senaratne, the captain.
Oh, that's interesting. But then has St. Thomas's done their homework properly there? You said they don't have a front-line off-spinner with 9 left-hand batsmen inside.
Yes, that might be a problem for the Thomians because they only have a front-line leg spinner. So it will be easier for the left-handers to play the leg spinner.
Neatly driven, but very well fielded by Dilmin Ratnayaka there at extra cover. Still 20 on the board, and that is a back-to-back maiden over for the Thomians. Royal 20 for none.
Lemon?
අවවාදයයි මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් කියා ලෙමන් ලෙමන් කියා මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් ද පැටලීමට ඉඩ ඇත. ලෙමන් ක්‍රීම් මැදිවුණු ලෙමන් ගතිගුණම තියෙන අලුත් වූ මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් රහ කර කර කන්න. මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ්.
And are we seeing spin coming in? Yeah, it's going to be Kishan Munasinghe.
Yes, as we spoke last over, Kishan Munasinghe, the right arm off spinner, is brought into the attack from the Vidya Mavath end. I think Umayanga Suarez also bowls a bit of right arm off spin as well as Manisha Rupasinghe, but none of them are mainline off spinners, which might be a bit of an issue for the Thomians.
So Kishan Munasinghe getting protection on the offside. Now you can see the only 2 men, there's only 1 man down at deep square leg on the boundary. Now we can get a sweeper cover going down. So Kishan Munasinghe will start his first over.
It's good flight there. A bit more outside the off stump, and that was left alone by Kaushan. So let's see if Kishan can get some turn here.
Picked up only 8 wickets this season. Well, that's nothing much to talk about as a frontline spinner.
Yes, I don't think Kishan has bowled much this season. He has played 17 matches and he has bowled only 57 overs.
There is protection down in the deep, but that is a very loose delivery.
So I think Kishan Munasinghe has not been used so much by the Thomians throughout the season. Their main go-to bowler has been Dilmin Ratnayaka, the leg spinner.
So Thomians will be looking for a very early breakthrough, but at the moment there's no terrors, there's no threat being offered to the batsman.
Take the Thomian bowling this season, Kosala, there's been only 4 main bowlers among the wickets: Dilmin, Tevin, Yasiru and Caniston.
Munasinghe tossing it up, but wide of the stumps. Kamil Mishara is equal to the task. He won't be foxed by that. Well, a dot ball will end the over. Royal 21 for none.
අපේ ගෙදර හැදුවෙත් මේ බිල්ඩිම හදපු අර සිමෙන්ති ජාතියෙන්ම නේද?
මේ සිමෙන්ති ජාතිය දාලා හදපු ගෙදරට ළඟදිම අලුත් සමාජිකයෙකුත් එනවා.
අහස සිමින ගොඩනැගිල්ලේ තාක්ෂණය ඔබේ කැදැල්ලටත් නිපොන් සිමෙන්ති සදාකාලික බැඳීමක්.
New friendship එක අලුත් පපරේ කොත්තුව කවුරුත් එක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස මැගි පපරේ කොත්තු
From Nestle.
just 1 over for captain Lavinia Iriyagama, and Caniston Gunaratnam has been brought back into the attack. Tiran Royal College have started off cautiously.
Absolutely. I think it's very important that Kaushan plays for the long haul and Kamil gets set, because as we all know, Kamil is a very free-flowing batsman. Whenever he will get the opportunity, he will score. So I think it's important that Kaushan also bats for long, try to rotate the strike as much as possible.
Yes, you're on point there. Oh, that's a boundary. Just a simple outside edge, and it went through that vacant third man region for a boundary. Kaushan Kulasurya and Kamil Mishara, they'll need to grow big on this partnership.
And also looking at the Thomian bowling, not a lot of pace on offer for the Royalists to work with. I think Caniston is dependent on his line and length, making sure that he bowls stump to stump, trying to make sure that it's a you miss I hit approach, to be honest. And I think Rodrigo bowled really well within himself, making sure that he bowls according to plan.
Kaushan is timing the ball really well, Tiran. Timing is very important, especially in this post-lunch session. Uphill task for Royal College now. If you are just joining in on this live coverage, this is the 141st Battle of the Blues, Day 2 here at SSC Grounds. St. Thomas's College, after being sent into bat, made 369 runs. In reply now, Royal 25 for no loss. They are still trailing by 344 runs. Almost half of the game is now already done, and half is left. Anything can happen in this special game of cricket.
Very well, cautiously played by Kulasurya, made sure that he's right behind the ball. Absolutely, more than half the game is already done, and I think it's a well-balanced game. St. Thomas's has put a lot of pressure on the Royalists, making sure that they get optimum leads at the wicket. Batting first, 369 is no small task for any team. I think any schools team, to be honest. So I think the Royalists will really have to bat long, bat deep, and try to do the best.
No ball from Caniston. Caniston and Yasiru playing together for the first time in this Royal Thomian history. We've seen a number of times where there's at least one senior fast bowler who will guide the junior one, but this time around it's only Lavinia Iriyagama who has prior experience of playing a Royal Thomian. Caniston and Yasiru playing their first big match. Throughout the season, Caniston have impressed me a lot. Playing the second fiddle, most of the time Yasiru Rodrigo wasn't available for St. Thomas's College.
Absolutely, and he's stick to his plan. He's bowled well, bowled within himself, and he's made sure that he doesn't leak runs. Plays singles, bowling beautifully here. I think Kulasurya is taking his time. That's a good thing for Royal. I think he needs to bat deep. He's the one that they'll be looking at. A shortish delivery, a sharp bouncer by Caniston. I have not seen him bowling short that regularly. I think he bowled one short delivery before this. It's good to see that Caniston has that element of the game as well.
Almost 130 overs have been completed in this game. Just 10 wickets have fallen. A lot more to go in this 141st Battle of the Blues. That completes the 11th over. Royal College 26 for no loss as the umpires call for drinks.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend, she is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine, you call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art, it's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello. New, long-lasting fragrances.
මොකද අංකල් අපි වෙලෙන්ම නාගන්නද?
වැඩි දියුණු ටෝකියෝ සුපර් ඕනවරකට සුපර්. New, long-lasting fragrances.
New friendship එක අලුත් පපර කොත්තුව කවුරුත් එක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස මැගි පපර කොත්තු.
From Nestle.
I want everything and more from my mobile. Unlimited talk time, text and endless data. When I travel, it's one simple plan for unlimited roaming, even on a flight. I also get the best smartphone deals, phone upgrades and expert personal service. While Club Vision privileges pamper me with the best of times. Sign up to a Dialog Power plan today. Enjoy everything I have and more.
Dialog Postpaid. Power to you.
The greatest celebration of school rugby. Hoist your flags and brace yourselves. Witness the electrifying action of the Dialog Schools Rugby League 2020. 4th March to 4th April on Dialog Television Channel 1. Dialog Television, Sri Lanka's #1 television experience.
The oldest schools cricket encounter in the island. The pinnacle of schools' big matches. The Battle of the Blues comes alive for the 141st time. March Madness 2020. Royal versus St. Thomas. The 141st Battle of the Blues encounter. On the 12th, 13th and 14th of March from 9 a.m. onwards, live on Dialog Television Channel 1, Dialog My TV and ThePapare.com.
Gentlemen, start your engines. This is so cool.
Exclusive on Dialog Television.
St. Thomas's College will now have to rely on their part-time spinners, the part-time off-spin of Kishan Munasinghe and Umayanga Suarez to remove this Royal left-handed heavy top order Iran. That will be a major concern for the Thomians because, if I'm not mistaken, half of the Royalists are left-handed.
Absolutely, except for beautifully played cut shot by Kamil Mishara. There is a fielder down at sweeper who cuts it off and keeps it down to a single. as you were saying, Tamil, it's true. Royal only has around 2 right-handers in the entire top 7, because Ahan Wickramasinghe will be right-handed, batting at number 4, and the captain Themindu Senaratne batting at number 6, maybe 7, depending on the situation. So other than that, all the other batsmen are left-handed.
Munasinghe will have to do plenty of bowling. Another field added to that offside ring. Went on with the arm.
Big reaction by the wicket-keeper.
Wasn't that close?
Wasn't that close.
But I'm sure as a wicket-keeper you have done that many times.
Many a times, and it has worked many a times as well. Made sure that the batsman will play at the next ball. I was also surprised to hear that I was also very surprised to hear that St. Thomas's do not possess a left-arm spinner, which is quite practical to hear because we do possess a lot of right-handers, but a left-arm spinner is like a must in most games.
Loud appeal. Umpire Lyndon Hannibal is not convinced that it will go on to hit the stumps. Let's take a closer look at it. It was very close, but he would have got the intention when you see the wicketkeeper Manisha Rupasinghe moving towards the left side, so to his left, rather very close indeed. Beautifully played there. Sometimes Tiran, the benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman. So 12 completed. Royal 28 for no loss.
The Cricket Shop, one-stop shop, one of its kind, stockist for all exclusive brands, main distributor for authentic MA Sri Lanka cricket replica products. You name it, we have it. The Cricket Shop, number 5, St. Anthony's Bawatha, Colombo 3.
New, long-lasting fragrances. New gold deodorants with long-lasting fragrances.
Another bowling change for St. Thomas's College. We'll see Yasiru Rodrigo once again. Tiran, that initial movement of a wicketkeeper moving towards your right, to be honest, while the off spinner is bowling, then the left hand is batting. When you hit on the pads, it's a natural thing, isn't it?
Absolutely, and especially umpires definitely will take that into consideration when making a decision. Always when the wicketkeeper goes towards his leg stump, that clearly gives an indication to all umpires that the ball is moving towards the leg stump. Yasiru Rodrigo onto his 5th over, has bowled well within his limits.
Yeah, he's a very talented seamer. Unfortunate to miss out on that Sri Lankan under-19 spot for the World Cup.
Kaushan has been very watchful throughout this innings. He has played 38 deliveries for his 11 runs, making sure that he is there for the long haul. St. Thomas's too have opted for that spread field square, the deep point and the deep square leg as what the same field where the Royalists had. I was pretty surprised then, and I'm pretty surprised now.
Yeah, I mean, they have scored more than 360 runs. I totally agree with you, Tiran. Don't need this much of a spreaded out field at this stage of the game. It's too early, I feel.
I do not mind the deep square leg boundary because he might be looking for that surprising bouncer or something of that sort. But the deep point field is where I have the concern and consent of.
This post-lunch session, it will only be 1.5 hours. Play will go on till 2:40 p.m. local time. After that it will be tea. Still 40 overs have been bowled. Beg your pardon, 52 overs this on day 2. There's plenty of cricket left. No doubt the game is heading for a draw, but still anything could happen in this Battle of the Blues. As you remember correctly, 60 overs were left. Couldn't use 60 overs in 2013, but still Royal managed to win in 2013.
Absolutely. In 2013, about 60 to 70 overs were lost due to rain on the day 1 and day 2, but still Royal managed to sweep up a victory. Watchfully played by Kulasurya, bringing to an end of the 13th over. Royal College 28 for the loss of no wickets.
This is an interesting stat. Out of all the total balls faced this season, Isivara Disanayaka has faced 1,141 deliveries. His percentage is 13.37. Kamil Mishara, despite missing a couple of games, he has faced 921 deliveries, and Kavindu Madar Singh, 12% of the balls he has faced, 1,227 balls. 3 left-handers, they'll be the ones who will have a lot of batting to do for Royal. Isivara Disanayaka, he might be the number 3 for Royal. Kavindu Madar Singh, he's coming off after a brilliant double century against Trinity. Interesting stats indeed. Knowing all this, I'm quite surprised that St. Thomas's don't have a first choice, a regular off spinner than Kishan Munasinghe. He's not a big turner of the ball. They'll have the services of Umayanga Suarez too, but sometimes they'll have to go with the limitations too.
Yeah, I was very surprised to hear they don't have a front line off spinner as well as a left arm spinner. They're solely dependent upon the right arm leg spinner Dilmin Ratnayaka, which is very surprising for me. Beautifully played by Kulasurya towards mid-on. Kulasurya playing some confident strokes here. Absolutely, I think his confidence is building.
However, Kishan Munasinghe, he has taken plenty of wickets in the Mustangs Trophy. If I am not mistaken, he took a fifer in one of the games played a few years ago. So it's just he hasn't done much of the bowling this season. He's a very capable young off spinner. He'll have to tie up the runs. His primary responsibility will be to grab the runs from one end. That's not a good delivery.
Kamil showing great intent, making sure that he's there for the long haul as well, not looking to chase those deliveries outside off stump. Both batsmen playing very patiently. I think they've done well to play out the new ball. They've batted together for almost 14 overs. And as we speak, the 14th over comes to an end. Royal College 30 runs for the loss of no wickets.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend, she is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine, you call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art, it's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
Yasiru Rodrigo continuing from this end.
He'll have big boots to fill, Tiran. Yasiru Rodrigo coming in place of Kalana Pereira, who finished off his school career last year, winning the big match for St. Thomas's. Seems to be coming round the left arm round. 2 slips and a gully in place. Kaushan Kulasurya too, he started off as a bowler, if I'm not mistaken. Tiran started off as a right arm off spinner and has gradually grown up to be a frontline batsman.
He was playing as an all-rounder, Damit, and he was batting quite low down the order, and Jahan wanted him to open the innings to see whether he can push down Ahan Wickramasinghe to number 4 and get Isiwara to number 3. Because very well played by Kamil, and as I was saying, and because Ahan Wickramasinghe is quite brilliant against the spinners, so if he can come at number 4 and bat for long, let's say for good 25-30 overs against spin, that's a lot of runs. And as we were saying, he batted quite down low in the order for Sri Lanka under 19 as well. He was batting at number 6 and 7, if I'm not mistaken.
In one of the games, he came in at number 8. That caused plenty of criticism. He went in and scored a half century, if I'm not mistaken. But still, while speaking to the under 19 head coach Hashan Tilagaratne, he said Ahan Wickramasinghe is their best player of spin.
He uses his height to his advantage. That's like the best thing about him. He makes sure that he either goes right in front, uses his feet, or goes right back against the spin, which puts him in a good position to get those singles off pretty comfortably.
All the stands at SSC is starting to fill up, as we see ThePapare.com photographers working hard in these hot and humid conditions. All the pictures captured through all those lenses will be available on ThePapare.com/photos page. It's showing a lot of temperament.
Rodrigo maintaining that line and line just outside off stump, making sure that Kulasurya doesn't get any looseners. Kulasurya up to the task, leaving the delivery just outside off stump. And again worked off his legs towards the vacant mid-wicket fielder.
Tiran, if Yasiru Rodrigo continues to bowl in this line, he'll need a mid-wicket as soon as possible. Need a mid-wicket just to cover that single, and as we speak, Captain Iriagama will have a mid-wicket in place.
Absolutely, and I think against Mishara especially, who loves flicking the ball towards that mid-wicket, mid-on gap, it will be very important to have a mid-wicket.
That completes the 15th over. Royal College 33 for no loss. This is excellent shots of ThePapare.com drone during the lunch break. It's very common here at SSC Grounds during the Battle of the Blues, where you see plenty of huge flags. That's the Royal College flag being carried by the prefects and the stewards. That's the Thomian flag. Beautiful shots of the ThePapare.com drone during the lunch break. Excellent pictures. Plenty of cricket left in this 141st Battle of the Blues.
So it has been a good start by the Royalists. Been very sedate though, 33 of 15 overs. They have taken it very quietly, just rotated the strike, pushed the singles. 14 of 48 for Kaushan Kulasuri, 17 of 43 to Kamil Mishara. He's a much more aggressive player, but played the situation really well. Seen off the new ball, I think Royal knew that the threat was with the new ball, Aroshan, and they probably would have decided we are going to see the new ball off, not lose any wickets. Thereafter, we could accelerate.
Hi Ricky, good afternoon to all our viewers. Yeah, absolutely right. I think a pretty sedate start, 15 overs, 33 for no loss. They were watchful with the new ball, and I'm sure there are a lot of free-flowing Royal batsmen will take it on with the Thomian spinners. I must say, so far, Ricky, the bowling has not looked all that effective, not penetrative enough. I know it's a fairly easy wicket to bat on, but even the spinners having come on, I know Royal boasts of 9 left-handers, but even the off-spinners haven't got much turn and bounce on this wicket, and the Royalists are playing fairly comfortably.
Yes, definitely. Kishan Munasingh, who is operating now, hasn't bowled a lot this season, and it's good to see him bowl here in this Royal Domain, coming on early in the innings as well, and that's because of the 2 left-handers, and like Arosha mentioned, 9 left-handers in this lineup, so he'll have a lot of bowling to do. He's been very accurate. He's not given away anything freely for the Royalist batsmen, but as Arosha mentioned, not looking that threatening. The wicket is really good to bat on. If you hang in there, a lot of runs on offer, even bounce, not much of turn as well, and Royal have done well so far in this afternoon session.
Absolutely, Ricky. I think the Royalists have to be careful of the ball that goes straighter against the LBW decision. Barring that, I don't see much purchase being taken by the off-spinners. Kishan, we have Suarez and Manisha Rupasinghe to follow, but analysing some of the season statistics, they have bowled more than 100 overs between the 3 of them, and they have taken 18 wickets.
Yes, so we'll come back to that in the next over. 16 completed, 35 without loss.
අවවාදයයි මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් කියා lemon the lemon කියා මෙලිබන් lemon puff දෙපැකලීමට ඉඩ ඇත. lemon cream මැදිවුණු lemon ගතිගුණම තියෙන අලුත් වූ මෙලිබන් lemon puff රහ කර කර කන්න. මෙලිබන් lemon puff.
Yes, interesting stats there by Aroshan. The 3 off-spinners have bowled 100 overs to split up 18 wickets. So all 3 of them part-timers. Kishan Munasinghe, Manisha Rupasinghe and Suarez, all are part-time off-spinners, and they have just been used seldomly and as to fill in the option. That is disappointing to see that Thomians do not have a front-line off-spinner, isn't it, Aroshan?
Absolutely, Ricky. I think that has been a gap in the bowling attack, and that has been less effective as an overall unit in that sense. And also another aspect is I think we are missing a good left-arm orthodox spinner. We see Tevin Iregama getting ready to commence his bowling. We have the two freshers, the two fast bowlers, and then we have Tevin Iregama, but I think we are missing an orthodox left arm and a very good right arm leg spinner in Dilbin Ratnak. I think he has taken more than 60 wickets during the season.
Yes, three frontline bowlers in this tournament lineup. That is Rodrigo, Caniston, Gunaratnam and Dilbin Ratnak. The rest are, I will say, part-timers. Iregama provides that all-round option. But can he be disciplined enough to bowl long spells? Probably just tie up one end. I think that's what's required from Tevin Iregama as the next one. Maybe on the onside, I think for a leg spinner, you said Dilbin Ratnak picking up wickets, Aroshan. A leg spinner sometimes leaks a bit of runs. They bowl a full toss. They bowl that happens. That's a natural. So you need somebody from the other end to tighten one end up, and that's where the Thomians are missing a quality bowler, isn't it?
Absolutely. We have the part-time off-spinners, Manish and Kishan, Munasingh and Suarez, but someone like Kishan Balasuriya in the morning, who settled down to a very good line and length. He got the arm over and he was very effective this morning, but we are missing a left armer.
Yes, that's the role Shannon Fernando played for St. Thomas's in the last several years. In fact, he just bowl those quickish left arm spinners, dry up one end. Then the batsmen tend to take a risk at the other end and they get out.
Spot on, Ricky. I think with Kalana picking up wickets and Shannon Fernando, I think as a pair, they worked beautifully in last year's Royal Thomia.
Definitely, Iregama has to block up one end. He has to keep things tight here. Royal batsmen not taking any risk at all. I think they have also come out with a plan to bat as long as possible and bat the Thomians out as well.
There doesn't seem to be much on offer on this track, but the Thomians have the runs on the board. So we have 369, and perhaps they can attack a bit more because you're playing with 369 runs, and Royal have to. Two options: either you come close to 300 or 300 thereabouts and quickly declare and try to make a match out of it, or maybe bat out the Thomians, look for like 400 runs in 100 overs at 4 runs and over.
Yes, either way, if Royal are going to look for a win, they have to get these runs quickly as possible. That's the requirement for Royal, because they would have come on paper, in fact, the slightly better side walking into this big match, or the better all-round side we could call it. So if they're going to look for a victory to get that shield back at Reed Avenue, they have to get runs as soon as possible, quickly as possible.
That's right, Ricky, but the way they went about in the morning, I think they're quite happy to keep the shield at in Mount Lavinia, because I would have thought starting from the toss, needing to be more positive and boasting of a good batting lineup with Kamil Mishara, Zahan Vikramas and Madara Singhas and a couple of under-19 frontline batsmen, winning the toss and putting the opposition in my opinion, was negative in itself.
Yes, definitely, and they were not attacking with the new ball as well. There were a couple of fielders which were wasted yesterday, not really trying to bowl out the Thomians. And today they could not break through that last wicket partnership. In fact, the Caniston Gunaratnam batted to close to 50 deliveries. That's almost 8 overs. And they were unable to get him out. So they'll be disappointed with their effort toward the Royal with the ball after winning the toss and electing to field first.
And when Caniston came on to bat with Iregama, with 9 wickets down, I felt Royal missed a trick there. They allowed the game to drift. They were not making the effort.
Yes, so we'll come back to Aroshan with that in the next over. 17 complete at 36, so without loss.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine, you call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art, it's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
17 completed at 36 without loss. Kaushan on 16, Kamil Mishar on 17. Kishan Munasingh, the off spinner, will continue to bowl. He still has 2 slips, a short leg. So That's a attacking field, trying to look for wickets. Three fielders on the offside, cutting off the single. There's a backward point, extra cover. In fact, the fourth field is coming into mid-off as well. Just a mid-on and a deep square leg on the onside for the left-handed Kaushan Luxuria.
Yeah, he's focusing on that off-stump line. He's packed the offside with 6 fielders. And he's coming right up around the wicket.
Too wide outside the off-stump, needs to make the batsman play. Make him drive through that offside. Well, have you had the chance to go around the ground, Aroshan, visit some of those tents, visit some of your older friends?
That's outside the off-stump. No, not really. I've done a small round, but very difficult to cover the entire ground. But I have enjoyed thoroughly. The atmosphere has been fantastic. It has been a good crowd.
That's better. That's very well bowled. You need to bowl in that region. You need to get that bat pad in operation.
And you can see a lot of new tents also coming on.
Every year there's something new, isn't it, Aroshan?
Yeah, that's true. And it's tough to put any more tents at SSC.
Yes, certainly. And all of this are packed. All of those are sold out. And certainly the atmosphere is wonderful here at the SSC. Everybody enjoying themselves, the young and the old. Good cricket on the field. It's the place to be this weekend.
And you can see, I think Kishan, the last couple of deliveries, has flighted the ball a bit more. And
just giving it a bit more. Yeah, this time too short. But unable to get it through that field on the offside, Kaushan Lokusuria. 18 completed. So 36 without loss. So you could see the contributions. Royal have contributed 77%, their top 7 batsmen this season. St. Thomas is 75%, so almost equal for both teams here.
yeah, not much of a difference. Both the top orders, I think, contributing, and that goes to show the quality of the batting of both teams relative to their bowling. But it'll be interesting to see the graphics on Patiratna's bowling and Caniston, and in terms of the pitch map where they bowled the areas, the probing areas.
So Iriagama will continue around the wicket. It's a Mishara now, the other left-hander who is on strike. There was a single there, definitely. Kulasuri wasn't interested, and Mishara wanted it. The wicket-keeper isn't happy, having a few words with the fielder as well.
Ricky, I was observing Kamil Mishara as he started the innings, was trying to go and meet the fast bowlers, but I think he has kind of curbed it a bit, and he has settled down, and he seems to be thinking of batting long and staying on at the wicket, which is a good thing for Royal.
So they need him to fire. They need him to fire. Didn't get a lot of runs last year as well at this venue. He's a top-class batsman in school cricket. Once again outside that off-stumping, Iriagama needs to bowl closer to the stumps. We haven't seen Shannon Fernando bowl as yet. We wonder if he'll bowl a few overs. He was injured throughout the season. Shannon Dimel, I beg your pardon. Aroshan was looking at me. Shannon Dimel. Well, he didn't bowl out the season due to injury. But in fact, yesterday morning before the start of play, I saw him warming up and bowling at a single stump, Aroshan. And I asked him if you're going to bowl in this match. He said, yes, definitely. I'm going to bowl a few overs. So it will be great to see, because he did a good job last year with that ball. He, in fact, I think opened the bowling at one end as well, Shannon Dimel.
Yeah, he can roll his arm over. He's effective, but I'm not too sure with the injury which he had. through the season where he missed a lot of matches. I think he played only about 6 or 7 games, and he's a valuable batsman. So I don't know whether they want to kind of risk him, Charlie Demel, with the ball.
Yes, definitely. Especially when you've got 360 on the board. Maybe not. Maybe if they are unable to get a breakthrough, maybe a couple of overs from Charlie Demel might come in handy, but we never know. But he looked okay. He was bowling in the nets or in the practice net yesterday morning, and looked in good rhythm. That was a good shot delivery from Iriagama. That took the batsman by surprise. That didn't come up as much, so the batsman was in an awkward situation.
Yeah, absolutely, Ricky. It's interesting because he has a kind of a slinging action, so he's a bit deceptive. He has an effective short ball. If he can get it going, and I'm also wondering, the wicket was rock solid when Garmini went and did the pitch report. But you never know. You have the odd ball kind of staying a bit low, and we observed a few deliveries not reaching the keeper.
Another shortish delivery, big inside edge. That too took Kamil Mishara by surprise. I think Iriagama's awkward bounce that time. He's not a very tall lad, so he sort of reared up at Kamil Mishara. He was on his toes when he played that. A big inside edge, lucky it didn't go to the stumps. Certainly with a bit of extra pace. A bit uncomfortable in the last couple of deliveries from Mishara.
Yeah, you need to keep probing at the batsman, and I think the first couple of deliveries that Tevin Iriagama has bowled has been on the mark. You need to keep questioning the batsman. There's no point bowling way outside the off stump, and the batsman will be very happy to let it go. So.
This time pushes it on the offside. There's that deep point on the boundary. Who does the field in? 19 completed. It's 38 without loss.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend, she is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine, you call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art, it's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
Well, with that end of that over, 19 completed, 38 without loss. It's a T on day 2 here at the SSC Grounds in Colombo in the 141st Battle of the Blues. Chasing 369, Royal have made 38 so far. Kaushan Kulisuri on 17, he's batted 62 deliveries. Kamil Mishara 18, he's batted 54 deliveries. Long batting lineup to follow. Madara Singh, Ishwara Disanak, Anand Vikramasinghe, Sevindu the captain. So they have a lot of potential. Dasis Manchanayaka as well, and Kamindu Patiratna. They all could bat. So long batting lineup, but 19 overs, 38 without loss.
And we have the Thomian bowling. Yasuru has bowled 6 overs, 13 without a wicket. Keniston 5, 11 runs off his 5. Tevin and Kishan chipping in with 3 and 5 respectively. Overall, in patches they have bowled 1 or 2 good balls, but it's a good flat wicket. But the Thomians also need to keep probing the batsman and asking the questions, bowling in the right corridors. So look forward to the leg spinner coming post tee.
So we'll take a look at what happened in this second session. Here, Rodrigo opened the bowling to Kamil Mishara and Kulasuri. They were looking good, especially against the new ball. Played some very good shots and looked comfortable. Kamil Mishara in particular, a lot of flair when he's playing outside that off stump, loves the room. And Kulasuri on the other end, a very defensive sort of player.
I think Kamil seems very strong on square of the wicket with the drive and the cut.
So not much there, just a 38 in those 19 over. It was a shorter session because the first session was quite longer. So there you go. St. Thomas's made 369. They were bowled out just before lunch with the Demel 85, Ryan Fernando 17, Gavin Botejo going on to make his maiden half century in big match cricket. Patiratna, he was outstanding, 2 for 85. Balasuri 2 for 68, 1 wicket to Lairu Madhushanka, and Royal in reply 38 without loss with Mishara and Kaushan in the centre. So there you go, session 1, session 2. Royal College, St. Thomas's College. It goes as a shared, so both at the moment on equal ground. Royal would have loved that they didn't lose a wicket in that session.
So the second session has gone to Royal College, pre-tea.
Pre-tea. So there you go. We will be back in approximately 15 minutes after the tea break. But till then, it's over to Haritha Pereira.
Hello and welcome. This is the Tea Time talk show of the 141st Battle of the Blues second day. And it has been quite a decent recovery for Royal going in for tea. They had to bat 1.5 hours, at which time they had to make an impression on the match. I think they've done that after being on the field for such a long time. They've been on the field for over 7.5 hours, and here it is, the Royal reply, 18 overs, Kamil Mishara and Kaushan Kulasurya making sure that there were no mishaps in that Royal reply. What they've done is they've let the others rest adequately so that the rest of the batting could be comfortable too. St. Thomas's did try. Their opening bowlers were on target, economical but not effective. So the 4 bowlers there, including the captain, finding it extremely difficult. Sweet revenge for Royal, who batted with a lot of purpose to be 38 without loss at tea with 90 minutes of batting in 18 overs, which says good, which also says that this wicket is still good for batting and good for the game to go. But today at this time we have a very special guest, and he is from Down Under. He is the headmaster of Prince Alfred College in Adelaide, South Australia. Welcome, Bradley Fenner.
Thank you very much, Harit. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's a great opportunity. You are very special because the oldest school's big match is in Australia. Prince Alfred College will play with St. Peter's College also in Adelaide, South Australia, 1 year more than this big match. So 142-year history. Am I right?
Yes, that is right. We started in 1878 and have played every year since then.
And is this your first visit to the country?
It is my very first visit to Sri Lanka, and I'm delighted to be here. And can I say this is quite an event?
Yeah, he's been here on the invitation of the warden of St. Thomas's College, Reverend Mark Bilimoria, because St. Thomas's, as the best team last year, went over there, and I'm sure the friendship there is now spilling over to this trip here. So how has been this trip to this wonderful event been with you?
It's been a great education. It's been a great experience for me, and I've learned a great deal. I've worked in schools in 3 different countries. I've been to school sporting events all over the world, and I've never seen anything quite like this. The level of excitement, the music, the crowds, and the quality of the cricket and the intensity. It's something very special.
How long have you been with Prince Alfred College?
I've been headmaster there for just over 5 years, and it's a great school, and I feel very privileged to be headmaster.
So what's the big difference with the big match in South Australia and the big match here in Colombo?
Well, the big match in South Australia is a 4-day game and has been a 4-day game for many years. So one of the great things about that is we usually get a result. But what's also interesting is that even when the game is quite a convincing victory for one team, it always seems to go into the last session, or at the very least the second last session. So it's always a very intense and competitive affair. The other thing is that we used to play at the Adelaide Oval up until 1954, but after that they would no longer have a school fixture there. So we now play at one school or the other, alternating, and it's a much lower key event than here.
What's the strength of the student population in those schools?
Prince Alfred College has 1,100 students in total, and St. Peter's College has around 1,400 students.
So when we try to tell you that Royal College has around 9,000 students,
yes,
you understand that the big difference as far as the student population is concerned.
Yes, but I'd have to say that whatever the size of school, the spirit in all these schools is very strong, and that's what's important.
So what's the big difference between the cricket match over there and what you experience here? Is there any big difference, or is there any similarities?
I think there are many similarities, and our boys would be just as passionate. Those who are playing would be just as passionate and just as committed to the cause as the boys here, but they don't have the level of attention, even the media attention, that you have here. It is
This has live coverage now. It became a 3-day affair in 1979, and it has live coverage with ThePapare.com and things like that. Do you have any live coverage on that 4-day game there?
Only what the schools themselves set up. We don't have the external interest for the live coverage that you have here, which I think is a wonderful thing.
So in this big match, there are national players coming out from the two schools, not at regular intervals, but constantly they happen. The ICC International Match Referee is a former Royal Captain, and there have been other national captains from the two schools. What about the players involved in the big match over there?
Yes, we have a very special record at our school of producing top-level cricketers, and we have had 4 Australian Test captains come from Prince Alfred College, which is the largest number from any school.
I'm interested to know the names.
Joe Darling in about 1900, and he was immediately followed by one of his teammates from school, Clem Hill, and then, of course, in the 1970s and 80s, the Chappell brothers. They are 2 of our most.
So that would be Ian and Greg.
Ian and Greg, that is correct. Yes, and we're very fortunate that we still see them back at school from time to time. And Greg is now actually involved in our cricket program, and he provides advice and direction in the development of cricket at Prince Alfred College, and we've seen a great impact over the last couple of years since he became involved.
What's the duration of your stay here?
I'm just here till Sunday. I'm just here for the big match, and I think by the end of that, and with all the social events attached to it as well, I think I'll be ready for a bit of a rest.
Okay, thank you very much. That was Bradley Fenner, the headmaster of Prince Alfred College in Adelaide, South Australia, joining us for this discussion and sharing the passion of the world's longest schools big match down under. Thank you very much, Bradley, for joining us and sharing those wonderful thoughts with us. I hope you'll have a wonderful stay here and carry on very good memories of this visit.
I'm sure that I will. It's been a very special experience already. Thank you.
Log on to ThePapare.com from Australia. You will see a lot more than cricket. So that's a lot. It's a long 3rd session, and this match is very evenly poised at this stage. Thank you for joining us for this chat show at Tea.
හැමෝගෙම හිතේ අංක එකවීම ලේසි වැඩක් නෙවෙයි. ආදරණීය හිත්වලට සතුට ගේන්නත්. අපේ රටේ කලාව සාහිත්‍ය සිනමාව ලෝපුරා දැනුම වින්දනය හෘදයාන්ගමව ඔබට සමීප කළ නිසා කෙටි කලකින් අපි ඔබේ වී හමාරයි. ඔබේ රිමෝට් එකේ අංක එක channel 1 දැන් හදවතේ අංක එක.
A tradition that dates back over a century. Chaos that captures your heart and soul. An extravaganza you cannot miss. A new decade of familiar madness. March Madness 2020. 28th February to 4th April. Live on Dialogue Television, Channel 1 and Channel 16. Dialogue Television, Sri Lanka's #1 television experience.
Saddle up.
Tuesdays,
We stand united.
a woman's place
Let's get it done, America.
is in the White House.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Elizabeth McCord.
I invite the American people to join me in this campaign for inclusion. I broke the White House.
Madam Secretary. New episodes, Tuesdays on AXN.
I want everything and more from my mobile. Unlimited talk time, text and endless data. When I travel, it's one simple plan for unlimited roaming, even on a flight. I also get the best smartphone deals, phone upgrades and expert personal service. While Club Vision privileges pamper me with the best of times. Sign up to a Dialogue Power Plan today. Enjoy everything I have and more.
Dialogue Postpaid. Power to you.
உங்கள் கிராமத்தில், உங்கள் நகரில், உங்கள் பிரதேசத்தில் உள்ள வீரர்கள் திறமையானவர்களா? அவளின் திறமைகளை நீங்கள் அறிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமா? தமிழ் பேசும் ஒளியின் திறமைகளை உலகறியச் செய்யும் உங்களுக்கான யூடியூப் சேனல் www.youtube.com/ThePapare Tamil.
මගේ කනෙක්ෂන් එක මගේ ලයිෆ් එකට ජවයක් දෙන බලයක්. අන්ලිමිටඩ් කෝල්ස් SMS විතරක් නෙවෙයි ඇති තරම් ඩේටාත් මට තියෙනවා. පිටරටදි වගේම ෆ්ලයිට් එකේ ඉද්දිත් අන්ලිමිටඩ් රෝමින් ඇක්ටිවේට් කරන්න හරි සිම්පල්. ලේටස්ට්ම ස්මාර්ට්ෆෝන් වලට ලංකාවේ හොඳම ඔෆර්ස් වගේම විශේෂඥ සේවාවකුත් මට ලැබෙනවා. ඩයලොග් ක්ලබ් විෂන් වෙතින් දෙන මේ සුවිශේෂ දීමනා නිසා මගේ ලයිෆ් එක විනෝදයෙන් පිරීලා. එන්න ඔබත් මේ හැමදේම අත්විඳින්න. ඩයලොග් පවර් ප්ලෑන් සම්බන්ධතාවයක් අදම ලබා ගන්න.
ඩයලොග් පෝස්ට්පේඩ් බලය ඔබට.
Welcome back to SSC Grounds. This is the 141st Battle of the Blues. Day 2, the session after the tea break, the last session on day 2. Royal College taking on St. Thomas's College. Royal College now 38 for no loss. We still have almost 35 overs left, and as I welcome Gamini Pereira to the commentary box, Gamini, where do you see this game going?
Having looked at the way the Royal openers handled that last session, 1.5 hours or so, there's not a lot in this track, Damita, so it'll be hard work for the bowlers. The only thing that will have any pressure on the Royal batsmen is the score that St. Thomas have got on the board, 369 runs. It's a good total in any game, I would say. But like I said, it's hard work for the bowlers. There's not much is happening. There's not a lot of turn. We haven't seen any swing from the St. Thomas opening bowlers either. So 19 overs old, and it will only get easier for batting. But it's good to see that St. Thomas at least looking to buy a wicket by having a few fielders under the bat. So this session will tell us a lot for the rest of the match.
4 sessions left in this game. Kamil Mishara and Kaushan Kulasurya, they've started off very cautiously, both striking below 35. Kaushan Kulasurya striking at 27.42 so far, while Kamil Mishara, he's striking at 33.33. Kamil Mishara will have a big hand to play, just 18 runs or 54 deliveries. And Kishan Munasinghe will have plenty of bowling to do.
Yeah, that's an important thing that you just mentioned. St. Thomas's most productive bowler has been a right arm leg spinner, Dilmin Ratnayaka. He has not been introduced yet, although they have so many runs to play with. I really don't believe in that with the left-handers should be facing right arm off spinners, or left-handers, right arm leg spinners should not be bowling at the left-handers. I think it's even more difficult if you have a good right arm leg spinner bowling at a left-hand batsman, because you really don't know whether the ball is going to turn or how much it will turn if it does. And wrist spinner, when he's in operation, there's always something happening. And but Munasinghe is going to continue after tea as well. The fielder who was in front of the bat on the offside have disappeared, so pretty much a ring field on the offside. And also, Damita, the way the field has been set, 5 fielders saving a single on the offside along with the catcher. The bowler will be looking to pitch it outside the stumps. If you have some protection on the leg side or pretty straight mid-wicket, you'll be able to bowl around the stumps, and which will bring that slip into play really. But right now, left-handers are leaving anything outside the stumps. That's a better line.
Much better from Kishan Munasinghe. Yes, I'm anxiously waiting to see how Dilmin Ratnayaka bowl to these left-handers. As you correctly said earlier, plenty of left-handers in the Royal lineup. That completes the first over after tea. Royal 38 for no loss.
මොකද අංකල් අපි වෙලෙන්ම නාගන්නද?
වැඩි දියුණු ටෝකියෝ සුපර් ඕනවරකට සුපර්.
New long-lasting fragrances. New gold deodorants with long-lasting fragrances.
New friendship එක අලුත් පපරේ කොත්තුව කවුරු තෙක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස මැගි පපරේ කොත්තු.
From Nestle.
The crowds are slowly starting to fill the stands. Not the usual full house, but nevertheless, the atmosphere is still there. Gamini, plenty of music, plenty of entertainment in the stands. Kevin Iriagama, the captain, will be bowling the second over after tea.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, maybe a few thousands are not here at the grounds, but it was sold out before the match, so whatever the circumstances that are happening around the country may have something to do with it. Iriagama right arm round the wicket. Short. Mishara wanted a single. They come back to the point, the leg spinner has not been introduced yet. When you look at the Royal College batting lineup, Sevindu Senaratne is a right-hander. Vishara Kulasurya Vikramasinghe is a right-hander. Ishwara Disanayaka, Madara Singha, Manchanayaka, Patiratna, Madhusanka, Balasurya, they are all left-handers. So 8 out of 11, I'm not sure about Kalhara, so at least 8. So if you're not going to bowl your leg spinner against the left-hander, I think he'll have to wait for a long time.
Spot on there, Gamini, spot on. Very heavy delivery there from Iriagama. Iriagama, the third seamer for St. Thomas's College, the captain. They'll have to somehow get a wicket early on if they are to make a game out of it, St. Thomas's College.
And also, I'm pretty impressed with the way Kamil Mishar has organized his innings so far. There is some weight. And Mishara gets a run. That's his first run after tea.
Mishara is setting up for a big one here, Gamini.
Yeah, normally he's a player who likes to get on with things and wants to be busy. Likes to feel the bat on ball. But he must be realizing the responsibility that he's got on his shoulders when it comes to Royal College. Such a long time on the field, and he had to do to keep wickets at the end of the innings too, wasn't he? And it's hard work, really. This is the bad part of being an opening batsman. You're in the field for such a long time, and then the batsman wants to score runs, but you open the battings. If you do score runs, pretty much these two players have been on the field from the very first ball.
Exactly. Kausha and Kulasuriya, he was in the thick of the things, especially in the slip cordon. Kamil Mishara did a bit of bowling too. It's not easy in these conditions.
Yeah, good old days, Damit. They have a lot of wicket keepers who used to open the batting in the longer format. Our match referee today, Brenna Gurupu, he batted for 3.5 days and then he kept wickets for the next 1.5 days. So he was on the field for the whole of, I think the match was stopped, I think on the 5th day or 4th day because there was a bomb blast in Peta, but he was on the field right throughout the time, and it was a record at the time. Beautifully driven on the offside through extra cover. Back for the second is Kulasurya. Yeah, I think modern day cricket you see a lot of wicket keepers bat down the order.
21 completed, 41 for no loss, Roy.
New friendship ekha ThePapare kottuwa Kauru tek wena hit gang wena rasa Maggie papare kottu
From Nestle.
It's an interesting stat that Sumitra Kulasurya, just 3 years, 386 runs. And the next two, I've had the privilege of being in the dressing room as the coach. Rajapaksha Bhanuka, 386. Ramit Ramukwala, 355. Nigel Fernando, I had the privilege of playing with. 344. Ranjan Marugal played pretty much 5 years, 328. Those are the highest scorers in the series.
Plenty of known names in Royal College there. I'm surprised your name isn't there, Lavinia.
Well, I was a bowler in my first 2 years, so hardly got a chance to bat. Yeah, I think because of that, St. Thomas's, when I came to bat in my third year, they never considered me as a batsman.
That's a mistake they did.
What he won for no loss. Much better line from Munasinghe, pitching around off stump.
In between deliveries, Vice Captain Manish Rupasinghe have asked the square leg, deep square leg fielder to come into the ring, entice Mishara to go for a big one. No ball from the off spinner.
Yeah, that's a pretty hard thing to do. You're trying to bowl a foot and a half outside the off stump, and you got a front foot fault. A good batting from Mishara. There's a huge gap open between mid-on and square leg. Both are in a single saving position, but Mishara still opting to play with the full face of the bat. And that's the third time he kicked the ball so far outside the off stump. That's an interesting stat that we saw just a moment ago. Kamil Mishara has faced 10.2 deliveries as a percentage, but the Royal have faced right throughout the year. That is after playing only 7 games. We'll come back to that. 42 for no loss.
New friendship එක අලුත් පපරේ කොත්තුව කවුරු තෙක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස මැගි පපරේ කොත්තු
From Nestle.
There's another name at the bottom of the list there, Malinda Totuvilage, who's down here from England. 303 runs at an average of 60. Good record to have. If I remember correctly, reading the souvenir, Neil Joseph scored 100 of 50 odd minutes.
Quite impressed with the average of Ramik Ramukwala, 71. We were just talking about that blistering knock in 2010, Gavini. Brilliant talent.
Had the pleasure of watching that from the dressing room. One of the most destructive innings I have seen at the Royal Thomil. Some of the balls landed on the other side of the road.
Issues with the side screen here. A bit of a hold up. 22 overs in this Royal second innings. Also now it's going to be Tevin Iriagama who will continue from the tennis court ends. Yeah, Kamil Mishara, he wasn't available for most of the matches, as you correctly said. He was on national duty. This is that stats graphic explained properly, Gamini. 921 balls despite playing about 8-9 matches.
Yeah, just the 8 innings according to the souvenir. Wonderful bat, Kamil Mishara. Madara Singh, 12%. Was down to come in next, really. Comes off a double 102 against Trinity in that last outing.
Isibara Disanayaka, he's faced the most number of balls for Royal this season.
And he was the opening batsman before Kamil Mishara walked back into the side. Ishivara and Kaushan opened the batting for Royal in most games right throughout the year. And yeah, so these three batters, the openers and the number 3, have faced pretty much 50% of the deliveries, really close to that. Induced the shot on the offside.
I think the difference from last year, Gamini, last year Royal College played in the Division 2 when they lost the Battle of the Blues, but this year both these teams played in the Division 1, but still both have been knocked out from the pre-quarter-final stage. Still don't know how, where and when the rest of the games will be played in that Singa Under-19 tournament.
Work towards, well, like you said, there's a big if or a question mark when it comes to sporting events in the next few days or few weeks, few months, who knows, and much more important things to deal with these days. And when it comes to Royal Tomian, 141 years without having any interruption, so it's an amazing record, really. Shorter length, and Kaushan is a good defense. He doesn't face by any of these situations that are happening around. He loves to bat. 76 deliveries so far. Angled in towards the left-hander. And that's the end of that. 42 for no loss, Royal College.
අපේගේ බෝඩිම හැබැයි හරි ප්‍රශ්න ඔය දැක්කනේ හොඳ වෙලාවට එයා ආවේ
විත්ති පුපුරන්නේ ඉරිතලන්නේ නැති වෙන්න ශක්තිමත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය සංයෝගයක් වන ටෝකියෝ සුපර් වැඩි දියුණු කළ සිමෙන්ති පාවිච්චි කරන්න.
පුතාගේ ඇඩ්වයිස් තමයි. වැඩි දියුණු ටෝකියෝ සුපර් ඕනවරකට සුපර්.
Kamil Mishara not being able to pierce through that offside ring. First time he hasn't looked to pad that out. He's been very watchful, Mishara. I remember a couple of years ago when he played his first big match, started off playing some reverse sweeps as well. He's matured enough now to be a great player. Big future ahead for Mishara.
Yeah, 3 deliveries, all towards that extra cover. This is what I can't understand. 3 deliveries being played towards extra cover, and now suddenly the fielder has been dropped to the boundary line. Let's see what happens then. Now, outside edge. I just can't understand why these tactics from modern day cricket boys, and if you're a bowler, you are trying to bowl 6 balls at a single batsman. Because these shorter formats have come in, they are suddenly trying to stop the boundary.
Sometimes they tend to give away that easy single and just lose out on putting added pressure, which as you correctly said would have not been the case if there weren't any T20s being played. However, it's a maiden from Munasinghe. Royal 42 for no loss.
New, long-lasting fragrances.
The Cricket Shop, one-stop shop, one of its kind, stockist for all exclusive brands, main distributor for authentic MA Sri Lanka cricket replica products. You name it, we have it. The Cricket Shop, number 5, St. Anthony's Bawatha, Colombo 3.
So 42 for no loss it is. Changing the bowling. It's going to be Canis. It's going to be Yasiri Rodrigo. Who opened the bowling after tea from tennis court end. Bowled 4 overs. Yasiri Rodrigo has been brought back into the attack.
Seems to me like Iriagama will shuffle around the three seamers from this end and continue Unasinghe from the Vidyama at the end. Yasser Rodrigo, by far the most impressive seamer for St. Thomas's College. Not been able to get a wicket yet. He has a good future ahead too. Still 17 years of age. Very tall and lanky lad, Rodrigo.
We have seen plenty of left-arm fast bowlers over the last 3-4 years. Kalana Pereira is the most dominating one for St. Thomas's, and Mr. Rodrigo, still he's 16 years old, and he has got this opportunity. Doesn't have the same speed as Kalana Pereira, but he's pretty accurate. Rodrigo likes to attack the stumps. One thing that is not happening for him today is the swing. If we were talking about how bowlers and the captains think negatively these days, Royal College first wicket partnership average, that is, for the year is 24, so they have gone past that. But considering the score that St. Thomas's have got, they will be looking to get many more than that, really. 369. How these bowlers and the skippers think negatively after 3 or 4 deliveries. If you take the best bowlers in the world in 70s, 80s and 90s, driven beautifully towards mid-off. Rigama, and then the single being taken. Shane Bourne, Murali Dharan, or any other spinners for that matter, the good ones those days, what they do is they always try to induce a shot from the batsman. They are the guys who will give you 2 fours. And if you read some of the stories, even with the West Indian fast bowlers back in the days, and I've read many books about Andy Roberts. They say one of the most deadliest bowlers outside edge, driven beautifully.
Beautiful batting from Kaushan Kulasurya.
That will give him some confidence. Kulasurya moves at 23 with that. Ball was there to be hit. Just a short strike. He's a wicket player. You don't have to hit it too hard. You just have to present your full face and have the timing. They're back on Andy Roberts. A lot of batsmen who feared him the most out of the West Indian fast bowlers. They say he used to bowl 2 bouncers around, we'll say, speed-wise 130, 35, and he wants a batsman to have a go, so and hit 2 fours, and then the third one will be 20 yards quicker. So that's how some of those old timers thought about getting batsmen out. But modern day, these youngsters are so negative. That was outside the off stump. That previous shot may have given him some confidence to play that again, but lucky enough to get an edge.
Rodrigo just put it just wider than the previous one, Gavani. Giving that bait to Kaushal Kulasurya. He almost fell for it, but he will be happy that he's going for those booming drives. .25 completed Royal, 46 for no loss. This is the 141st Battle of the Blues being played here at the Sinhalese Sports Club grounds. Wonderful, iconic venue here, Sinhalese Sports Club. That's that pathway, beautiful place. You have the swimming pools, gym, tennis courts, squash courts, you name it. SSC will have all those facilities. Probably by far the number one sports club in the country.
So this is something I would like, and I was talking about off air with our colleagues. Get your best bowler in, and now Dilmin Ratnayaka has been called upon by the captain. In material of being a leg spinner and two left-handers batting, you need to get your best ball on in there to get the wickets. Good afternoon, Estelle.
Good afternoon, Kosala. Yes, completely agree with you. Dilmin Ratnayaka, right arm leg spinner, definitely has been one of the better bowlers for St. Thomas's during this season. Too bad it took St. Thomas's 25 overs to get him on. They'll be hoping that he can make an impact straight away.
Got protection down there. 65 wickets this season, if I'm not mistaken, still for Dilmin Ratnayaka.
64 in fact, and next highest is Yasiru Rodrigo, who has picked up 38, so that goes to show the impact he has had with the ball this season.
This is good stuff from Dilmin Ratnayaka, going over the wicket. Kaushan is on 23, Kamil is 20. It's been a laboured innings by both of them.
It's a little difficult to understand the tactics here being used by Royal College. Neither batsmen look really looking to take on the Thomian bowlers. St. Thomas's of course have 369 runs to play with, so they wouldn't mind this approach from Royal College.
47 for none, Royal.
New gold deodorants with long-lasting fragrances. New long-lasting fragrances.
New friendship එක අලුත් පපරේ කොත්තුව කවුරු තෙක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස Maggi පපරේ කොත්තු.
From Nestle.
47 for none, Estelle has something in store.
Yeah, Kosala, you must know that last Sunday on the 8th of March we celebrated International Women's Day across the world. So the Battle of the Blues organizing committee has decided to have the players wear purple bands today in honor of that special day. International Women's Day, as you know, it's not just about women, it's about all of us coming together as one community to make sure that men and women, boys and girls all have equal opportunities. The theme here today is Generation Equality. We want to acknowledge that everyone of all ages, they have a part to play in this effort. This generation has the power to change attitudes and to stand up for gender equality, not only for ourselves, but our mothers, our sisters, and our daughters too.
There you go. Women power coming to you from Estelle. All right, a single to Kamil Mishara will take Royal to 48. Kamil Mishara to 21. Now, Kamil Mishara, to me, is, there you go. If we can get a look at the players who are wearing that purple band, Estelle, that would be really nice. I think our director will get us a few pictures of that. But currently it's Kaushan taking strike to Yasiru Rodrigo. He's got 7 men on the off, 6 men on the off, sorry. That's a good ball. That's where he needs to be concentrating. That's where he needs the ball to ask these questions from the Royal batsman. But at the moment, from what we see, again, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, he's been quite impressive, Yasiru Rodrigo, from the onset itself, getting a few plays and misses. Unfortunate not to take a nick so far. Had a close call for Kamil Mishara in the first over he bowled. Unfortunately, that LBW not being given out.
This is good. Good line from Yasiru, beating Kaushan on 2 occasions now. Crowd gradually growing in. For the 141st Battle of the Blues at the SSC. We're coming to you live courtesy of ThePapare.com. We're streaming around the world. Not forgetting that we are showing you live images on Dialogue TV as well, on Channel 1. That's similar strategy now being approached by Yasiru Rodrigo. There you go. That's the purple band that we were talking about, being worn by the players in commemoration of Women's Day and Women Equality that was held on the 8th of March.
Just a reminder to those watching us from around the world, photographs and videos published on the ThePapare.com social media pages can be bought at reasonable rates. For more information, you can email us on info@thepapare.com or call our hotline on 0777 174499.
Similar field for Kamil Mishara. Dot ball will end the over. It's 49 for none, Royal. So it's been a 49-run partnership. The Thomians had a 49-run partnership for the first wicket between Dilmin Ratnayaka and Shanil Dimel. And now Kaushan Kulasurya and Kamil Mishara has also put on 49. Dilmin Ratnayaka decides to go right arm around the wicket now to Kaushan. A short leg, a still mid-off, a slip in catching position. As
yeah, that's good to see actually, having a few close-in fielders, putting some pressure on the Royal openers.
And that's very neatly put away by Kaushan. Will it have the legs to go all the way? Yes, it does. Or has it been pulled in? No, it's a boundary to Kaushan. Dilmin Ratnayaka dropping it short. And I thought that was very well placed because he knew that there was a deep square leg down in the boundary, so he placed it perfectly.
Yeah, good shot from Kaushan. managed to get it right through the two fielders on the leg side. Short ball by Dilmin, and he's made the most of it.
Little margin for error on this track. The moment you drop it short, the batsman has ample time to rock back and do whatever he wants.
See, that's the thing, isn't it? With the leg spinner, you're going to get those short deliveries. You're going to get some loose deliveries. But St. Thomas's have plenty of runs to play with, so they wouldn't mind as long as he can also create some opportunities in the middle.
The 50 comes up for the Royalists. They're 53. Well, a wrist spinner generally, Estelle, would go for runs, but then he'll always look to get you that wicket that you want. Taken on the full this time.
Talking about Kamil Mishara Kosala, he's had an excellent season, has not played much, not as many games as the others, just 7 games, but already hit the 600-run mark in this season, has been one of the keys for the Royalists.
3 centuries, if I'm not mistaken.
This pitch looks flat. I think he's probably also thinking about another 3-figure mark in this big occasion as well.
Well, he'll get a single to take him to 22. I hope the commentator's curse doesn't come into him still. Another over gone by as the Royalists are 55 for none.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine. You call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art. It's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
Kishan Munasinghe been brought back. So Kishan Munasinghe bowling into a pretty attacking field with slip and 2 men in front of the bat. He's been economical but not been able to pick up wickets.
I think so far he's been a little too wide to the left-handers. Kamil Mishara and Kaushan are also happy to leave the ball alone.
The intent was to come down the track, but checked his shot at the last minute.
Yeah, interesting to see that the mid-on fielder is also hanging back a little bit. Maybe in anticipation of that lofted shot from Mishara.
Well, I would feel that you need to bring the mid-on and mid-off in and ask Kamil Mishara or Kaushan, try to go aerial, go over the top, which might create something in the batsman's mind whether he wants to go over the top. I think Vimala Siri did indicate something to the bowler. Maybe he was going on the edge area. That's your first warning, brother.
Yeah, and as you were saying, St. Thomas's, if they want things to happen, they do need to attack in that fashion. Get the field up. They already have a few attacking fielders around the back. Maybe try to get the Royalists play on their patience, get them to try to hit over the top, and maybe then a wicket will come their way. So far, wicketless, 57 for no loss.
A little bit air on that occasion is Kishan Munasinghe, but it's the end of another over. It's 57 for none.
New friendship එක කවුරු තෙක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස Maggie Paparekottu
From Nestle.
Contribution to the total wickets, Dilmin Ratnayaka and Yasir Rodrigo. This is how they've done it during this school season.
Yeah, the bulk of the damage being done by Dilmin Ratnayaka, as we spoke about earlier. 64 wickets this season so far. Yasir Rodrigo with 38 to his name as well. Rest of the team contributing to 51% of the wickets that have fallen.
So Dilmin Ratnayaka now falling on to a certain line, certain rhythm, which is good. That is what St. Thomas's will want.
Yeah, he's bowled well so far. Just that one loose delivery that was taken care of by Kaushan, sending it back to the boundary. But he's managed to pitch that ball right in on that off-stump line. Batsman unable to make too many runs off him so far.
Just as you speak, Ratnayaka dropping that one short, but then this is how leg spinners bowl. Like say, you will have one or two loose balls definitely.
Yeah, and sometimes those loose deliveries are the ones that get them the wickets. Sometimes a leg spinner bowling it short to a left-hander could get him to top edge or get him to hit one straight to the fielder.
I would prefer that mid-wicket coming in for a over or two. You see, now that stroke, Kaushan is very comfortable playing it even half-heartedly. But the moment the fielder comes in, he will try to go over aerial. That's where the problem. End of the over, 59 for non-royal.
මොකද අංකල් අපි වෙලෙන්ම නාගන්නද
දියසිගරාවට ඔරොත්තු දෙන වගුරු බිමෙත් බය නැතුව ගොඩනගන්න පුළුවන් සංයෝගයක් තමයි ටෝකියෝ සුපර් වැඩි දියුණු කළ සිමෙන්ති.
දැන් නම් අපේ තාත්තගේ නෑම් ඉවරයි.
වැඩි දියුණු ටෝකියෝ සුපර් ඕන වැඩකට සුපර්.
New, long-lasting fragrances.
59 for no loss, Royal College. 30 overs they've consumed to get these 59. Very slow proceedings as I'm joined with Amita Abenayaka. Amita, your take on the game?
That's right. I think they've been watchful. I don't know whether they were too watchful because the wicket has no terrors. Bowling is just not exceptionally good, but so the Royalists can go for their strokes.
So I too feel that they can be a bit more positive as decent deliveries was bowled there by Ishar Munasinghe, not prejudiced turn. But then again, enough to be the bat of Kulasurya. There again you see a little bit of turn of a good length. So Kulasurya has been the more cautious of the two. He's consumed 103 deliveries to get to 30. Kamil usually or by nature is very aggressive in his stroke play, but has been very subdued and very resilient in his batting in this inning.
This Kamil Mishara has got over 600 runs, 158 being his best, but couldn't play the full season due to national duty under 19, isn't it?
Yes, him plus Ahan Wickramasinghe, the two of them had national duty, hence they missed a lot of the season.
So Munasinghe bowling to his offside field just outside the off stump. Batsman very content just to play through the motions. Once again very defensively played.
That brings the end of over number 31 in the Royal inning, 59 for no loss.
අවවාදයයි මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් කියා ලිමන් දෙලෙමන් කියා මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් දෙපැකලීමට ඉඩ ඇත. ලෙමන් ක්‍රීම් මැදිවුණු ලෙමන් ගතිගුණම තියෙන අලුත් වූ මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් රහ කර කර කන්න. මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ්.
So crowds have really improved, especially the boys tent, Harun. Well, we didn't have very many boys in the morning after yesterday's news on the coronavirus, but it's now full to capacity, both the Royal and St. Thomas's.
Yes, I think most of the parents have been very circumspect in terms of sending their kids. Both schools have taken necessary measures to inform and sort of inform the parents that the responsibility cannot be lied, and hence they'll have to think twice if they have to send their kids. That's why we see a very poor turnout today, especially after the news that was received yesterday.
So Dilmin Ratnaka continuing from the far end.
What I would like to see from a Royalist's perspective is that if the batsmen can start using their feet, because what we've been witnessing thus far is that they've been on the crease prodding and waiting for that loose ball. They're not created that opportunity to score runs, and that's what sort of disappointed me in this Royal inning.
Especially Dilmin Ratnaka, two left-handers will find it easier. So if they use their feet, get to the pitch of the ball, and pick up the singles, rotate the strike.
It's a beautiful delivery. We saw that nice loop, the guile, the trajectory was fantastic, took the inside edge. So that's the manner in which he should be bowling consistently. Yes.
That time
there again.
Straight to the field at mid-on, no run.
So that's the part I was talking about, Amita. A full toss ideally should be dispatched, at least for a single. And the Royal batsmen have not capitalized on those opportunities. This time it's short, the ice protection at the deep. It's just one run. That brings the end of over number 32, 61 for no loss for Royal College.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine. You call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art. It's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate. It's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
32 overs completed, Royal 61 for no loss. Arun, I was discussing about this book from Marsh to Boak at Royal College, 1835 to 1870, written by D.L. Senator. Are you in any of those houses, the principals of Royal College?
Yes, I am actually from Marsh House.
So he was the one who
started Royal College, yes.
That's right.
Back in 1835. Very rich history for Royal.
Yes, Mr. Senaviratna has taken a lot of trouble in finding the information. Researched almost for about 8 years, and there was a book launch at the Royal Skills Centre recently where people like Mr. Skandar Kumar made presentations. So Munasinghe continuing this time, once again, just outside the off stump, left alone.
This is what I would like. I kind of don't understand in terms of Kaushan Kulasuria's approach. To create that opportunity to score now with the ball, you have Munasinghe tossing the ball up. Oh, and he's hit straight to slip. And that's the first wicket for St. Thomas's. And that's good slip catching for you. Shalin Dimel once again. He's got glue in his hands.
That's right, as you said, glue. He got 7 catches last time. That's the best field at the last time's 140th encounter. That time
it was too close to cut. And Shalin Dimel keeping his eyes right on the ball and pouching that safely. The umpires have asked Kulasuri to stay though. His 31 was what Kaushan Kulasuri made, faced 113 balls, 61 for 1 Royal.
New, long-lasting fragrances.
New friendship maker. Kauru tek when a hit gang when a rasa. Maggie Paparekottu.
From Nestle.
New gold deodorants with long-lasting fragrances.
Last year, captain Kavindu Madarasinghe walks into the middle. He's someone who is brimming in confidence as he comes to this Royal Thomian Amita. He is coming after a double century against a solid and cracking Trinity side, where he got 200 runs at Askyria not too long ago. Once again, that wicket took the outside edge. There again, a nothing shot by Kulasuri. He never went hard at it. Just kind of sort of glided it straight to slip. Had he sort of gone hard at that ball, the ball would have flown off the outside edge, probably making that chance relatively more difficult to Shalin Dimel, who was at slips.
So Madarasinghe scored 609 runs, 200 as Harun said against Trinity College was his highest. Ishan Munasinghe delighted with his off spin being rewarded. A good catch taken by Shalin Dimel at first slip to dismiss Kulasuri.
Madarasinghe relatively more aggressive and attacking in his approach. I would like to see him sort of take on the bowling and get those scoring opportunities in and sort of fasten this whole pace of scoring. That's been the problem for Royal. They've been very slow, going at less than 2 runs per over.
.61 for 1. Kulasuri was just to go 37. That's Madarasinghe's statistics. 609 runs, average of 32, and best of 200 against Trinity College.
We spoke about Kishore Munasinghe's habit of pulling off a breakthrough, and as he did in this over, 33 overs gone, 61 for 1 Royal.
එයා වැඩ කළේ අපි කාගෙත් හොඳට.
පුතා නොහිටින්න. මං හීනකින්වත් මෙතන එපාර්ට්මන්ට් ගහන්න.
බිල්ඩින් හැදිල්ල ආවට ගියාට කරන්න හොඳ නෑ අංකල්. මං මේ සිමෙන්ති පවා ගත්තේ හොඳට හිතලා. ටෝකියෝ සුපර් වැඩි දියුණු කළ සිමෙන්ති මේ කම්බි පවා ආරක්ෂා කරගෙන දිගින් දිගටම ශක්තිමත් වෙනවා.
හරියට අපේ කතාව වගේ.
වැඩි දියුණු ටෝකියෝ සුපර් ඕනවරකට සුපර්.
So Dilmen Ratnaka to continue from the far end or the Vidya Mawat end. This ball 4 overs given away 11 runs, no wickets so far. Tomian right arm leg spinner.
Oh, that's a very bad delivery. Short, cut hard. The batsmen have enough time to comfortably cross over for 2 runs.
Little bit of more power by Mishara would have run down to the boundary. It was a poor delivery. Bit overcast conditions here at the SSC. The old boys stands almost full to capacity.
This time comfortably tucked away.
This is what they should do in the role, is just picking up those singles, pushing it to the open areas.
Yes, absolutely. Getting that scoreboard ticking is very crucial. Because by not doing so, you create that added bit of pressure. Because you don't see the scoreboard moving, the score is pretty much constant, and you're facing a lot of deliveries, which is adding on to that element of pressure while it's batting.
So new batsman Madara Singh taking strike. Ratnayaka, another left-hander. Royal have 9 left-handers, is it, Harold?
Yes, it's apart from Mahan and Tevindu, the rest are all left-handers, Amita, which is an interesting stat, I suppose.
Very unusual in a team. Nicely swept away that time by Madara Singh. So this over so far 4 runs.
See someone, as I mentioned, who will take the attack to the bowlers and can probably be a blessing in disguise to the Royalists to really up the scoring rate and get them to a respectable position, or maybe a relatively more strong position compared to where they are currently.
Yes, as you said, you can see that his intention is very clear. He wants to tap it and just try to pick up the single whenever possible. Boys tends enjoying themselves. The Royal stewards supporting the 2 batsmen in the middle. Very defensively played that time. 34 overs completed, 65 for 1.
Get some piece of advice being given there by Ravindu, the unranked national cap, as we take you through some stats, the best partnerships at the Battle of the Blues. If you look at that opening stand, I was privileged enough to play that game. Sugita Senaratne and Malinga Maligas put on 218 runs for the first wicket, which seems to be quite notable. There are about 3 scores above 200. Anushka Pulnovita in 1996 with Yasas Dharmaratne, and also Sumitra Varnakula Surya and Anish Deva Surendra in 1980 with 222 runs. Quite decent partnerships.
And Thiran Dhanapal, who now sits with us in the commentary box for their 8-wicket partnership.
Yes. Most of them were 3-figure partnerships, which is quite pleasing to see. And even at the bottom half of the table, we saw a lot of 3-figure partnerships. This time is smash that over extra cover. Coming to Madara Singh, 1 bounce, 4. Lovely shot. Taking the attack to Kishan Munasinghe, which should be the way that he should be going about his business. He's got a double 100 not too long ago.
So his intentions very clear. It's just in the middle and immediately onto it. Anything loose. Hit uppishly, but still timed it well and ran down to a boundary.
Definitely, it's about playing your field, trying to get those 2 fielders close in, out from your vicinity. It's very important you understand the whole situation and play smart cricket. That's what I think Royal will have to do, play smart.
So that's the 6th boundary in the Royal innings of 61 for 1. Royal trail by 300 runs at the moment.
Bowls a very nagging line, I must say. Slow through the air, gives the batsman a lot of time, which can sometimes not work in the batsman's favour also. And again, pitch outside the off stump. There's a loud appeal. It's not turning. It's going on with the arm. Madara Singh has to be watchful.
Yes, good delivery by Munasinghe. So that's the end of the 35th over. Royal College 69 for 1.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine. You call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art. It's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate. It's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
New, long-lasting fragrances.
So Dilben Ratnayaka to continue from the far end.
He's persisted with that angle, bowling right arm round the wicket. He did start off bowling over, but with two left-handers batting, he's gone round. Something that I'm not a big fan of. Even for the left-hander, the chances of you getting a wicket, especially in the form of an LBW, is very high when you bowl from over the wicket. And probably he has a different strategy.
So Ratnayaka has bowled 5 overs, given away 15 runs, no wicket so far. At times,
Sam short as well. As he comfortably taps it, easy chance of taking 2 runs.
Yes, that was very sensibly played. Went on the back foot, just tapped it to third man and crossed over for 2. The only wicket so far to fall was taken by Kishan Munasinghe. He has bowled 12 overs, given away 14 runs and a wicket.
Dilvin Ratnayaka has not been bowling too bad. It's just that 1 or 2 balls in his over which sort of drops it short or bowls it full, and does not maintain that level of consistency as the next delivery is also is a full length delivery. It was taken on the full, comfortably turned away.
Ratnayaka is the highest wicket taker for St. Thomas, has taken 64 wickets, 6 for 37 being his best. Today he'll have an uphill task because there are 9 left-handers on the Royal side. There's a loud appeal to Lyndon Hannibal. Probably just missing the stumps.
I think that stuck him way outside the off stump. It was an appeal more out of hope than conviction from the Thomians, but nevertheless a good delivery by Ratnayaka. As I said, he's bowled those couple of balls that have been threatening, but also in the meantime bowled a couple of them which have been loose, as comfortably swept by Madara Singh. That brings the end of over number 36. 73 for 1 Royal College as we move into drinks.
The Cricket Shop, one-stop shop, one of its kind, stockist for all exclusive brands, main distributor for authentic MA Sri Lanka cricket replica products. You name it, we have it. The Cricket Shop, number 5, St. Anthony's Bawata, Colombo 3.
මොකද අංකල් අපි වෙලෙන්ම නාගන්නද
වැඩි දියුණු ටෝකියෝ සුපර් ඕනවරකට සුපර්
New gold deodorants with long-lasting fragrances. When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine. You call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art. It's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate. It's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
lemon puff lemon puff lemon
අවවාදයයි මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් කියා ලෙමන් ලෙමන් කියා මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් දෙපැටලීමට ඉඩ ඇත. ලෙමන් ක්‍රීම් මැදිවුණු ලෙමන් ගතිගුණම තියෙන අලුත් මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් රහ කර කර කන්න. මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ්
New friendship එක අලුත් පපර කොත්තුව කවුරුත් එක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස මැගි පපර කොත්තු.
From Nestle.
I want everything and more from my mobile. Unlimited talk time, text and endless data. When I travel, it's one simple plan for unlimited roaming, even on a flight. I also get the best smartphone deals, phone upgrades and expert personal service. While Club Vision privileges pamper me with the best of times. Sign up to a Dialog Power plan today. Enjoy everything I have and more.
Dialog Postpaid. Power to you.
Havindu Madarasinga throughout this season has played at these three positions. Haritha 7 innings at number 3, 7 innings at number 4, 5 at number 5 rather. That 200 against Trinity came in at number 3.
Yeah, so you take that away, he has got 160 there. I wonder his contribution with that 200 would have been a fantastic effort for a batsman who was struggling through the season. But the way Royal are getting about, it looks unlikely that they are forcing a victory here. Madar Singh, I'm told, was given a brand new bat by the Royal Old Boys after making that double 100. I wonder whether it's the bat that he's using actually. Doesn't look like.
It doesn't look like. And if I am Madar Singh, I wouldn't change the bat which I use for to score 200 runs, Haritha.
You know what I will do? I'll keep it in the cupboard and use that new bat. I'm not going to score another 200, he would think. Yeah. I was having a chat with Bradley Fenner, headmaster of Prince Alfred College in Adelaide, South Australia. They play the longest running schools big match against St. Peter's College in Adelaide. Interesting story there was that 4 Australian captains had been produced by Prince Alfred College, including the 2 Chappell brothers, Ian and Greg. So that goes in par with Royal and St. Thomas's have done. 2 national captains, the form of Ranjan Madugalle and Tulip Mendes for the 2 schools. But that is a 4-day game, he told me.
Will Royal College and St. Thomas's College opt for that option at the 1 day? Will they go on and make this 3-day affair a 4-day affair?
You and I should head the 2 institutions in that sense. No, I don't think it'll go to 4 days. When it's being played for the 200th year, we won't be there. But just imagine.
37 completed, 74 for 1.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend. She is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine. You call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art, it's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
It's just 2 runs and over at this stage for Royal. So it looks like the Right Honourable DSN Naika Shield will remain at St. Thomas's College for yet another year.
Yes, with the things going, Haritha, seems unlikely that a result can be produced within a day or so. Just 1 hour or so play left on day 2, and only 1 play left tomorrow. Something miraculous should happen if we are to get a result out of this game. Nevertheless, Kamil Mishara, we are seeing a different Kamil Mishara. He is usually not this slow. He's a batsman who loves going for his strokes.
Yeah, between the 2 of them, they have a lot of experience, the 2 batsmen out there. Either they would go for a record partnership or maybe one of them to get a double 100. It has not been achieved in this 3-day big match. Thomas's would have a bonus if they pick one of these batsmen.
Well fielded there. Dilmin Ratnayaka. Yes, quite agree with you, Haritha. nobody has scored a double century. Kamil Mishara, and we all know how he scored against Anand College last season, and then Kavind Madar Singh, he has scored a double century against Trinity this season. So both these players have got double centuries in their school's career, but not at a big match. So ideal situation. Yes, you might not produce a result, but you can produce a record which will stay on forever.
They may end up with all the individual awards if that happens. That's a far cry.
He's been very watchful. Kamil Mishara, 38 completed, ball 77 for 1.
කන්ට්‍රක්ටර් විදියට මං කොච්චර ගෙවල් හැදුවද මිස් ලෝය මගේ බූදල ගැන බලාගන්න ඒත් මගේ පුත්තු අපේ ගේ බලාගත්තේ නෑ තාත්තලයි කාලේ වගේ නෙමෙයි දැන් ටෝකියෝ සුපර් කාස්ට් වලින් ප්ලාස්ටර් කළාම පේන්ට් කරන්න ඕනෙත් නෑ
ඒ ටෝකියෝ සුපර් බොන්ඩ් වලින් ටයිල් පිට ටයිල් උනත් අල්ලන්න පුළුවන්
waterproofing වලට නම් ටෝකියෝ සුපර් සීල් තමයි බෙහෙත ඔකේ පල්ලේ I am so happy මිස් ලෝය මං හරියට අවුරුදු 25කින් තරුණ වුණා වගේ
ටෝකියෝ අලුත් පරපුර ටෝකියෝ සුපර් කාස් සුපර් බොන්ඩ් සුපර් සීල් අලුත් විදියට වැඩ කරන්න
What's the story so far in this match?
369 St. Thomas's College after being sent into bat. Shalin Dimel 85, Ryan Fernandez 70. Now currently Royal 77 for 1. Munasinghe bowling his 14th over. He has been very economical, Haritha.
Yeah, I mean, don't be misread. Not that he has bowled as much as the statistics say. Much of it has been just left alone outside off stump or padded up like that ever since Madara Singh came in. Royal have been very keen to occupy the crease.
That's beautiful batting, but far better fielding too. Good cricket overall.
David, I was just, I mean, the thought just crossed my mind. Have you ever done a coverage from outside our shows?
Yes, we've done a couple of rugby games live.
Seven-side rugby or Asian rugby?
Yes, Asian rugby. We've done Asian rugby live through ThePapare.com and on Dialogue TV too.
What about that 4-day game in Australia?
We would love to show the longest game. We are showing the second longest uninterrupted game here from SSC Grounds. We'd love to show that longest uninterrupted game rather
I must
from
ask
Adelaide.
The warden of St. Thomas's College whether he could intervene on your behalf. I mean, just take a look at the Chappell brothers being there. So many others. Very good population in Adelaide. Amongst Sri Lanka's 39 overs completed. Still 79 for 1 for Royal.
Lemon?
අවවාදයයි මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් කියා ලෙමන් ද ලෙමන් කියා මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් ද පැටලීමට ඉඩ ඇත. ලෙමන් ක්‍රීම් නැතිවුණු ලෙමන් ගතිගුණම තියෙන අලුත් වූ මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් රහ කර කර කන්න. මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ්.
Royal College still trailing by 290 runs. Seems like a bowling change from the Vidyama at the end. Umayanga Suarez has been brought into the attack.
They had an option with Shalin Dimel, but I don't think they will risk him at this stage. There is the other off spinner, tall chap, different angle from where he will deliver. So the Ethiopian captain also running out of options. He has not tried to bowl.
Suarez fires it in.
He was firing into the wicket-keeper's pads.
I have also been accused of that, trying to fighting towards the wicket-keeper's bat too. 7 wickets this season for Suarez in 14 games. Definitely haven't done much bowling.
But this is a very different Kamil Mishara.
100 balls, just 32 runs for Kamil Mishara. Either, if you remember correctly, when he played the first big match, Royal Thomian, I'm pretty sure you would remember that he played all his reverse sweeps and sweeps, but he has matured enough now.
You must play to your full potential, especially in a big match of this nature. After being roasted for over 9 hours, Royal would have learnt their lesson. Thomian fielders are a bit lucky. It's very mild weather at this stage.
Good first over from Suarez. 40 overs completed, 79 for 1.
New friendship එක අලුත් පපරේ කොත්තුව කවුරු තෙක් වෙන hit gang වෙන රස මැගි පපරේ කොත්තු
From Nestle.
Lemon puff. Lemon puff. Lemon puff. Lemon? අවවාදයයි මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් කියා ලිමන් දෙලෙමන් කියා මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් දෙපැටලීමට ඉඩ ඇත. ලෙමන් ක්‍රීම් මැදිවුණු ලෙමන් ගතිගුණම තියෙන අලුත් වූ මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ් රහ කර කර කන්න. මෙලිබන් ලෙමන් පෆ්.
A lot of cancellations of sporting events right around the world, Sri Lanka included. Schools rugby season in full swing. Most of the big matches have been postponed from this weekend.
Yes, we've just received the news that Sri Lanka versus England test match series have also been postponed. But it's a matter for another day, Haritha. For now, it will be up to Kavindu Madar-Singh and Kamil Mishara.
Yeah, safety first for the population of the world.
He's coming over the wicket, Munasinghe. Haven't seen that much. No ball called by umpire Vimalasiri. He took a couple of steps towards that square leg region. Kavindu Madar-Singhe trying to open up that offside region, and immediately there was a fielder at deep point. Now he's been rounded off towards deep extra covers.
Oh, good call by the umpire.
This is poor bowling from Munasinghe.
So now Madar-Singhe has shown a willingness to play a few shots. Probably the intensity would rub on Mishara without taking too many risks. I'm interested to see how many balls he would face during these innings, Kamil Mishara. Usually would step out and get to the pitch of the ball. Amazing story this. nobody actually predicted how this match would go, but nobody would have predicted the way it's going now. This is the other aspect of the hard grind.
I think it will be very interesting if, by any chance, if the Royal innings doesn't come to an end as we speak. Kamil Mishara is caught at slip by that man, Shalin Dimel. He is an excellent slip fielder. We saw that last year and we are seeing it this year too. Kishan Munasinghe gets the second wicket. Kamil Mishara's innings comes to an end.
I was talking about how many balls he would place in this innings. That's a genuine turner and a brilliant catch. Now we've just seen the best field of this match.
Seem to have turned the blade towards that leg side region, got the outside edge. Kamil Mishara goes for 32, Royal 81 for 2.
When she's special, she's not just a girlfriend, she is your sweetheart. When you feel it, you don't just call it sunshine, you call it warmth. When you reveal your deepest emotions, it's not just art, it's freedom. And when its essence is premium cocoa butter, it's not just chocolate, it's Ravello. Chocolate so special, you call it Ravello.
Sri Lankan under-19 representative being replaced by another Sri Lankan under-19 representative. This is how Kamil Mishara went.
It turned.
And he was pushing at it, Haritha. He was very patient throughout his innings. Didn't push at most of the deliveries, but that time it turned and he pushed it towards that mid-on region. Good catch by Shalin.
If it was any other fielder, he would have taken it on the bump. Because it's Shalin Dimel, he was able to put his fingers underneath the ball.
Ahan Wickramasinghe, just 6 matches this season, 425 runs. The score of 113 against Prince of Wales College in that pre-quarter final, which Royal lost on first innings. 60.71 average.
Hey, you do all the statistics for ThePapare or what?
Vice captain of the side, but he has 4 fielders around him. As far as
if he also comes out with the same mentality of a Kamil Mishara, he will probably get into trouble. But if he plays his normal game, plays true to his form, oh, another no ball.
Unforgivable for a spinner to bowl no balls, Haritha. But here we see Ahan Wickramasinghe. He's touted as one of the best players of the spin by the Sri Lankan under-19 coach this year, Hashan Tilakaratne.
And I like the way his approach is. He runs between wickets with a lot of intent. No frills cricketer, but technically very sound. Very balanced head above his shoulders. A lot of people say was involved in 2 runouts in the Domain innings.
If I am correct, Haritha, we have a past captain and a future captain in the middle for Royal College. Kishan Munasinghe will...
So this is what I said. I asked you whether you work with all the stats at ThePapare.com.
All the good work done by the ThePapare cricket team and the stats team to get these stats all up and ready for all these big matches, the March Madness. He's using the leg side theory good use of the feet there by Madar Singh. Couple of runs to end 41st over. Royal College 85 for 2.
Saddle up. Tuesdays,
We stand united.
a woman's place
Let's get it done, America.
is in the White House.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Elizabeth McCord.
I invite the American people to join me in this campaign for inclusion. I broke the White House.
Madam Secretary. New episodes, Tuesdays on AXN.
$85 for 2. Kamil Mishara departing for 32. He made 37 last year as well. So I think the Royal Thomaian is hovering him around in the 30s. Good evening, Harun.
Good evening, Kosala. Yeah, it's been relatively disappointing. A lot was expected from him, and the fact that he had a lot of experience in the form of under-19 national representation and playing his third year for Royal. The approach was quite surprising, to be honest. I didn't understand why he had to consume so many deliveries. He never showed signs of aggression using his feet. Generally, he is that kind of a player, especially when you play ODI cricket. For under-19s, you're generally aggressive by nature, but then again, he went into a shell and got himself stuck.
So now it's a good opportunity for Dilmin Ratnayake to come in with a right-hander in, create that pressure. I like the approach by the Thomaians. Two closing fielders, give that pressure in. Even the best batsman can succumb to pressure.
Absolutely, Kosala. I think it's a fantastic move by the Thomaian skipper to bring in Dilmin as he takes it on the full this time. But then again, bringing in the leg spinner, you create that much more of a chance of getting the wicket. And considering the fact that Royal are 2 down and with not much time left for the day's play to end, Dilmin Ratnayake is the ideal option.
Yes, definitely. He's the leading wicket taker for the Thomaians, so a lot will depend on him. And now interesting to see how Kamindum gets about his game, fresh from a double 100.
Having seen him from a very young age, Kosal, I think he will not change his game. He's generally the guy who sort of nudges, laps, taps, plays those cheeky strokes and keeps strike rotating. And someone who can make maximum use of a loose delivery as well.
But I also like what the two batsmen are doing right now. They're trying to rotate the strike. A left-hand, right-hand combination will baffle the bowling a bit. So I think it's a cat and mouse game now on who holds their nerve.
Absolutely, you hit the nail on the coffin there. It's about how you can handle this pressure. The right-left combination can definitely affect the bowler, especially in terms of getting into a one consistent line and length. And leg spinner bowling with his wrist, it's not easy to sort of adjust.
Now this is interesting. Now that there is a deep point dropping down for Dilmin Ratnayake, which I wouldn't really approve of. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Ahan Ratnayake, Vikramasinghe, sorry, playing a perfect off drive. He opened up a little bit. See where he plants his left foot, opens it up, and that's a perfect off drive.
That's a beautiful stroke by Vikramasinghe. As you rightly mentioned, he positioned himself very well. He moved and opened himself, saw that massive gap between sweep and mid-off, and comfortably drove that for 4.
So, yeah, that's why I was quite surprised when Dilmin Ratnayake dropped a sweeper cover, because I don't see a ball going there unless you drop it short.
Exactly. Unfortunately, it's been a feature of this inning, and also, as you can see, another simple single being conceded to the batsman. It's been kind of a feature in this whole Royal Thomaian, Kosal. Every spinner that has come on to bowl has dropped the deep point fielder from the ball number 1.
So normally, the cricket that I know, and maybe you know, a deep point or a deep score or a deep mid wicket is given if you're dropping it short.
That's for bad bowling.
That's for bad bowling. So it's a 92 for 2 now. This has been a relatively expensive over from Dilmin Ratnayaka. Madara Singha is comfortable in notching that one down. It's the end of the over. It's 92 for 2.
When I travel abroad, it's one simple plan for unlimited roaming. Even when I am on a flight, sign up to a Dialog Power plan today. Enjoy everything I have and more.
Dialog Postpaid. Power to you. New, long-lasting fragrances.
As you can see on your screens, he's been most successful batting at number 4 with an average of 70. He's not played many games this season due to national duty, but whenever he's got the opportunity to play for Royal, he's put his hand up and scored a lot of runs. I still remember not too long ago he got a fantastic 100 against Prince of Wales in their tournament pre-quarter final, fighting a lone battle, Royal failing to win that match on first innings, hence having to sort of crash out from the tournament.
I think you were telling me that this pair was involved in a big partnership recently, where Madara Singha went to a double 100. Now it's
a loud appeal. An appeal purely on hope and not in conviction for sure.
What were they appealing for? Was it a back pat or was it a LB or W?
To see the back of Wickramasinghe for sure. He being Royal's number 1 batsman, there's a lot dependent on him. Ahan Sanchita or Ahan Wickramasinghe for that matter. Umpire Bimlisari not fazed by the drama created by the Thomian fielders.
He's too experienced to be baffled by that.
Just talking about that partnership against Trinity Kosala, these two had come in at a time where Royal were not in a great situation, if I'm not mistaken. 20 for 2 Royal were, and took the score to 300 runs plus, so it was more than 200 run partnership where these two put on, which was quite fantastic. Hence they have that kind of chemistry that's already been created, and hope from a Royalists perspective that they would carry on the same momentum into this inning.
Yes, definitely a big partnership needed from these two. Royals' first initiative would be, how much is the deficit? Is it 150 or 200? If they want to St. Thomas to bat again.
3-day cricket, if I'm not mistaken, 150.
So their first aim would be to get to that mark where they don't bat again.
320, I suppose. They'll have to, 220 is what Royal will have to get. As this ball is played over mid-off beautifully by Kavindu Madara Singha. That's a key feature in his batting. He's able to play that ball, open his shoulder and play it inside out. Beautiful shot there by the former skipper of Royal.
You see, the most important factor, look at the head position of Madara Singha, going right down, meeting the ball. His eye contact was at the position of hitting the bat. That's the key to get a good, perfect lofted shot.
I think you were spot on, Kosala. The fact that he had his head balanced and was watching the ball. More often than not, we see boys getting out, caught at slips, mainly because they have their head up. They don't lean into the shot. But that was a classic example of how to play a lofted cover drive.
98 for 2. And I like the intent between Ahan and Madara Singha. They're trying to be positive. I think at least we are seeing some positive batting.
At last, Kosala, to be honest. This is what the Royal camp also would have been expecting. There again, you see the fact that they are very busy at the crease. They're playing the fielders comfortably, and they're keeping the scoreboard ticking. I think that's where the opening batsman missed out. They sort of went into a shell and got stuck, as we see the end of over number 43 in this Royal inning. 100 for 2 Royal College.
Contractor විදියට මං කොච්චර ගෙවල් හැදුවද? මිස් ලෝය මගේ බූදලේ ගැන බලා ගන්න. ඒත් මගේ පුත්තු අපේ ගේ බලාගත්තේ නෑ. තාත්තලායි කාලේ වගේ නෙමෙයි දැන්. ටෝකියෝ සුපර් කාස්ට් වලින් ප්ලාස්ටර් කළාම පේන්ට් කරන්න ඕනෙත් නෑ.
ඒ ටෝකියෝ සුපර් බොන්ඩ් වලින් ටයිල් පිට ටයිල් උනත් අල්ලන්න පුළුවන්.
Water proofing වලට නම් ටෝකියෝ සුපර් සීල් තමයි බෙහෙත.
ඔකේ පල්ලේ. I am so happy මිස් ලෝය. මං හරියට අවුරුදු 25කින් තරුණ වුණා වගේ.
Tokyo අලුත් පරපුර Tokyo Supercars, Superbond, Super Seal අලුත් විදිහට වැඩ කරන්න.
100 for 2, 43 overs completed. It's going to be Dilmin Ratnayaka to continue as we see the giant scoreboard at SSC. It's quite the picturesque venue, I must say, Kausala.
I think any schoolboy's dream when they start playing cricket is to play a game at SSC.
Absolutely. It's probably considered the lords of Sri Lankan cricket.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Now you can see that Dilmin Ratnayaka, he's got protection down at deep mid-wicket. The deep square, mostly maybe for the sweep shot, is very finer.
Some communication going on where Madhara Singh wants to change his pair of gloves in the next over. He's got the permission from the umpire. That's a fuller length delivery, cheekishly swept. They'll settle for a single.
So there you go. That's why the more finer square leg is there, or more or less a fine leg for that sweep. So this is indication is that even Dilmin Ratnayaka is not really confident of where he's landing, because you normally don't set that. You don't set fields for a strength of a batsman.
Exactly. I think probably the lack of confidence in him as well, not getting a great deal of turn, and I'm not sure whether he's someone who enjoys bowling to the left-handers, because looking from or based on what I've seen thus far, the fact that he wants to bowl around the wicket doesn't bring the opportunity to get the left-hander out. And not seen much of the variation as well, the googly.
Yes, I was just about to say that we haven't seen the wrong one, because now you call it the wrong one more than the googly. There again. Very interesting field again. Still continuing with that slip and slip it off. Now I like this from Mahan, because he was not afraid to come down the track with the leg spinner, and he gets right behind that delivery. That's the key for Mahan's batting, I suppose, Harun.
Yes, absolutely, and that's one of his key strengths. He knows how to play the field. He judges the whole situation very well and studies who the fielders that he can pick on, how far they are, whether he can tap and run. The last shot was a very, very good example of how he played the field. Easy picking for the Royal batsman.
So we've seen some runs being added on from what we didn't see from the previous, since the arrival of these two.
Oh, no, that kept low.
Kept low, and that didn't turn. I thought that came on straight with the arm. I don't know whether it was the wrong one. Did Ahan pick it? But it's the end of the over. We'll talk when he come back.
New, long-lasting fragrances. New, long-lasting fragrances.
That is interesting. If you can take a look at that previous delivery, whether it is the wrong one, or did it, as you said, did it keep low, or did it come straight on, but more like a shooter to Ahan?
Yes, as we see the replay of that, seems to be a traditional, conventional leg spin. It's just that it kept low. There was no turn.
More like a top spinner.
Top spinner, yes, yes. Pushed through a bit quicker. So, Mona Singh had to continue.
Now, Mona Singh seems to be bowling very slow. His release is very slow, and it's not really coming on for stroke play.
I think that's something very critical, especially when you're bowling on a wicket like this where the ball comes on beautifully. The slower you bowl, I think you create that much more of a chance of getting the batsman to do a mistake.
And also the opportunity for it to bite from the wicket is more.
Exactly, Kosala. Or else the more you sort of bowl it at a very faster pace, the batsman finds it very easy.
Very true.
To smother the spin.
You can see that the long off is now been positioned, expecting Madara Singh to go over the top.
Madara Singh has definitely done a decent job. He's provided a breakthrough, not one but two. That cannot be out. Completely appealing out of sheer hope. One wonders the rationale behind that loud shout.
But again, the long off, I would still like it being at mid-off and ask him to, maybe if he does it twice or thrice, then think of bringing it back, because it was just one shot that went over mid-off.
Yes, and the fact that they have so many runs on the board to play with. Cheeky stuff by Kavindra Madara Singh. He's known for that. A resilient left-hand batsman, has provided rich services to Royal Cricket, even at the Royal Tournament. I remember that match-saving knock he played under Twilight to save Royal from defeat.
That was in 2018.
Yes.
So that is the end of that over. Royal are 104 for 2.
දැන් unlimited YouTube dialog 4G video blaster අදම activate කරගන්න. පුදුම unlimited package එකක දෙන ලංකාවේ අංක එකේ ජාලය dialog. ලංකාවේ වැඩි දෙනෙක් තෝරගත්ත වාසි වැඩිම dialog triple blaster plan එකට තාමත් මාරුනේ නැද්ද? call නම් call, SMS නම් SMS, data නම් data. ඒ වගේම බදු සහන ප්‍රතිලාභ ලෙස අමතර call, SMS හා data ඔබ වෙත activate කිරීමට රුපියල් 345ක් reload කරන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක එකේ සහ පුළුල්තම ජාලයෙන් මුළු රටටම වාසිදායකතම mobile plan.
So most wickets in the series of the history of the Royal Tomian. Eli Serum 32 wickets back in the 18th century to 1902. A lot of big names out there as we go down the list. Balasubramaniam, the last big 20 wickets, 2002 to 2005 for St. Thomas's. And a lot of big names in the history of Royal Tomian cricket. Kalana Pereira, 2017 to 2019, picked up 22 wickets for St. Thomas's last year, a winning performance as well. And yes, Tenakoon 1998 to 2000 as well. So Royal making a steady progress, a slow progress we could call it. 104 for 2 in 45 overs, just over 2 runs per over. Devin Ivegam, the captain, bringing himself back into the attack. Madara Singh and Han Vikramasinghe, the two batsmen in the centre. These two have batted much more positively than the earlier pair, isn't it, Esther?
Yes, Ricky, definitely. Ahan Vikramasinghe in particular has shown some intent in the middle, which we didn't see from the opening batsman, Kamil Mishara. Big appeal, and that's given out.
Well, you have done the magic, Estelle, for St. Thomas's. You have picked up a wicket. And they won't mind it. Iriagama has produced a beauty. That was a fantastic delivery. Doesn't matter what time of the game it is, or what day it is. That was a beautiful first delivery. Look at that, leaving the left-hander. He was pushing at it. In-form batsman Madara Singh, the former Royal captain, has edged one. A good catch behind the stumps. He has to depart. And now this is a bit of trouble for Royal. He's gone for 23. Boteju takes the catch. It's 104 for 3.
New, long-lasting fragrances.
So well, the Tomian flags are flying high. The Tomian tents have got louder. The music has got louder. They are dancing in their eyes as Royal have lost their third wicket. Now this is a key wicket. Madara Singh, that was a beautiful delivery. Good change of bowling. Billing himself on Iriagama. He's produced the magic. And that's the breakthrough they were looking for. And now this is going to put a lot of pressure on Ahan Vikramasinghe, because they lost Mishara. They lost Madara Singh 2 key wickets with just 104 on the board.
Yes, those were the 2 key wickets that St. Thomas's would have been looking at dismissing. There you go, Isivara Disanayaka stats for this season. 520 runs to his name, so he is also capable of making some runs. His best score 110 versus St. Peter's College. He'll want to partner up with Ahan Wickramasinghe and take Royal through to stumps today.
Yes, he's played some good innings this season, and probably his best innings came in a half century versus St. Joseph's in chasing cause. And he batted in the top order, in the top 3 in fact last season. Isivara Disanayaka, but moved down to number 5. Now he has a lot to do. Another left-hander in the centre. So Royal in fact have 9 left-handers in this lineup. And the Thomians will be prodding now 3 slips. This is good attacking cricket. Suddenly their tails are up because they know they sort of have a sighter here. If they could get another couple of wickets here to bowl out Royal. Because from what we have seen in this season as well, the Royal low order hasn't delivered much with the bat, and they tend to lose wickets in clumps. So the Thomians would feel that they got an opportunity to go into this middle order.
Yeah, 1 hour ago this game was looking like a certain draw, but suddenly 3 wickets later, Kamil Mishara, Kavindu Madarasinghe back in the hut, and St. Thomas is really riding high now.
So I feel Royal played into the Thomians' hands, Estelle. They sort of played the game St. Thomas has wanted. They didn't really attack the bowling. They were too defensive. You have to be defensive. You have to be cautious. And but even at certain times when the off-spinner, part-time off-spinner of Kishan Munasinghe was bowling, he was bowling short outside the off-stump. And Kamil Mishara was leaving those deliveries alone. On another day, he would have put it to the boundary for 4. So they were too much defensive, too much negative. And I think they have sort of got themselves into this hole at 104 for 3.
Yeah, I think it was a little confusing, the tactics that Royal used. Not really showing any intent to make some runs.
So good bowling by the captain Teveni Riagama. He's bowling on the mark now. He has his tail up. That was an important wicket against the run of play. And then Thomas has feel another wicket here. Then we will have the captain Tevin to come in to bat for Royal. Tevindu Sena Ratna. They haven't. They have, of course, Kavindu Patiratna, who could handle the bat. Dasis Manchanayaka is another player to watch out, but hasn't scored much runs this season as well. So St. Thomas certainly have the tail up at the moment. Oh, good delivery, another good delivery, good leap by Isivara, but that was a perfect delivery. 46 overs completed. It's 104 for 3. There you go. And Wickramasinghe, 113 is highest versus Prince of Wales. Trinity made a 97, 95 versus St. Sebastian's, and a couple of 40 and a 20 there. But his top scores against good attacks, good teams. 2 sides from Moroto and 1 from Kandy. He's had a good season, and Wickramasinghe didn't play a lot of games, unfortunately, for Royal because he was involved with the Sri Lankan under-19s, but he's a very good talent, a very good player.
Yeah, that's what's good about his numbers. He's played just 6 games this season, but already racked up 425 runs. Has been one of the key batsmen when he has been available for Royal College.
Certainly, their bat involves their strength, but they have a lot of work to do here in this first innings. And what I love to see is, and what I like to see at the moment is St. Thomas is attacking. They're doing that. They are brought their strike bowler Yasiru Rodrigo back into the attack straight away. A new batsman, and with Isivara Disanayaka still to get off the mark, they're brought in Rodrigo probably to see if he could trouble him. A bowler, maybe a bouncer or so, and trouble the batsman. 8 overs for 19, still to pick up a wicket. He's been very accurate, but this is a good move. This is good captaincy from Tevini Riagama. Thomas's batted till lunch today, make it 369. A good last wicket partnership. They dragged it on as much as possible, but as long as possible. Hans Big Match scores 6, 31, 15, 26 and 11. He will be wanting to make this 11 into 111, Esther, because he hasn't had a lot of success at big matches, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's in his 4th year, so this is the time to make your experience count, isn't it? Has to guide a bit of an inexperienced lower order, but knowing the quality he possesses, I'm sure it's not beyond him.
Yes, certainly a very stylish player. A good player through the offside. A long reach as well, loves to play the drives. And he will have to use all his experience potential here today. The rest have to support him. Royal have to ensure that they go on and get a good first innings score. It's a long way off now. They would have been targeting 300 as well. But now that seems a long way off. They need a good partnership. Cannot afford to lose another wicket here. They need this pair to bat as long as possible.
Yeah, I think their first target will be to get through the day, get to stumps at 3 wickets down, and then see what they can do on day 3.
Certainly approximately another 7 overs I think left after this in today's play. 95 overs for today, early start at 9:40. And credit to Royal and St. Thomas's, they have got their overs through very well today. Yesterday they was a bit slow, but today they have done superbly and entertained the crowd. The game was a little bit dull, like you mentioned a couple of hours ago when Royal were batting, but Sandit has come alive with those couple of wickets. Oh, that's fallen just short of the first slip fielder. Beautifully bowled by Yasiru Rodrigo. That didn't carry. Was hit just a touch too deep, but I think he offered a dead bat. He didn't go hard at it. You see what Disanayaka, though he pushed at it, but not really hard hands, soft hands. That's the reason it didn't carry to that first slip fielder, Kishan Munasinghe. Oh, was he a bit too deep? Was he a bit too deep? Well, nevertheless, very, very unlucky for Rodrigo, and Royal survived that scare.
It's also about reading the game, isn't it? With the pitch slowing down a bit, maybe the slip fielders need to move up a little bit. 47 overs done, Royal 105 for 3.
That's the view of the SSC, the aerial view and the surroundings here in Colombo. At 105 for 3, beautiful pictures brought to you courtesy ThePapare.com, bringing you this live coverage over the papare.com, whatever part of the world you are. If you are watching this game, a warm welcome, and of course pictures on the Dialogue TV to all the Sri Lankan viewers watching at home. I'm sure the kids who are not allowed or not given the permission to come for the match today, they will be sitting and watching this game on online or on the Dialogue TV. And they'll be happy that they could get these pictures live. As the next one worked away on the onside, we'll pick up a single. Vikram Singh, good point you brought up, Estelle, where the slip fielders have to move up, and I think that also a lot depends on the wicket keeper. He's the one who has to make that move and decide where he should stand, and then the slip fielders adjust accordingly. And like you said, the wicket now is just a slow, good batting track. It has got slow as the day progresses. It's very important those minor things be perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why it's not just about setting yourself up at the beginning of the day and just staying there. Need to keep reading the game over by over, session by session. Things need to change. Maybe St. Thomas's missed a trick there by having that first slip a little too deep. Maybe a foot forward, and that would have been right in his hands.
So Yuriyagama continuing. Disanayaka, that's neatly played. Will he come back for 2? Yes, a comfortable 2 runs to get him off the mark. He'll be relieved. Runs on the board in a big match is certainly a big relief. Doesn't matter if it's your first year or second year, but he will be glad to get off the mark. They have to be very careful. This is tight situation the Royal is in at the moment, with just a few overs left to close up play. And they cannot afford to lose another wicket here. If they do, St. Thomas's will be very, very happy indeed. Not forgetting to tell all our viewers to tweet in, use the hashtag Royto or the hashtag March Madness and send your tweets to ThePapare.com. We would love all our viewers to engage with us who are watching this game, whichever part of the world you are. The best way to be active on social media.
Yeah, and also another reminder, you can catch all the highlights, the match replays on the ThePapare.com social media pages, especially our YouTube channel, www.thepapare.com, and then go to videos. You can check out all the highlights from today's game, all the catches, all the wickets if you've missed anything.
Yes, certainly has to pick up another single, and not forgetting to read the articles, the summaries of the match, courtesy Estelle, who will be doing a lot of writing at the end of the day's play. You can read all those on ThePapare.com as well. So 109 for 3 slips. Good cricket here by the Thomians. Iriagama attacking.
Yeah, it's exactly the type of thing you want to see, isn't it? The Thomians attacking full on. They know they've got Royal under pressure. It's the type of cricket you come to a Royal Thomian to watch.
Love to see him bowl a touch fuller though. He's just on the shorter side there. You need those 3 slip fielders in action. You have to bowl fuller. Make the batsman drive. Han Wickramasinghe likes to drive through the offside. Make him do that. Doesn't matter if you give a few runs away. There you go, better, but a little more closer probably he would have played at it. But Iriagama, right thinking. 48 completed, 109 for 3.
New friendship baker. Kauru tek when hit gang when rasa. Maggie Papa Rekotu.
From Nestle.
When I travel abroad, it's one simple plan for unlimited roaming, even when I am on a flight. Sign up to a Dialog Power plan today. Enjoy everything I have and more.
Dialog Postpaid. Power to you.
So there you go. We have a tweet coming in. Kamil Mishara takes the long walk back to the pavilion. Ahan and Kamanthi will have to take it on from here. That was the fall of the wicket of Kamil Mishara. Rukshan tweeting in. Thank you, Rukshan, for following the game, for engaging with us on Twitter. Royal praying for a draw. Well. Looked like it, but Thomians will feel they have a sniff here.
Yeah, not sure if you can say that Royal is playing for a draw. They will have to win if they want to take the shield back. St. Thomas's, of course, winning the 140th Battle of the Blues. So Royal want that shield. They have to do something special in the next 1.5 days.
Next 1 day, Estelle? You're planning to stay 1.5 days here. You're trying to stay overtime, I feel. Estelle coming on Sunday as well, probably.
I think there's plenty of time left in the game so far, and especially with St. Thomas's College putting some pressure on the Royalists, there's definitely a chance of a result here.
Definitely a chance of a result, but looks more in favour of the Thomians at the moment, and that's because of the way Royal have batted. Closing upon 50 overs, just 109, that's just over 2 runs per over. And with the quality of the Royal batting, I would have expected much more than 150, closer to 180 at least when they batted 50 overs. The negative batting has put them in a spot of bother. Rodrigo has been very accurate. He's bowled wicket to wicket. He's a great talent, prospect for the future, certainly. Probably can bowl a bit quicker with his height, with his build. Maybe under the watch of a good fast bowling coach, certainly he will develop his game, and we will see a lot of him. But he's done well this season, and he's continued that.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it before. He's just 16 or 17 years old, so He has a long way to go and has already represented the Sri Lanka under 19s. So should be interesting to see how he goes in the future as well.
Coming round the wicket now. Good change of angle and the ball in the fuller delivery. He likes to try that block hole. Certainly a good option if you miss eye hit. And at this stage, this wicket not offering a lot. So you have to try your variations, try different options, different tactics. And St. Thomas's in their first innings made a 369 after batting for 1.5 days. And the Royal at 109 for 3 now. Shot down the leg side, left alone by Dissanayake, rightfully so.
Looks to be trying to cramp him up for space on his hips on that occasion, but no leg slip or short leg in place. So I wonder if he does get something aerial, will there be anyone to take that catch?
Yes, certainly. Probably, like you say, one under the bat as well, just to put some pressure on the batsman. Foolish delivery, Dissanayake nudges it on the onside, will come back for 2, comfortable 2 runs to end the over. 49 completed. It's 111. Nelson on the board for Royal. Well, the boundary percentage comparison, you could see there, Kamil Mishara has 44%, Kamil Madala Singh at the highest of 48, Vikram Singh 43, Ishwari Dissanayake 32, so he doesn't really hit a lot of boundaries. He's a nudger, he's a pusher, loves to rotate the strike with the 1s and 2s. And this is the season so far in the Under 19 Division 1 tournament 2019-20.
And Royal wouldn't mind that either, him picking up the singles. Vikramasinghe on the other hand, the more attacking player.
What I would love to see in that stat, Kamil Mishara 44% of boundaries. I would love to see how many percentage of boundaries he hit today in that innings of his Estel. And that will show a big difference in the way he batted today. Not his natural Kamil Mishara batting style. Taking his time, Tevini Riyagama. 3 slips were employed earlier, now it's just 2 slips wide of each other. They have moved the fielder towards the square leg next to the umpire. Good sound of the bat, but straight towards mid-on. Vikramasinghe looks to settling in. He's timing the ball well, but he's just playing for time now. Come out, they are fresh tomorrow. He has a lot to do tomorrow. Responsibility on his shoulders.
Yeah, Royal will need him to make a big one in this innings if they are to put any pressure on St. Thomas's College. So far he has looked good in the middle.
Oh, outside edge. Beautifully bowled, Tevini Riyagama. You remove that slip fielder and you put him out towards the square leg, and it went right into that gap where first slipper would have, because the slip fielders have got, like I mentioned, a bit wider from the wicketkeeper, wide of each other, and this went into that perfect area. But where did it carry? I think it would have carried Estel. It would have carried straight into the hands of the first slip fielder. Unfortunate, he's bowled the perfect delivery, but this is very, very unfortunate. And the dangerous Vikramasinghe, he has a wry smile on his face, and he will be relieved.
Yeah, how many times have we seen that happen, isn't it? You take the fielder out and he hits one, he edges one right where the fielder was. St. Thomas's bring back that first slip.
Well, the horse has bolted, Estel. Bolted out of the SSC Grounds, I'm sure. But yes, this is the correct. It's very unfortunate. I mean, the last couple of overs for play, why do you take that slip fielder out? Just attack. Doesn't matter if they score a few runs, isn't it? Just leave the fielder. If you get a wicket, it's a bonus. And we were talking about Kamil Mishara's boundaries percentage. 44% in the season and only 25% today. So that's a 19% drop. But that shows, and I feel he had a lot of loose deliveries that he could have punished, but he didn't make use of it. And at the end, he got out, which is very, very unfortunate in the Royal perspective.
Yeah, it also could be that he's played a couple of big matches before, still got out in the 30s. Maybe trying too hard on this occasion.
So one more delivery left in the 50th over of this innings, just 116, just 2.16 or so the current run rate. Hans big matches, yes, he too will be looking for a big one. Still final delivery. I think the final commentary stint for you for today. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. So that's the end of the over. 50 completed. It's 116 for 3.
That's a change in the bowling, so is change in the voices here. As I say, very good evening to Danushka Colombo.
Very good evening, Sharvigan. So, Royal College 116 for the loss of 3 wickets. I believe the Thomians would love to have the wicket of Ahan Wickramasinghe before close of day today.
That's a very optimistic Thomian there. He'll not relax until that wicket is taken. Ahan Wickramasinghe can change games on his head.
Exactly.
Yes, it's quite certain, Danushka, that a royal victory is a far shot here. But Ahan Wickramasinghe can take that Thomian victory away.
Exactly. Initially I thought the Royalists would go for a result this year.
Well, not short effort, but I think it's a way outside of stump there.
Yes, however, how the Royal opening batsmen started, I think they were too slow, and they're still going at just around 2 runs per over.
Well, that's a cracking hit from Ahan Wickramasinghe. That's exactly what we were talking about, Ahan.
Ahan Wickramasinghe showing some intent now, and that was very well played. Used his feet, got down to the pitch of the ball and hammered it straight past the bowler for a beautiful boundary.
Look at that complete control there. And as we say about that, Danushka, I think even before Royalists, the batting started slow, as you mentioned. I think the bowlers have let the game loose. They won the toss, mind it. They won the toss. They could have batted first, is my choice. Well, yet again, piercing that offside field. And that's very good work in the deep by Tevin Iriagama should be. Yes, the skipper there.
It's very good fielding by Tevin Iriagama. And you have to remember that he just finished bowling an over from the other end. So very good effort by him.
He's very tired, and of course, not to forget his batting efforts. So Iriagama answering a lot of questions here at the 141st Battle of the Blues. But Ahan Wickramasinghe continues to strike in the fashion he's well known for. So that ends Kishan Munasinghe over. 51 gone, 122 for 3 Royal College.
Saddle up. March 3rd.
We stand united.
A woman's place
Let's get it done, America.
is in the White House.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Elizabeth McCord.
I invite the American people to join me in this campaign for inclusion. I broke the White House.
Madam Secretary. The final season premieres March 3rd on AXN.
That's a change in the bowling. From the Vidya Mawat end, Kanistan Gunaratnam comes into the attack, replacing the skipper.
So I think Kanistan Gunaratnam bowled very well in his first spell and supported Yasiru Rodrigo. He made the batsman play and he bowled to his field compared to the Royal bowling attack. I was very happy with how Kanistan bowled.
Yeah, certainly the two fast bowlers from either ends, Kanistan Gunaratnam and Yasiru Rodrigo, I think they did fairly well to start off the innings. And again he's bowling to that field, creating opportunities just wide of Shalin Dimal at that leg slip.
Yes, Kanistan once again bowling to his field. He has had a leg slip even in his first spell. And this time almost making use of that leg slip field, just eluding the diving Shalin Dimal, and he does not drop many. Kanistan Gunaratnam bowling his 6th over.
This tall lanky seamer Gunaratnam takes the ball away from the right hander with the shape and has been fairly good this season. He's been impressive. 3 years of cricket left for him for the college.
So I believe he has very good control and he's bowling good lines and length. So if you see the Thomian bowling card, Yasiru Rodrigo bowled 10 overs for 22, Kanistan 5.2 for 12. Kevin Iriagama for me was the pick of the bowlers, bowled 8 overs 19 and taken 1 wicket, and Kishan Munasinghe 2 for 38.
Well bowled, teasing that outside edge of Vikramasinghe.
I believe this is the first time that Kanistan is bowling to a right-handed batsman, so it will be a good battle between Ahan Vikramasinghe because Kanistan is moving the ball slightly away from the right-hander.
The ball doing a very bit at the centre. We barely have any kind of wind in the centre. I mean a breeze. And also with the available conditions, I don't think Kanistan will purchase a lot of lateral movement. But he's fairly doing a job there. And speaking of this Thomian outfit, Tanushka, I think one thing that amazed me is that the bowlers, the unit, Dilmin Ratnayaka, Kanistan Gunaratnam and also Yasiru Rodrigo, all have about 3 years left for the college. So that is a very young lineup. That is the plus point about this lineup. What do you think, Tanushka? You know better about it.
Exactly, Shamigan. If you see the bowling attack that the Thomians had last year, Kalana Pereira, Shannon Fernando, Dillon Perez, they are missing all the 3 of their main frontline bowlers this year. But if you see, like you correctly said, Dilmin Ratnayaka, Yasiru Rodrigo and Gunaratnam, they have a couple of years left, so we can look forward for them to improve, develop in the years to come, and they will be a formidable attack for the Royalists.
Exactly, because at the end of the day, you have to take 20 wickets to win. That's the end of 52 overs, 123 for 3.
Gentlemen, start your engines. Oh, yeah. Get it. This is so cool.
An exclusive on Dialogue Television.
Kishan Munasinghe to continue from the tennis court end.
So Munasinghe couldn't do a lot with the bat, but I think he's done enough damage with the ball.
Yes, he has bowled quite well, especially considering the fact that the Royalists are packed with left-handers. He has kept it tight and got the ball to do the talking.
Yeah, that has been the case, Danushka, this season. They've had the specialist leg spinner, they've had the specialist left arm seamer, right arm seamer. One thing that they lack is that right arm off spinner. So they saw a bit with Umayanga Suarez. We'll get to it. Before that, there's Devin Fernando with tweets from Auckland. Can sense another Tomian victory on the way, is what he thinks.
Well, I believe the Thomians have to bowl really well. The Royalists have to bat very badly if that is to come true.
Well. And getting back to the point, Kishan Munasinghe, I think he is the surprise package for me in this bowling unit, because I saw a lot of Umayanga Suarez trying to be that frontline off spinner, but yes, Kishan Munasinghe delivering the goods.
Yes, Shami, and if I remember correctly, he bowled very well in last year's limited over game as well. He was the pick of the bowlers, so I think against left-handers he bowls really well. But I would like to see Dilmin brought back to the attack, especially with the right-handed Ahan Wickramasinghe on strike.
Well, rightly said. Kishan Munasinghe is more of a containing limited overs bowler, but Dilmin Ratnayaka could impose trouble. 53 overs, 123 for 3.
$49කට දැන් unlimited YouTube Dialogue 4G Video Blaster අදම activate කරගන්න. උත්තම unlimited package එක නෙන ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ජාලය Dialogue.
So 2 more to go. 2 more overs to go. You think it's the time to attack?
Exactly. I think the Thomians should go all out to get one more wicket, and that would create a lot of pressure for the Royalists.
Exactly. Throw the kitchen sink at it.
Because the Thomians have got a lot of runs to play with. So few runs, I wouldn't mind giving away a few runs in order to get one more wicket before the close of play today.
These boys just listen to a former vice captain.
So Royal College trailing by 246 runs. Ahan Wickramasinghe on 24, Isivara on 6.
But that's a lot of runs in the hut to play with. 246 runs. Take your chances. Now or never.
Exactly. The Thomians have the runs to play with, and you have to remember that Ahan Wickramasinghe is the main batsman for Royal. So if you get his wicket, there's not much to follow in terms of batting for Royal. I mean, there's no big performances, so we have taking Ahan's wicket will create a window of opportunity for the Thomians.
Yeah, also they will not be in such a situation again in this game. This is the final evening that they could impose pressure before going into that close of play tomorrow. Whacked it, and that's it. And Wickramasinghe departs just as we speak of. Danushka, you are elated in the com box. So are the Thomians at the centre.
Exactly, just what the Thomians wished for. Ahan Wickramasinghe's wicket, well planned by the Thomians. They had the square leg just a few, maybe 20 feet inside the boundary, and Caniston pitched it short. Vikramasinghe goes for the pull, but straight down the throat of the squalid fielder. Beautiful, beautiful. Thomians couldn't be more happier. Just what the doctor ordered.
You were elated in here. And yes, Dilmin Ratnayaka takes a safe pouch of a very, very costly wicket. And Vikramasinghe departs for 24. So that brings Patiratna in. Before that, look at that. Perfectly set up. And down that man's throat. Won't they be elated when a plan as such goes your way?
Exactly. The Thomians would be over the moon and they would be pushing for another wicket here. And I'm kind of disappointed with Ahan Vikramasinghe. If you see, he has played, this is his third year, but he's all the years he has got 15s, 20s. So I think he's a much better player than that.
Kamindu Patiratna, more of a bowler than a bat, but I'll tell you, he is better than that numbers with the batting. 69 not out at best and averaging 23.15 this season.
Very strange field, Shamigan. Only two fielders, other than the two slips, there is only two fielders on the offside. Third man and a mid off. The offside is completely open.
They're inviting Patiratna to go for that expensive drive, but more than that, a short leg and a leg slip. And Caniston Gunaratnam, will he deliver the goods? Will he bowl to his plan? He has been doing it so far so good. And I'm very impressed with the way he bowls.
Exactly, Shamigan. Caniston has impressed. He has bowled to his field. He has not tried to do too much, but he has stuck to his plan and done what the captain, what the team has required him to do.
Consistency. Sticking to the plan and sticking to it consistently.
Maybe the difference between the Royal and the Thomian bowling attack, maybe the consistency, the support to the bowler who is bowling on the other side, and also the fielding, the catching.
Well, Kevin Boteju. But that will be by seat. But no shot was offered to it. I think, nevertheless, 54 was gone. Just one more to go in the day. 123 for 4, Royal College. So the last over, the final frontier before we come down tomorrow again. So this should be a very crucial over and skipper himself comes on.
Yes, Devin Hiriagama brought back to the attack. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 19 runs, and he has got the priced wicket of Kavindu Madara Singha, the last year captain for Royal.
Most importantly, if they can go into stumps today with half the team back in the hut, Royal College, I think St. Thomas's would be very happy and would be in a position where they could make a result out of this game.
Exactly. I believe the Thomians are already happy because they've got Ahan Vikramasinghe back in the 10th, but another wicket would be a bonus here for the Thomians.
but Royal have a very deep tail, Danushka. Even someone like Prashant Kallara, who bats way down as number 10 or 9, can score of about more than a 50. His highest score stands at 88.
Exactly. Royalists have the batting, but then again, this is a big match, and the big match pressure can get to you.
Yes, already the scoreboard is up there, and it's imposing a lot of pressure. Yes, rightly, your gestures. There was no run here.
There's no shot offered there by the batsman, therefore no runs offered.
Exactly. So that will keep Kavindu Patiratna on strike, or rather Isivara Dissanayake, I beg your pardon.
The Thomians would love to have another wicket, and they're trying to do that. They have 2 slips, a silly mid on, a silly mid off, and a deep square leg as well.
Well bowled. Very well bowled there, Tevin Iriyagama.
Tevin Iriyagama making the ball talk here. Quite a similar delivery to the one that he got Kavindu Madara Singh out. Very unlucky not to get the edge there.
Rush of blood for Isivara Dissanayake. I'll tell you what, these three deliveries are going to be very, very pressuring to Isivara Dissanayake. Again, keep it straight and in target, Tevin.
Royal College still trailed by a huge 242 runs, and almost half of the team back in the hut. In addition to that, Kamil Mishara, Ahan Wickramasinghe, the big guns are already in the tent for the Royalists.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, well again, teasing that outside edge.
I've noticed Tevin Iriyagama was not bowling this quick at the start of his spell, but ever since he's got the wicket of Kavindu Madara Singh, he is working up some space. There's a spring in his step. There's good carry to the wicket keeper. He's moving the ball slightly away from the left-handed batsman.
That's how the momentum works. That's how the confidence works, Danushka. I think he's picked up a lot of confidence. Definitely, if he miss in this ball, still he'll have that confidence oozing on him tomorrow morning. Loud appeal, close call there, but I think that negative line denying a wicket for Tevin Iriyagama.
Yes, that was going slightly down the leg side, and correctly called by umpire Vimalasiri, not out. And that's the end of 55th overall college, 127 for 4, and that's the end of day's play as well. Sharmigat, what do you think of today's play?
Well, I think Thomians on top, clearly. By the way they started, I thought this game was going nowhere. All of a sudden, here we are, looking at something down the tunnel at the end of it. So that's thumbs on day 2 here at SSC, where we are witnessing the 141st prestigious Battle of the Blues. So the Royal batsmen will walk to the hut while they are down under pressure. I think it's not going to be easy tomorrow, Danushka. Early morning, that first session.
Yes, the morning session tomorrow will be crucial for both teams. Royal would try best not to lose any wickets, and the Thomians would go all out to get whatever assistance they can get out of the pitch tomorrow morning, because there will be some assistance for the fast bowlers in the morning session.
One quick question. What would the advice be from Danushka Colombo to that Thomian outfit who's walking outside? What would they be doing tomorrow?
I think they should go all out. The first session, the first 1 hour, they should go all out. They should not think about the runs. they can give away a few runs, they wouldn't mind because they have 242 runs to play with. So they should go all out and go on full attack to get the rest of the Royal wickets.
So that's how the batting card stands. 31 for Kaushan and 32 for Kamil. Both of them got starts, and I think they didn't really capitalize on it. And a huge blow came very late in the day, just before the last over. Han Vikramasinghe sending one down Dilmin Ratnayaka's throat for 24 runs. And of course, Kavinda Madar Singh wasn't unfortunate, I wouldn't say, but still he really didn't have enough to convert. But I think Kamil Mishara and Nan should have put their hands up and delivered today, but they've failed. 11 extras. Well, this is how the Thomian bowling has looked. Kishan Munasinghe was nowhere throughout the season with the ball, but here he is delivering goods, taking 2 vital wickets. And Tevin Iriyagama, of course, Kanishth and Gunaratnam, both of them wickets each, and crucial wickets, both of them, I'll tell you. Madar Singh came to the game with a 200 back to his name, and of course Kanishth picking up the prize scalp of An Sanchita. That's how the final session of the day progressed. I think they started it beautifully. Kamil Mishara played some elegant strokes with Kaushan Kolasurya. But this happened and didn't last any longer after that. Madar Singh also looking very good at the centre. Played a few delightful strokes. But look at that delivery, peach of a delivery that is from Kishan Munasinghe. He's not known for turning the ball, but there he did. He was playing in that region. But before this happened, Tevin Iriyagama picking that prize scalp, money belated. He had a bit of pace, didn't he? Tevin Iriyagama. And An Vikramasinghe, just as he started looking good, an unwanted shot there, while the trap was set perfectly for them. So that's the story at SSC. 127 for 4 is what the scoreboard shows me. Royal College feeling the pressure now at stumps on day 2. Kamil topping the table, and Charlene Dimel, yes, as he topped the Thomian batting lineup yesterday. So that's stumps here as the schoolboys walk out to the surface, not actually the centre, but anyways to the grounds to check it out or whatever.
Yes, the party starts for the crowd now, and the Thomian crowd will be over the moon.
The Thomian crowd could have an extra glass or 2.
Exactly, a lot to cheer for the Thomians.
Just 1 session for Royal so far in the game, and about 3 to go tomorrow. Now that will be a very crucial 3 sessions tomorrow. We'll have to just wait and watch how this game pans. We thought there won't be anything out of this game with the way they started, but now we are looking at something down the tunnel. So Haritha Pereira is waiting at the studio to discuss more about this, and till we see you next day, it's about goodbye from us.
Hello and welcome. It's the second day's play that has ended, and this is the talk show. The 141st Battle of the Blues heading towards an interesting last day is the Thomians who extended their innings, and Royal getting into a situation where they would find themselves in a difficult situation. Continuing from their overnight 272 for 6, St. Thomas's had an extended first session to be bowled out for 369, and then Royal, after weathering the second session without a wicket, have lost 4 in this last session to be on a situation where there would be some concern. 127 for 4 they are, with 3 of their top run getters back in the pavilion. Joining me in the discussion is Damit Veerasinghe from papare.com. Damit, it has been a situation of fluctuating fortunes on day 2.
Yeah, indeed, Haritha. I mean, St. Thomas's College, just like yesterday, I think, have dominated day 2 also. But Royal were good in patches. That 1.5 session, that before tea, they batted well. But then St. Thomas's bowlers, they just did so well in that last session. Nobody expected Royal top order to fall out like that, but still, I thought some of their bowlers, they just stuck to a plan, and then their fielding backed it up.
Their fielding backed it up for St. Thomas's, but that was not the story with Royal. They had missed some vital chances yesterday. The story continued today for Royal.
Yeah, if Royal wanted to win this game, they should have hold on to those chances. Haritha, you can't win cricket matches by dropping 5
yeah,
or 6.
Yeah, they say catches in matches.
Indeed, so you can't win matches by dropping catches. So that's not going to help Royal at all. Didn't help throughout these 2 days. So I'm sure now with how the game is at the moment, we won't see a Royal win at this stage. We'll see only 2 results possible, in my opinion.
I think we would be able to show you those missed chances with Royal fielding hitting a new low this season.
Yes, indeed. This was yesterday, Kausha and Kulasuriya at Gully dropping that opportunity. Then this was that run-out opportunity for Kamil Mishara.
Again, Kaushan was the fielder.
Yes.
No excuse for this.
Indeed. No excuse whatsoever for Kamil Mishara there. Then yesterday, Gavin Boteju went on to make a half century.
Patiratna was the offending fielder. Prashant Kallara was the bowler.
Kishan Balasuri, I thought, bowled well earlier on with the
This was
ball.
this morning.
Yeah. Then Madhara Singh, another regulation chance for a wicket keeper. So those 5 letdowns really put St. Thomas's in a driving seat and Royal in the back foot for this game.
Because of that situation where they were missing so many chances, St. Thomas's got out from tight situations. I mean, this morning, Manish Rupasinghe was given 2 lives. Luckily, he didn't go on to score runs quickly. Apart from that, the young players for St. Thomas's, especially Gavin Boteju and the ever-experienced Tevin Iriyagama with Caniston Gunaratnam, made that little bit of difference despite consuming many overs.
Yeah, those little partnerships really frustrate you, Haritha. When you see the last pair putting on that much of a partnership and consuming a lot of overs, because it's not only consuming overs, they sap the energy out of Royal too, so that clearly made a difference later on. But kudos to the Thomian bowling and their fielding later on. That's why they are in a position where they can go for a win or they can make it a draw, but I don't see Royal College winning this game. It's impossible.
Tevin Iriyagama batted very well with Caniston Gunaratnam. That 59-run partnership, it, as you said, it sapped Royal. It gave St. Thomas's that 350 plus they were looking after being sent into bat, and we've got a little bit for you to show the commitment of the Thomian captain and the assistance from his partner in this very valuable contribution.
I thought Caniston Gunaratna's defensive technique was better than some of the other players. He was well off onto the pitch of the ball and played a brilliant second fiddle to Tevin Iriyagama. And as you correctly said, Haritha, this partnership just enabled St. Thomas's out of Royal's reach in this game.
Yeah, and after that extended session, just before lunch, the lunch was delayed because the last wicket was in play, and it was a blessing in disguise for the Thomians, but certainly something that taxed the Royal bowlers and the fielders a little bit more. After lunch, Royal came back with determination, and their first purpose was to bat through that short session between lunch and tea, which was 90 minutes, and they were successful in that.
Indeed, so that's the only session Royal were very good on top of their game actually on that only 1.5 hour session. But in that last session, Haritha, how they got out, how they didn't convert the starts into big knocks from the experienced top order. You have 2 national under-19 caps and a former captain and a player who have faced the most number of balls. So you have good top 4 players all getting good starts but not converting into big scores.
So this is how it happened after tea. 4 Royal wickets going down. It was a very slow start for the openers. First to go was this man Kaushan, caught by Shalin Dimel. He wouldn't miss anything.
Last year he got 8 catches. This time brilliant slip fielding, I would say.
Kamil Mishara played very cautious right along, out the same way. Caught Dimel, bowled Munasinghe. This was Gavin Boteju holding on to a good catch. Come back over for Iriagama, the Thomian captain. He made another change, brought in Caniston. Ahan Wickramasinghe was well caught by Dilmin Ratnayaka.
Yeah, that plan really worked out. Ahan Wickramasinghe is known to be a good player of spin. They brought back Caniston Gunaratnam and had that 2 fielders out in the deep, and it really gives you a good feeling, Haritha, when those kind of plans work for a fielding team. Deep in day 2, when you get those kind of wickets, you take all those momentum into day 3. So
yeah, the Thomian captain would think the tough gets going when the going gets tough, and that's exactly what he did. With the 2 wickets, he has made inroads into the Royal batting and come back into this game in a very, very positive way.
Indeed, and definitely because St. Thomas's College now will have an added advantage when you get those late wickets. Royal College seems to be now in the back foot, so they won't have any opportunity of coming back into this game. They'll definitely would want to keep St. Thomas's
as long as possible on the field.
As long as possible on the field on day 3, which I think they might be successful. We never know, but still St. Thomas is right on top.
Yeah, this wicket still good for batting, but now we are just about to bring you the goal, the play of the day. There were some outstanding performances even on day 2. We'll start with that partnership for St. Thomas's for the last wicket, which was more than 50.
New, long-lasting fragrances.
Yes, Haritha, as I said earlier, this partnership really frustrated Royal. They wanted to go into the pavilion, wanted to take a good start with the bat, but this kind of partnership really frustrated them. Then Gavin Boteju, his knock, I thought really made that difference. The anchor role, he played that anchor role and continued to be a thorn in the Royal bowling. Then we see Shalin Dimel, the slip fielding, brilliant fielding. We saw last year 8 catches. This year, you never know, he might be able to come closer to that, because Royal slip fielding was very poor. St. Thomas's slip fielding is above excellence.
Yeah, Kishan Munasinghe had not done too much bowling for St. Thomas's this season, and when you come back and pick up 2 important wickets at the top of the Royal order, it just lifts your team. And that's exactly what happened with the Thomians on that last session.
Yeah, he stuck to a plan. He doesn't spin the ball that much harder. He just keeps at a one good line and length, but then he wanted the batsman to make the mistake, which Kaushan Kulasurya did, and with Kamil Mishara also I thought he pushed at it. So very well done to Kishan Munasinghe, despite not bowling a lot of overs this season, coming and doing the job in these all-important games.
With these last 2 wickets, you think that Royal will be under pressure to get to a situation where they would be very defensive, or they have a few batsmen still inside, including the captain, that they should just play their normal game, because there's plenty of runs still to be taken?
Yeah, that's where I think they lost the plot, Haritha. Kamil Mishara, his natural game is to be aggressive. He didn't today, so that's where he got. He took 100 balls to get about 32 runs. So they need to be natural. Tevindu Seyranatha cannot come tomorrow and just play dot balls. You need to go for his shots. Just like Kavindu Pathiratna also must do that same thing. So these players must play their natural game. If not, I don't know, maybe St. Thomas's College will have an opportunity to enforce the follow-on too. We never know what will happen tomorrow.
Or if Royal extend their innings, they'll get a second chance to bat, and who knows, they'll enjoy having another go at the Royal bowling. So that's the story on the end of day 2 of this 141st Battle of the Blues. Thank you for joining in. As usual, we'll be back tomorrow. It's another long day, 100 overs to be bowled on the final day. And whilst thanking you all, and Damit, you too, invite you to join us tomorrow on the last day of the Royal Tournament.
Like iron from the fire, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable.
Standby break. 3, 2, 1.
This is how legends are made. Legends are made.